a nice little feature, the My Comfort Cutter, which is this personalization right here. You can take this out and use it as your template or turn it over, and you can personalize it and it's yours. And it's as easy as that.
Hi, welcome. I'm super excited to bring to you today the TrueCut cutting system, making cutting easier, safer, and more accurate. I'd like to start by talking about our rulers. If we were to take a close-up look at this, you're going to notice that have this amazing edge that helps add an additional measure of safety. You'll notice holes as well for additional security, safety, holding, and easy measurements. We have multiple sizes. One of the great things we love is that it cuts like a straight cutter, but the ergonomics does remove all of the stress from the arms and the wrist and pairs beautifully with our ruler. And I'm just going to briefly show you this, which gives you a track and a guide that keeps those two paired perfectly for those accurate cuts down the entire length of the ruler. We encourage you to look more at these products and see the individual product demos because it will definitely increase your cutting success, creating easier, safer, and more accurate experiences with all that you do. Carla, I see you in front of a frame right now that I don't think a lot of people know about. Why don't you tell us why it's so exciting and what it is?
Yes, this is our fabulous Cutie frame. It's small, it's petite, it sits on a table, a sturdy table surface. You can use your home sewing machine, you can quilt with it, and you can stow it away after you're finished. And it also doesn't limit you to the size quilt you can quilt. So lots of great things and features.
Those are some wonderful things that I've heard. I know, Carla, when we start talking about quilting and what's going on, usually there's two big real questions that come up. First, people go like, oh, it's got to be super expensive for a big system. And the other one is the room and the space. What have you found and what makes this so exciting about people who are just maybe getting started or someone that's looked for a solution to some of their biggest struggles with pushing their big fabrics through the throat of the machines?
Well, it just makes it easier. So instead of you pushing the fabric, it allows you to move the sewing machine across your fabric and do those wonderful quilting designs or embellishing with thread. So it just takes all that headache and heartache and shoulder pain out of it.
Like you mentioned, you can start with your domestic. However, you're not limited. You can do 15-inch, 19-inch. You can do many different things, tracing with lasers, free motion, and computer automation as well. We have a wonderful lineup of standard frames that are great for your domestics. Also, we have wonderful combos with mid-arms, long arms, and even professional 21-inch machines as well.
my name is Leah Day, and welcome to You Can Quilt. We are learning 3 new filler designs during Grace Company's Spring Fling Quilt Festival.
Hello, I'm Jenny Gaston. I own Wool and Willow Designs, and I'm the creative director for Primitive Quilts and Projects magazine.
Hi everyone, I'm Lizzie Allen from Thimble and Thread Quilting. I'm a Grace Ambassador and a National Educator, and I live in Victoria, Australia. And today we're going to do a fun creative little class on creating feathers. So thank you for joining me, and let's start.
Hi, thank you for joining me in the Grace Company Spring Fling. My name is Janet George, and I am a Grace Ambassador, and I am thrilled to share with you about Easy Quilting with Easy Mode. Hello, it's Sarah with Designs by Sarah J. Thanks so much for joining me today for Happily Hand Quilted. I'm here to tell you all the tips and tricks you need to get started on your own hand quilting journey. Now, the reason I'm really excited to be bringing this information to you today is Grace Quilting has just recently introduced a new hand quilting hoop. And this hoop fits on an optional lap stand. I'm going to show you how to use it, and it's a game changer.
Welcome, everybody. I'm super excited to be here Saturday, 11 o'clock, a little after the morning, as we all get started. I'm really glad to be able to be joining all of those live viewers. It looks like people continue to come on. I want to go ahead and bring in with me here before we get started, Laurel. Welcome, Laurel. Say hi to everybody.
Hi, welcome everybody.
Laurel's going to help me facilitate this today. Our teams have been busy at work, and we've got a lot of content today. And so as Laurel, LJ, and I go through part of this, we're really excited to be able to bring to you a whole lot more about what the experience is going to be today. And maybe before we get going, LJ, I want to go and ask you a question and maybe have you share. Now, LJ is one of our account executives, and she is kind of behind the scenes. You might have called in, you might have had a chance to talk with her. She's on Mark's team, and Mark and Carla have been helping us facilitate a lot of this here over the last couple of days. We're excited about having them back here again next week, Thursday and Friday. But today I have Laurel to be with us all day. So thanks. Laurel, tell me a little bit, as you've had a chance to watch through some of this, tell me a little bit about what your thoughts have been about the event as it's kind of started here just a couple days ago.
Yeah, I have loved it. I've had the opportunity to help answer a couple of questions you guys have commented, and I've loved being able to do that. And I also love being able to see your comments and see the info we have, because I'm a little bit newer to this in quilting. So it's been a great opportunity for me to learn, and I'll tell you, there's a lot of questions out there that I'm like, oh, I'm not quite sure. And so it's really good for me. And then again, I love seeing your guys' comments on the team. We're like, oh, look, someone from Wyoming or New York or whatever, So I love seeing your guys' comments.
Great. Thank you very, very much. It's been fun having you here. Now, maybe you can tell me this, and I know that day one, when we did this on Thursday, there were a couple things. We were out in the studio, we were recording, and as we kind of had to check midday and at the end, you guys were like, hands in the air, there's so much going on. Maybe tell us a little bit about what the experience was, because I think were a lot of people responding, a lot of calls, a lot of chats. Tell us a little bit about that, and then how you guys helped those customers all out.
Yeah, so it was super fun. There was, especially the first day, because everyone's excited, they're ready to go, and I love that. And so there was a whole bunch of and I love talking with you guys.
It's been fun. So it's really great to have you on part of the team here at Grace Company, having you help assist all of our customers, the quilters that are out there. Thank you, quilters. We're continuously seeing more people join us. Let's just do a quick shout out as we're looking at everybody that's kind of coming in. We have a lot of people. Welcome back. I remember Miss Kate Scraps here. You joined us a couple times. Hello again from Kentucky, it looks like. We have Francis, North Carolina. I guess that's what that is, correct? I love the little emoji. Thank you, Rachel from Texas. And again, we have a lot of people here. Here we go, California, Hercules, California. Welcome, Kareem is I think how we're going to say that one. Diana from Oklahoma. Another one from California, Southern California. Welcome, Terry. Thank you for joining us today. Linda from Nebraska. Wonderful. Diane, Illinois. And we have a lot of people, so thanks for continuing. Here's another one from Asheville. Cheryl, thank you for joining us. Thanks for being with us. Again, another one from Texas. Good afternoon. Hello, Carol. Hello, Carol Van Gordon. Welcome. Thanks for being with us today. And again, we just see a lot of people as you're coming in. Again, give us a little shout out. Let us know you're there. We're glad to have you all join us. Here's another good morning. Good morning, Colleen. Welcome. Good morning. All quilters from there. Here we have another one from Virginia. Sandy, welcome. Betsy, again, thank you for coming and thanks for being with us. Another one from here from Georgia, Deborah. Thanks everybody for being with us. It's been great to have you join us. We're excited about today's schedule. To start off, it's going to be a little bit different. We're going to do some giveaways, so I'm excited about that. We have our Plinko board over there. You can see by LJ, and she's going to be dropping some chips in for some winners, and we're excited about that. We also have some prizes we're going to be drawing later on from the registrants, so thanks everybody for registering. Maybe before we get into that, I want to bring up a couple other things. Bring on my screen and look at some other details with maybe just some quick level items as far as things just to be aware of as the day progresses. And so let me go ahead and quickly do this. Thanks for everybody for being patient as we're going through all this. I'm managing a lot of stuff and it's been really fun to learn the different pieces of technology, but I'm going to bring on my screen so that everybody can see the general components where the quilt files, where your quilts are. Here we go. Here we are. And then I just want to bring this up for everybody. So this is the main site. When you go to log in, you see the welcome screen here for Spring Fling. And I just wanted to briefly talk about this and a couple components. The reason I bring this up, we've added some things, so we appreciate your comments. You're going to notice now at the top of this page, there's this watch live. One of the things that we had found is a lot of you had come back and hit your dashboard, or as you were logged onto the main site, where do we go find the exact live content? So we wanted to make sure that was very, very easy. So you'll notice that we've added to the top, you can just log right on. And if you're in your dashboard, I'm going to log into my dashboard so you can see this. We have the same thing available. So that just stays up top. So it's just super easy to come in and get right into what is happening live now. So I wanted to point that out. Obviously, one of the big things that's been really great on this Spring Fling is if you look over here to the right, we have all these announcements. And so this gives you a chance to see some of the new announcements. One of the ones that we did yesterday, again, that we had learned out on Thursday, is we had provided coupons and we didn't have a chance to have a link. And so not only have we included a couple announcements, but on the left, you'll notice as I highlight these down the side, Spring Fling on the left, that kind of takes you to the main home page. Right below that, we also have the coupon page, and I'm not going to go there now. We'll take a look at the wonderful deals that we have a little bit later. But if you haven't had a chance, later on, go ahead and browse to see what kind of promotions we have. And in fact, down towards the bottom, we have this area that is the sale that has all of the key items that are on sale. But again, the coupons are now available for you. Again, the see all events, and I'm going to go into here right now. This is a list of all the events that are going to be happening today. If you wanted to know maybe what you've missed, you can see that we have Thursday and Friday's events listed. They are going to be posted so that you can go back and watch the individual classes that we did within those events, and then we're going to continue to post as we move through the additional events as we finish through those. This is today. So here we're starting, we're live. I am going to be spending, after I do this introduction and then give away some free things, I am going to be taking you through kind of a mental journey on where you might be in your quilting process and considerations, questions to be asking yourself regarding some next steps. This isn't going to teach you how to piece a quilt or how to choose a pattern. I think you probably already do that. And I'm guessing you have several patterns that you're waiting to quilt and you love that process. Really, as Grace Company continues to look at providing solutions for a lot of the challenges. As an example, you're pushing and you're moving fabric through the, you're pushing and you're moving your fabric through the throat of your domestic machine. Well, is there a better way, or what might be some solutions? And then as you start to look at tools, like we have these wonderful frames that you can start with your domestic machine. Which one might be best for you? And I want to ask you some questions. How big are your projects? How much space do you have? What other kind of accessories might you want to have with that? And we're going to talk a little bit more about what that is. So I just wanted to share a little bit about that. We're also going to then move in, and Leah Day, she's going to talk about and give us some education on some of her wonderful rulers. We have those, and they're available at leahday.com. You can go to her site. You can find those with several other dealers as well, as they are one of the key things that we partnered with her on with her designs. So they're an item that Grace Company sells to all of our different dealers. And so we appreciate her willingness as both an ambassador and a dealer to continue to help you as quilters find those right tools. So she's going to go through and share quite a bit of information with us regarding that. And it's been wonderful to be able to have her with us. We're also going to get into this. Automation might not be for you. You might be thinking like, oh, I don't know if that's going to be of interest, or am I needing to do that? Well, the thought is you might want to hang around to see a little bit more about what it can do for you. It does not take and eliminate your creativity. In fact, it's one of my favorite ways to quilt. I am not fantastic at free motion, but I can create some patterns. I can combine patterns, and I've done several quilts by utilizing your automation. So this is going to be wonderful by having Janet George. She's kind of, I'd call a professional. She probably wouldn't call herself that. I think she is. She's been around for many, many years. She's one of Grace's ambassadors here, and she is a professional in this realm. And she's been in the automated field using computer automation with several different machines, and her knowledge is vast. And so it's going to be great to have her here. She's going to talk about one of the modes called easy mode and how simple it is to use that to engage and then finish quilts with automation. So you can see there's part one. We will have another part coming up later. We're going to go through and look at a lot of the quilts. We're going to spend some time to look at all the pretty quilts. If you haven't had a chance to do so, again, I would encourage you, reach out, take a look. You can browse those quilts. There are 6 different sections. We'll maybe pop in there in here just a minute, but it's wonderful to see. You can also still upload your quilts as well. And then we're encouraging you to vote on all of those that are listed, because that's how the winners are selected, are from you, the quilters out there that are viewing. We're going to talk about, and later as we move through the day, we're going to do some free giveaways. We're going to talk about a sneak peek on another brand new product that Grace Company is going to be launching here in a couple months. I'll tell you, it's going to blow your mind. It's not something like a frame or a machine, but it's an accessory that is used with a machine. And I guarantee you've never seen anything like this. And I don't want to spoil what that is. So we're going to let Carla bring to light what that is when we get to that point in the event today. As we continue to go around with some giveaways, we're going to move into what we're going to call free motion fundamentals. Carla has a class that she's put together to talk about some of the basics of just standard free motion quilting. And I think as I've thought about this, and as I've listened to her in her mind with her processes, and as she's worked through this with education, I can think, the biggest question most of our customers come in, and if you think about it, you moved from your domestic and you're kind of coming into our business, and then you might have upgraded to another machine, but you're getting started with these different machines. And even if it's with your domestics, a lot of people have this question: what's the first thing that I do? How do I start down this journey? And this is a great class that you'll be able to refer back to as Carla helps do that. At the very end of today, we're excited. We do have some more dedicated time, and we have brought this product up to talk about the Cutie frame. It's a fun tabletop frame. We have had some blips on this. We're going to spend a little bit more time in depth with me as I review this product specifically, and let you know what this means. So that's kind of where we're going to move through part of the day. One of the other things I want to encourage you to do is we do have a vendor hall. So there are several key promotions that are happening from a lot of the vendors that are participating with us. And so when you get a chance, again, I would encourage you to go browse the vendor portal. We were really trying just to see what we could do to bring you a little bit more content and some more discounts with hopefully some of your favorite shops out there. And so that's what we have here with the vendor hall. I would like to just do a quick shout out to everybody that has helped put this on. In the back, we have our group called Marketing Simplified, which partners with Grace Company and our internal marketing team to really make these kind of projects happen. And then everybody else who this might have impacted, our ambassadors, our educators. Thank you again, reaching out to all of them for all of your efforts. Let me come back to you, quilters. I'm looking right now. We continue to have more people come on. We've got more individuals. Amber from Indiana, welcome. We have Susan from Carolina. Thank you for coming. We love having you here. I'm looking to see, I'm wondering and curious to see if we're going to have, you know, anybody else. I know we had some people from Canada. I think we're going to have a few others that will potentially pop in from outside the US. And I'm noticing this one. I guess I'll give credit to this really quick. This quilt behind me is a gift. So I would tell you my quick story is 15 years ago. I thought, you know, they're blankets, and okay, don't curse me. Don't curse me. They're not blankets. We understand they're quilts. And I understand that there's a lot of love, a lot of time, a lot of money, in which a lot of people don't understand, a lot of talent and skills that also go into making quilts. So this is a quilt that I was very fortunate to be given from my mother-in-law. She is an avid quilter. She loves quilting. And this one, as you can see, I wanted it. You can look at all the piecework on that. Those are all pieced parts of each of those blocks. And so I was feeling very fortunate because I know she spent a lot of time on this quilt, and I had been eyeing it for quite some time, for a year and a half or so. And she gave us the chance to come select out of her selections one of the quilts. And so very, very grateful to be able to have this one. Also behind LJ, let me bring you back on LJ here really quick. We'll add her to the stream here. We can see behind her, that's another one that we would say is from Grandma Laurel. And those of you that don't know, we'll introduce Laurel Jane. She's actually my daughter. So I call her, that's why I'll probably be popping in between LJ and Laurel, because at the office, she goes by Laurel. And I have called her LJ my entire life. So she's an LJ to me and a Laurel to everybody else, actually named after both grandmothers, Laurel, Jane. And so therefore that's a fun little tidbit, which I think is part of the history of what even is quilting, right? It's our families, it's the ones we love. So thanks for the comment on the quilt. With that, thanks, LJ. I'm going to kind of maybe move you over there to the side for a minute, and we'll just get back to you here in a little bit. So welcome. So again, it's really fun. We have people saying, hi, Laurel. It's great. Someone from Alaska. Hi, LJ. It's Tanya from Alaska. So let's throw that one up there.
Welcome.
People are saying hi to you there. So thanks again, everybody, for what's going on. It sounds like, oh, we got somebody from Alberta. Welcome. Thank you. Good morning from Central Alberta. And by the way, I can just maybe comment this. I love this because in the States, you know, there are the 50 states. In a place like Alberta, I was talking, we have our distributor. I'm like, why does everybody refer to your big region? He says, like, what other area is it? Like, yeah, you have a town, but the regions is really the go-to. And I think, you know, where are you from? We say Utah. And so it's just funny because I think they have a few, and they're just so big, and they cover such large perspectives. So I'm like, does that really let anybody know where you're from? So it's great to have you here visiting from Canada. So thank you. Going back really quick, I'm going to bring back in my screen one more time here as I can bring this up. One other thing that I would like to show you in your inside of an item, like for example, the quilt show. If there are quilts, I'm going to go and pop in one here. Let's click into the hand to heart. And one of the things that's wonderful is once you're in here, I wanted to show you a couple things. You can vote on these, and how to do so is there's this option here right at the top. You can vote. Also, you can copy a link to share it, or you can email or put and place this on Facebook. I would encourage you to do so. That just helps present everybody's quilts into a much broader perspective. And I think that's one of the things that we're missing. Think when you go to a live show, really what are you missing? You know, what is it that we miss when we go to a live show? And really the draw are, I think, two things. Number one, I would say are all the quilts that you want to see. And a lot of these quilts have several pictures, so you can see some close-ups. And so we changed the way we allowed individuals to upload their quilt pictures so that we can have more detail, so it's more of an experience. And so that's a really nice thing. And I think sharing that with others is great. The other one is, I think, education, right? And then hopefully maybe a couple bargains on the end of that, because heck, why not go do a little shopping? So with that, we've tried to incorporate all those pieces together. And again, also, as you're doing this, as you're reviewing, there's prizes to be won. So look and vote for your quilts. Look to help those that you might know win a little something. One last item I wanted to go into here. You also can actually just vote by doing a highlight over the vote up on the top right corner of the quilt in its area. So you actually don't have to go into it if you don't want to look at more details. So we tried to make this as easy as possible. Again, just as a last recap, up top here, you can see there's that watch live that gets you into the live video area anytime you want now, which is, I think, a really nice, handy thing. And again, thanks for our development team. They've done a great job being very, very responsive to that. A couple last pieces we have, and we will be coming, and we'll try to answer a lot of your comments that you have as you're going to be going throughout today. Be patient with us. We're probably not going to get to all of them, but I do want to bring this up at any time. I'm going to ask for you, and the 800 number right now with what we have, we're not in the office today. And so what I would tell you is you can call the 1-800 number and leave a message. But if you log on to graceframe.com, by doing so, you'll be able to log on and see a lot of the key contents. And then we do have a couple of people trying to help out with the chat today so that we can help walk you through a few things if you need to. And then we'll be back open on Monday Mountain Standard Time at 8 a.m. So again, just know that we're here live with you now today. We have a couple people here. We've got somebody on our Grace Company chat as well, so that we can help answer any questions that you might have through the chat. The last thing is, as we're going to be placing comments into respond to what you have, you'll notice they will come from Grace Company. In fact, let me go pull one of these comments up, and I'm going to kind of show you here because I saw a couple. You throw a comment in there for me really quick here. So there we go. So here we go. I'm going to show this, and you'll notice that it has this icon on the left side. So let me point over to here, right here. This says Grace Frame. This is from us. And so if it doesn't have this and there's somebody else throwing in some random link, don't go there. I don't think we've had that yet here on our site, but I've just heard of others doing live events like this where others are joining not for the interest of learning and betterment, but unfortunately taking advantage of others. But this is what ours look like. You'll see this is from the Grace Company, Fine Quilting Products. This is us, and these will be the legit ones. And we will, at this point, we'll also go through and we're going to be sending, we'll put links through these type of ones. So this is what it looks like on Facebook and then YouTube. So just a quick rule of thumb, we might send you a couple links this way. If not, we're just going to encourage you to reach out to the Grace Frame website at www.graceframe.com. So those are some key things I kind of wanted to get out of the way. Outside of that, we're just excited about what's going on. And I'm going to move into part of this next piece. But before I do this, let me bring LJ back on here really quick. What I wanted to do with LJ is I wanted to go ahead and ask her a quick question that had to do with frames in general. She's seen a newer frame, but maybe I can also ask you, what would be a number one question? So first, tell me, what have your thoughts been in general about you now being and hearing about the quilters calling in to ask questions about frames? What do you think, like what's maybe share thing? What's your number one question that normally comes in? And then I'm curious to know, what do you think the impact has been on quilters who've been able to buy a frame as a tool to help them finish more quilting?
Yeah, so great question. I'd say one of the top questions that I get a lot is, what size quilt can I do on it? I think a lot of people do a lot of looking for. We do have frames, specific for different people.
Keep on talking.
Okay. So I hope, we just had somebody coming to us saying you can't hear us quite yet. I hope it's maybe starting to come through for you now. Let us know in the comments if you can hear us. If not, we'll see if we can get it back up and running for you.
That's good. Let's go ahead and see. Let's just check the audio on here really quick for me.
Okay.
We're good. Turn it down.
Perfect.
So great. So I think we should be good. Let me know as we go through. We said some no sounds just popping through, but I can hear now. Not sure where we got in with that one, but hopefully we're all still good. Thanks for being with us. Thanks, LJ. Let me kind of bring you back in here for a minute. So with that, really quick, LJ, as well as part of this process, and you talked about one of the things were maybe the questions on what size projects, right? And I think that's a big one. Let me ask, when they're asking the projects, do they have limitations? Are they finding themselves that there's a reason they're looking at that? And maybe what is that reason? Share with me a little bit more on what you tell them regarding that.
Yeah, so I think oftentimes some people are looking, they like to do either bigger quilts, and so sometimes they're finding it really hard to try and maneuver the fabric through the machine, and so it's just really hard, and it can get your shoulders, you know, and after time you try and put your hands through, you don't want to nick your hands or anything with the needle either. So I think that's a big thing that people kind of run into with their quilt sizes.
Good. Wonderful. Thanks. What I would like to do regarding this is I am going to bring on our set, and I want to talk about, and I want to show you some categories because, well, first what I want to do is show you part of a presentation that has several questions that I like to present that gives you kind of the scope of really what are these? What are the different sizes that are out there? What might that mean? Then what are some of those tools that goes ahead and kind of brings those all together? So let's go ahead and do this, LJ. I'm going to say bye to you for just a minute here as we move into the Grace Company's website. Here we are. So let's go ahead and bring this back up for everybody to see. There we go. So LJ, I'll have you kind of participate as we go through some of this as well. So on this right now, this is the Grace Frame website. And if you notice up top, one of the things we have done is we've kind of broken out categories. Not everybody who comes to Grace Frame is looking for a machine. Not everybody who comes is looking for a frame. And we have several things, or if you have either of those, you might be looking for accessories. And so what we have is this general frame piece. And I'm going to click on this to talk about part of some of the options that you have. But let me also bring this up, which I really am excited about showing. That one's awesome. Give me just a minute here as LJ and I look at this. I'm going to bring on, I have a presentation that I have presented. Here we go. Let's bring this back up for everybody to see. So this is one thing that I put together that talked a little bit about finishing quilts. And I'm going to kind of let this play here for just a minute to take a look at what we see. Here, if we get this going. Here we go. All right. So thanks for everybody's patience here. Do not know why that's doing that, but we're going to take a minute here. There we are. We're going to go back. Thanks for everybody. I have working on this all morning here. So, but with this, LJ, maybe quickly tell me really quick. One of the key things that I'm curious to know from you is, has there been a favorite frame most recently? Let's ask that quick question, and then I'll bring this back up.
Yes, there definitely is. And I have to say it's probably one of my favorites as well is our new Cutie frame. I told you before, but I love that frame. I absolutely love it. A little bit later today, I think you'll see a video with me and Carla showing you guys a little bit of how to use that frame. Let me just tell you, I keep going back to that. I keep going because it's just so easy to maneuver the top plate and handles, you know, with the machine sitting on there and move it across the fabric. So I have loved it.
In fact, you don't know, LJ, but I think we have a video later with you being taught, and as you're going through part of your first experience with this. So that'll be a fun one to keep with us. I do have this here to go. I'm going to go ahead and play on this. One of the things I put together is a little presentation that talks about how do we actually, how can we finish more quilts? And I think that's one of the things I want to talk about is really, it's nice to know that there are frames, but why do you even in the first place, why would you want to consider it? And part of what I'm going to go through here are just a couple key pieces of thoughts and considerations. I think there will be some things that will relate to you in your space, in your home. And these are some of the things that I'm going to quickly go through. What to consider when deciding on different kind of quilting methods. And what I mean by that is you're probably using your domestic machine, or you might even have a larger sit down and you're pulling and you're puddling. There are tools that we use to help hold that. And so in your mind, think about this. I want everybody to reach back. And so I'm going to look for a comment on this right now. And I'm guessing we're going to have our comments blow up and be pretty crazy. But okay, first off, this is not the first comment. Just get ready to comment. I'm guessing that most everybody here, and I'm guessing there might be one or two who maybe have been invited. Do you have a sewing machine? Okay, LJ, do you have a sewing machine?
Yes.
Yes, you have a sewing
yes.
machine. Do we have more than one sewing machine in this house? The answer is yes.
Yes.
You have one. Mom has one, right? So there's a couple sewing machines. So you have one. Now, here's where I want it to get interesting. I would love to have you put a number in the chat. How many machines do you have at home? I'm seeing a lot of yeses. How many is my next question? I'm guessing if it's one, it's probably two. And if it's two, it might be three. And then you probably have a serger. And then if you're really getting into this and you thought, well, I love an embroidery, you probably have an embroidery machine. Here we go. 7, 6, 4, 3. I see a lot of comments. 5. Yes, yes, 5. Way to go. 8. There's an 8 in there. So isn't that the case? You know, we love the machines. And so the reason I bring this up is often the reason you probably have looked at a different machine, if you think about this, is if you think it's probably because you were looking for another feature potentially or a function. Well, that same thing applies also potentially on frames. And why might you consider a frame? Well, it's a different feature. It's a different function for your machine. There we go. 7. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm going to throw this one up there. Someone's throwing 36. 30. I'm not sure if that's a store or whatnot, but that wins. That's a winner. So we had 6, 12. There you go, Donna. 12, 13. Kelly. A lot of them out there. Here's another coming back. Actually, I have 8 because you're recounting, right? Wait a minute. I thought I had a couple more out in that other closet that I didn't have. So that's so the case. So thanks. That was really fun. Thanks for participating with your comments. Here we go. 9. There's another. And here you go. She really does have 36. There you go. Put on a couple classes. People will love being with you with all your 36. So fun. So thanks, everyone. We got a lot of wows. So there you go. Here's another one. Forgot another one. There we go. We got 3. So thanks everybody for your participation. That's fantastic. I'm going to bring back the screen here again, but we're going to look briefly through that. Look at defining some physical and some educational struggles, and I want to talk about just tools in general. So I'm going to go ahead and just not spend a lot of time on this as we go through, but I do want to answer these, and then I want to talk about what are some of the solutions. So this is a question that I love to post. Think about this. Have you ever dealt with the weight and the fatigue of quilting a large quilt? Has that been the case? And it might not even be a large quilt. It might be a smaller one, but your machine, as you tried to roll that and move that through the throat of the machine, that's a question. That's a simple yes or no. You either have or you probably haven't. Most of the time, it might not be a heavy one. And I can even ask you, if it's not even the struggle, this is the next question. How about fighting your fabric in the throat of your machine, trying to smoothly push it through? If you're going to do any kind of a decorative design, you need to kind of pull and puddle that. How much space or how hard has it been for you to do that? At the bottom, I love this. Even small projects present challenges with the freedom of movement and accuracy. I think those are all true. LJ, would you believe that's true? And I know you've done a couple things with that.
Yeah.
And I think all the quilters out there, you would have the same comment. Yeah, I've had those. We're seeing a lot of people. Yes, I'm seeing some laugh out loud. Someone with some shoulder replacement on surgery. That's not necessarily a good one here. Where I want to throw that one up here. Susan, I know that's not a great space to be in. So part of the things we're going to talk about as solutions are really ways that just preside and present their solutions to some of these questions. So let's kind of move and continue here to our next piece. And as we're looking at this, one of the other things that I like to ask people is, well, how big is your project? How big? What's kind of what's the overall size? And I bring this up. This isn't it's a good or bad thing, right? And I did one that was a super king. I think it's big enough that it droops over a king size bed and comes down past the mattress all the way. Shag minky flannel. I kind of brought this up briefly here on day 1, but I've had a chance. That one took some time. I'll tell you, would never have put that together in a domestic machine. There's no way, couldn't do it. And then by using some of the tools, I was able to do a really big, really cool kind of embroidered, 50-inch car. I love Camaros, so I did one of those. But think of your quilt size. And the reason this is the case is quilts work differently on different frames. And so you can get frames that fit into small spaces, but still can do up to king size. The way you move through those is a little bit different, but there's options. Now, if you get a bigger frame, there are some conveniences, but that's one thing I want you to think about briefly as a consideration of if you're going to start looking at a tool, and I like to say one of your machine's best accessory friends, you kind of need to know this moving into it. This is another one. I just bring this out there because there is no really right or wrong size. And again, I could say that if I'm going to ask this question, I'm pretty sure a lot of hands go up. If you've ever finished a quilt, pieced a quilt, did it ever get bigger as you were finishing? And that means, did you add an extra border and then you added another border, or you did some blocks and then you added some sashing? Happens all the time, right? So what we always start with doesn't mean that's what we always end with. So that's just naturally the case of what it is. That's good. Love what that is. I've seen several of those projects that have started much smaller and they continue to grow. And again, I just bring that out because that might be something else you need to consider. Where might you want to go with quilting? Like if you're doing certain sizes today, would you ever have a need to do something potentially larger? And I bring this up Is this your space right now? Oh no! Where and what space do you have? Where can you put a frame? Where are your sewing machines? And so these were a couple. I just took some, some sewing rooms that I found online that had some different areas. Your spaces could be jam-packed of all sorts of stuff. Now, I would say maybe it's more like this. I don't know if this is the case, but yesterday, as an example, we have Jennifer Gaston, who is with Primitive Quilt. She was with us, and she did a quick pan of her room. This was more like her room. Her room was really big. She had a whole lot of space, and I'm pretty sure that could be a dream studio for a lot of people. So again, this is the other thing to consider. What is your space? What are your limitations? Again, not any one of them is better than the other. In fact, we had somebody talking last time that she's finishing her she shed, which is really, really fun. This one's even larger. This one has, you can see, a complete sewing area, a large cutting area, and this one has a long arm in the background. So your quilting spaces can be of all varied differences. This is another really big one. Think about this. What is the budget? And it's not that you have to have one in mind, but if you understand your tolerances, you can get different things. The car I'm driving today is not the same kind of car I drove when I was 14. I was fortunate enough to find a $300 car that was fantastic and lasted me, 6 years. And then I kind of started to know what I wanted, and I worked through part of a career, and I decided I want a slightly varied car. Things change. What are our homes? What are our situations? We might love a bigger fabric stash, so we're going to spend a little less on our tools. Those are all great things. But again, it's good to have that in your mind, because you think about this again. I'm curious to see this. Maybe you throw in a quick comment on this. What would be the cost of a quilting system? If I just throw that out there, like how much does a long arm cost? And I have some numbers here on the board. I'm curious to see what you think. But they're not $100. They're not really $500. We have some that you're going to see. You can start around the mid $3,000 to $4,000, but some of those are upwards of $30,000 and even up to $40,000. So again, where are you at from a budget? Where do you want to start? And then where would you like to progress to? And so I like bringing that up as a piece just to kind of see. And we'll maybe see if we get some comments coming through here. Like 7,000, that's a really great thing, what a lot of people say. And again, this is just a thing. It's just a recap. Are you, thinking it's going to be a lot? Here's somebody at 3,500 throwing out some numbers. Somebody has some space. My space is 5x4. I love what that one is. And so we're going to look at this. So wonderful. Thanks for bringing those in. This one I wanted to talk about is part of the physical and the educational struggles. And so I just got a couple pictures of kind of the pooling and the process. You might say, I've been there. I've done that. And here's another one. This is something else to consider. What is the throat of your machine? Now, this isn't a big necessary concern, but I do feel like you just need to understand of what you have and what the limits are with what you have. And then that's good, because that might give you a direction of where you want to go down the road. But a lot of them, you can start with what you have today, and it'll actually, some of the tools we'll talk about make it actually easier to quilt with already what you have. So you don't need anything else. It just gives you with what you have. What's your biggest fear? I love this. What are your fears as a person as you're looking at moving into this? And there you go. Love that picture. That's a fun one. I don't know. What is your fear? What is it going to be? Part of those things as a fear, we have education and others to help overcome that. One of the things I like to talk about is there are things to overcome those fears. There's a lot of education today. In fact, there's a research done here recently that talks about one of the biggest places people are going and things they're looking for as quilters is the how-tos. Like, how do I do this? And they're really looking for that on like the YouTubes. And now some of that comes through Facebook. There are also different things like quilt directories and your local shops. So I wanted to bring up that there are a lot of tools out there now that are making that available for you to start to overcome some of those. This is interesting. I'm going to show you a few pictures. I went out and started looking, how are people trying to do this? And these are some different methods of people trying to take their current situation with the domestic machine to hold the weight of that quilt. And LJ, we were talking, right, that this can be somewhat of a struggle. And this is one of the biggest questions customers call in about. How do we do that? Well, I want to kind of get to this picture here. This picture shows you how we have, getting into Grace Company, we have frames. And by using a frame that fits and works with a machine, you no longer have to push and pull fabric. And we have two kinds of frames. One of them we call a roller frame. And those are the larger ones that fabric rolls around, and we'll pull some of those up here in a minute. One of the most popular ones that we've had here in the last couple of years has been what we call a hoop style frame. And this picture that you're looking at in this image shows us on the right side is that you can move through this and you can draw across the top of your fabric with your machine. And this is the difference between you pushing and pulling fabric, as the machine glides over the surface. And this is what we would refer to as free motion quilting on any kind of a frame system. And so there are a couple different methods that you can do that. And again, that varies between a couple frames. So this again is what we call the hoop frame. This frame specifically is called our Q-Zone hoop frame. So this is a 4.5 foot frame from the left to the right edge, and from front to back, you're going to need about 3.5 feet of space. This one you can sit or stand at, and we're showing it with an optional light bar. This is one where the fabric drapes over the outside. LJ, tell me, what size quilts can you do on a frame like this?
Any size. There is no limit. You can do the tiniest quilt. You can do giant. There is no size limit.
So any size. And the reason why, and tell us a little bit, maybe we'll see some of this a little bit later, but what makes it possible to do any size quilt on something like this?
Part of what you're able to do is you're actually able to roll up the fabric and then kind of hold it up next to the frame. And then are able to quilt out that section. Then you're able to actually shift your fabric over to a new section and then quilt that area out.
So again, you do not have to, the fabric itself does not wrap around a rail with this one. So what this does is the fabric drapes over the surface, and then you move through and across it with this type of a frame. And again, we'll show you a quick video on some simple ones of these, but I wanted to point that out with this type of a frame. So we call it a zone quilting frame. So this is your machine. Your machine sits on to the top of the trolley. And the nice thing about this is a difference. This is one of the biggest difference between our professional frames. So we have the really large frames and something like this hoop frame, which, by the way, can hold up to 19-inch machines. So it's not that there's necessarily a lack of quality in those. Really, it's a space and a size, and then there's a little bit on the convenience. But if you look at this picture, the frames are 4.5 feet. We have a lot of people, when they move into what we call our Continuum 2 frames or our Queen frame, they buy them at 8 foot or 10 foot. We have out to 12, and actually in the professional world, you can get frames out to 14 feet wide. So again, this goes back, how big are your quilts, and then where is your space? And this really is the space one. Where would you put a frame if by chance you wanted to do this free motion quilting? How much room do you have? Can you fit something that's a little over, like, do you have 5 feet of space? I consider that the size of like a medium-sized desk. So that would be something that's really, really an option for you, become something like this. So we're going to go to our next slide here. So again, smaller, it's a smaller footprint than the larger ones. This is what that looks like on those small ones where there's a carriage. This lets you put your machine and they sit on top of that platform. And then there's handles that are used for you to move it around. This is the base. And so this does show you the base of that. Again, 4.5 feet to about 3.5 feet. And then you'll need the space for you to be there. And then these also have different type of components that make it very smooth for you to move the machine. One of the items that I like is the top right picture, is that even if you're starting with your domestic machine on several of our frames, you're not limited. If you decide as you move down the road that you're ready to move into a mid-arm or even up to a 19-inch arm, the frame expands with you. And so this is the other question a lot of people have. Well, if I come buy a frame, like, am I limited? Am I going to have to buy a whole new system later? And maybe, LJ, if I could have you share a little bit with us, what normally would be your answer to the quilters when they call you regarding something like that?
Yeah, so this is actually one of the things that I really love about the Grace Company's products and our products, because it actually can grow with you. And I love that, because I think we're always changing. We're looking to maybe do something a little bit different, so that requires a little bit something, different than what we're doing. So the great thing is that it easily can you go from what you have now to something different. And so I love that about our products.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think that's one of the biggest relieving things I love, is that if you're starting your journey and you have an investment at whatever you feel like that is your budget, that it's not having to be thrown away later, that it's the beginning of your journey, right? It's the beginning of your path. And so I love that. The other things we're showing on this picture is that a lot of the frames, in fact, all frames we have, they are either height adjustable, or you can buy, like for our little Cutie, a height adjustable leg set for it. So I like just kind of pointing that out as we're going through that. This is that Cutie frame. This is the smallest of those frames. This is the tabletop, and it can be stowed and moved, and it's a portable one. We love showing that with the little domestic machine. And then really what I'd like to do here, this is one of the questions I like bringing up. So methods and tools to, to consider is, your machine. So you can start with your machine. When you look at the frames that we have, there are boundless possibilities. You're not limited based on the size projects you want to do. You can look at space saving and some non-space saving. And what we have is we have options that can be what you might consider affordable to you. So I really love that kind of as we look at concluding part of what this is. I'm going to go ahead, and what I'd like to do is bring up our website here for a minute. And I just want to go through some of the different, here we go, some of the different frames that we actually have with our system. Thank you for your patience here as I come back through this. Here we go. So this is the site, and again, I'm going to go through this right now and bring this up. And at the top, I'm going to click on the machine tab. And again, there's a lot of education, so I don't want to spend a lot more time because we want to do some giveaways, which we need to do. And we're going to spend several minutes because I missed the first and I wanted to do two. But on this page, it talks about machine quilting frames. It starts with the Cutie. Below it, it really brings them in. So the Cutie is the smallest of them. And as you move down the screen, it talks about the one on the left is our Continuum 2 frame. So this is our professional series frame, 8, 10, or 12 feet. One thing to think about when you're using a frame like this, that is what I call a roller. So your fabric has to roll around the rails. So as you have to roll the fabric around the rails, if you think your fabric can't go outside of the frame. So the limitation you have on a rolling frame is that the frame has to be bigger than the projects you will do. Now, if you start with the Continuum 2 at 8 foot, you can buy 2-foot extensions out to 12. So that's okay. But if you by chance have an 8 or 10 foot and you're ready to do like a Super King and you need the extra space, you would have to purchase the extension before you can do the bigger quilt. Now, what's really nice about a frame like this is that it does do all of the basting for you on the process, because the fabric is loaded onto rails. It is then brought through the throat of the machine and finished as you finish it. So they become, at the end of the day, really the most sought after. But the frames, because there's a lot more material, tend to be a little bit more expensive. But when you think of a professional or a friend that probably has a long arm system, this is most likely the type of frame that it's on. So we have the hoop frame and the queen frame. And so I'm just going to kind of scale down this. This is kind of one of the difference. We have the rolling frames so that you're rolling fabric, or we have one where we clip the fabric over the top of those, which is really great. Another key thing that we really define with ours is a precision. So you can think if you're going to be moving your machine, you don't want your machine wiggling all around. So we have very nice high precision bearings, and all of our frames actually are very, very free to move. They do not require a lot of effort, even if there are bigger or heavier machines. And so that's a good thing to look at. At the top of this page, you'll notice that there is an option. This is the Cutie frame. So this really just breaks out that Cutie product very specifically and all the details on that. And again, I'm not going to spend a lot of time in here. Here's the Continuum. That is that professional series machine. And again, you can buy different accessories with different frames. And so this one lets you decide and just, how big do you want? 8 foot, 10 foot? Do you want to get a batting rail? And so again, I really wanted to let you know, first and foremost, that how much space do you have? What are you thinking based on your projects, and what is your budget? And that gives you a really strong starting point. And then are you going to start with something that you have at home and you're looking to use one of your domestic machines? And then, or are you looking to buy into part of a system based on the space? You're looking to move into a 15-inch machine, which you'll find a lot of great. We have starting promotions on that kind of a combination at around $4,300 for a 15-inch stitch regulated machine and a frame. And so there's a lot of options out there. Is it a 19-inch machine? Is it a 21? Is it a 21 Pro? So, so that's a fun thing to know and have and look at. I can come back to a couple questions, but really quick, what I'd like to do right now is I would like to have LJ. I see that Plinka board on the side. So what I would like to do first is I would like you to come out with a question that we can ask all of our participants. So with that, the question that I have, and I have a couple other things. We're going to come back to like, can you put wheels on frames? Yes, you can. We're going to come back and answer some of those here in just a minute. But let's go ahead and do some giveaways really quick. LJ. Woo! All right. Woo! So my question is, what is the first question, I guess? What are we going to ask everybody who's out there participating?
Let's see.
And it can be something we've talked about. Well, go ahead.
No. Go.
I'll bring this up. I brought up as part of this presentation piece that I'm going through, there are kind of 3 things you can think about when you're considering moving into an accessory for your machine tool. What would be one of them? Give me one. What's one of the key things you need to start to think about if you want to look at an accessory regarding these kind of frames or a system? What would be one of those? And we're going to take a look. What would that be? So I'm seeing a lot of numbers pop up here. 68. I'm not sure what are numbers for. You know, did you throw something out there?
Nah, I didn't throw any numbers out there.
56. All right, here we go. We've got a lot. There we go. Nice. Yes. So right here, here's one. We're going to give this a winner to Patty. Patty, congratulations on this one. So we're going to do a drop on the Plinko. What this is, and that is space. How much space do you have, right? What is the space that you have potentially if you're going to be doing something? By the way, if you don't have space, we still have the solution. But how much space do you have? That's the question. So with that, let's LJ. I'm going to bring up. Let's bring up Plinko board. Woo, here we go. And let me go ahead and let me
ready?
Bring it up for everybody else. Here we go.
Ready. Woo!
What is it?
Quilter's Creative Design.
All right, Quilter's Creative Design.
Way to go.
Wonderful.
Woo!
What that was, Patty, is that is a software that comes on a thumb drive that allows you to design paper panographs or paper patterns that if you want to pounce through onto fabrics, or if you by chance have a frame, you can make them at any size you want so that you can use them for laser tracing, etc. It's a $350 value, so that's a wonderful gift. Patty, what I'm going to ask for those who are here with us, and I guess I need to help clarify this, these live presentations we're doing are part of what we're going to be doing within the contiguous or the continental 48 U.S. states. And so that makes it easier. Again, we would love to have your answers if not, but with that, and then what I need you to do on that one, Patty, is go ahead and email Jana, Janna. So the winner needs to email Jana, Janna, at graceframe.com in order to get your prize. We're going to go back and let's do another one.
Yes. I love prizes. I love giving out prizes. Who doesn't love something free?
We got a lot of congratulations coming through. Great. We had size. I'm looking for another one here. So let's go ahead and, I'm liking this one. This one has kind of a couple in there. So this one has space and in your size. I think we just did space and size, right? So thanks. I'm looking for a different one over here. Nice, cool, nice prize. Oh, here is another one. Outside of space and size. This is a big one. We're going to do Carol. Carol, it is budget. I'm going to use this with budget. And I love that one. So, and the other one is actually the size of your quilt. So what project, what size? And I think maybe that's what referred to as quilt. So we're going to do this with Carol. Let's go ahead and drop this in for Carol. Do a Plinko for Carol.
Here we go.
What's she going to get?
360 cutter.
360 circle cutter. Do you know a little bit about that, LJ?
I do.
If you feel comfortable, to share a little bit about what that gift is, why that's such a great present.
So I love that cutter. So our 360 cutter is what it is it's a circle cutter. And it's actually very neat. It's where you have this little dial that you kind of help hold the circle or the cutter in place. And there's this knob where you can actually shift what size circle you want to then cut out. So it's a really great cutter to have.
Wonderful. With that, Carol, we're going to ask you to reach back out to Janna, Janna, in order to redeem that. That's a $40 value. I'll tell you, Mark did a demonstration on this the other day in his master cutting collection. If you haven't had a chance to watch it, super easy. It works very well. In fact, a lot of people when demo this go like, whoa, did that just happen? Was it that easy? And yes, it is that easy. Let's go ahead and ask another question. LJ, do you have a question? Let's do a couple more winners here.
Let me see. Good question. Let's just do an easier one. Okay. What is one of the names of the frames we have? We have a couple different frames, so just throw out one of the names of the frames that we sell.
I know that specifically I've named, I think, 4 of them.
Yeah.
So any of those, if you don't know, if you're on the website, what is the name of one of our frames?
Go there quick.
Oh, we're pulling this in right here. Janice, I saw that. Okay. Continuum is correct.
Nice.
We have a Continuum 2, which is an active one. So Janice, congratulations. Let's go ahead and drop Plinko for Janice and see what Janice is going to win. And Janice, again, we're going to ask you to get a hold of Janna.
Okay. 360 cutter again.
360 cutter.
Yes.
You're going to love it.
You're going to love it.
I always bring up, have you ever done anything with a circle? And did you use a paper plate? Did you go find a bowl? What was it that you found? Probably you've done that. Here's another one. We've got a lot of them. We're going to do Corrine, or is that how I said it right? Kareem, I think is what that is, Robinson. And it is the Cutie. That is one of them. In fact, that's one of our most new popular frames is the Cutie frame. So again, Kareem, what I'm going to do is have you go ahead and email Jana, Janna, for the prize. But let's go ahead and do that, and let's drop it for Kareem Robinson.
Here we
See
go.
what she's going to win.
I'll drop it right here. Woo! True Sharp 2, our electric sharpener.
That is. So that electric sharpener sharpens the 28, the 45, and 60 millimeter blades, and it sharpens them with a push of a button. It's electric, and it does sharpen pretty much all of the brands that are out there. So awesome win. That's an $80 value that we're going to be able to get out to Kareem Robinson. So again, congratulations on that one. I'm going to come back to a couple last things in here, and then I want to do another giveaway. And then we have Leah Day coming up here. So she'll be on cue if I'm correct with what we have. And yep, she's going to be talking again about her rulers and a lot of those things that we have. Again, we really appreciate it. Let me come back and answer a couple questions with some frames. Let me kind of get back up in here, and I know that there were a lot here. Hopefully we can answer as many as we can that were going on. Let's see what we have here. Maybe maybe it's not. What I would ask is, what questions do you have regarding frames? We have so many comments. We have so many participants. It's wonderful. We have the Queen hoop frames, the hoop frames, Cutie frames. Thank you, everybody, for all those. But I'm curious to know, as we're going through this, what would be a couple other questions that I might be able to help answer here really quick regarding frames. I will tell you this. If you have a domestic machine that you want to put with a frame, like, hey, I would like one of these tools that makes quilting easier, okay? And you're considering that. One of the things that you have potentially as an option is if your machine, if we can stitch regulate it, that means we can automatically control your stitching speed. You can buy any one of the frames. There's no limit. And we do have stitch regulation for pretty much every brand, whether it's Baby Lock or Brother or Juki or Janome or Fof or Viking. Any of those groups, any of those, we have stitch regulations for a lot of the current machines over the last 5 to 8 years. If not, then you have to use your foot pedal. And if you use your foot pedal, if you think about this, if you use your foot pedal, in that cord, you can't drag that cord past a middle leg of a really big frame. So the foot pedal is not usable if you can't use a machine with a foot pedal on a really, really big machine. You would have to use one of the hoop style frames. But still, we have frames available, but that would be a limitation to think about. Yes, I have a domestic machine. You can use any domestic machine on any of the hoop frames. Boy, I really want one of those bigger frames. Know that you'll need to add a speed control or stitch regulation to your machine if you're going to cover a much bigger space. So that's something I thought I would do with your domestics regarding the frame.
Yeah, and then just really quick, Nathan, actually, just one thing I wanted to bring back up, that we do, like he's saying, that we have so many different frames, just so many different things, whether it's something, your space, your budget. And so we, again, any question, if we're not able to get your question here today, give us a call. It's that 800 number. Or again, go to our webpage. We have a chat. We got somebody on there now. So again, just reach out to us. And again, if you want to walk through those questions with us, we'd be more than happy. And we'd actually love to hear from you guys on those.
Wonderful. This is a question. This is a simple one. This is a yes. The Continuum is the bigger frame. One of the nice things is the Juki 98. We do have stitch regulation and speed controls for those. So that is a yes as a combo, as an example. So if you're not quite sure, feel free. You can kind of come back in. This is another question. How do you determine the best height? Just so you know, in general, if you're going to be standing or sitting, one of the things we recommend, I'm going to kind of get a little bit taller here to just kind of show you this. We like to say if you're standing, that your arm should be at a right angle. So you don't want your arm, here we go. We don't want your arm to have to be up if you're holding your handles, and we don't want your arm to have to be down. So we do talk about that your arm forms a right angle on your arm when you're holding the handles, so you're not having to hold them up and they're not low would be an ideal way to set your frame. So whatever machine you're using, if it's a carriage or if it's built in, you want your arms to be at a right angle when you're using that machine to be relaxed. That's how you would determine the height. If you need to sit a lot, then that doesn't matter. Make sure you have a height adjustable chair, and then you can lower your table down. Some people, if you have the bigger professional frames, you can also buy a larger height, like there's what we call saddle chairs, so that you can actually sit in front of your frame as you're moving across. So those are some options for you guys to think about. Here's a good one. I love this and love my stitch regulator. Somebody has that already. They do work wonderful. In fact, yesterday we did a sneak peek on our Sure Stitch Elite. It's a new one. A smarter system that has some really awesome smarts. It has built-in what we call edge warning. So if your machine gets closer to the rails or to the front where you won't have space, it gives you a little beep, 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 beep. Like if you're in a car and you're backing up, it tells you, no, you're going to hit it. And so it has some bigger and better smarts in it, which is just really, really fun. So what size throat is the best? This is an interesting question. This one really is a question that relates to how much do you want to quilt at a time? And I just want to quickly get through an answer. I would tell you anything that you have today is where you need to start. Obviously, a slightly larger machine is going to give you more workable space to quilt. And so the bigger that machine throat gets, the less you have to roll or move your fabric. And so it's a convenience component, and that's a budget component. One of our most popular machine that we had is really our 15, but a lot of people have been moving to our 19 because it's not this 21, which might seem commercially, it's really big. And a lot of people, you think you might be this person like, I just don't know if I'm going to justify enough quilting. Now, you don't have to, because there's a lot of customers that feel like that's where they want, and they have a budget for that. And by the way, if you can do that, great. It's just a little more convenient, right? The bigger machines, and as you get up there, some of them quilt a little faster and they'll quilt a little more space. But a 15 or a 19, if you've not ever gotten into it, consider, again, where you're at with the budget. I would say, this is weird, I'm not trying to say this as a sales guy, but the more throat space you have, again, it's a convenience. You just have, and you can do more at one time with quilting. You can do bigger patterns and there's less moving. So start where you can. What I would say is if you have the budget for something a little bigger, then just kind of get there, because you won't feel like you're going to want to move to another step sooner, because it will give you a little bit more time to learn, and it has more space for kind of your growth in your processes. So that would be what I would answer kind of as a recommendation. Again, we're going to kind of come back to some of these here in a minute. I love this one. This is kind of what you can say, really get as large as you can afford. That's not coming from me. So that's kind of a recap. If you can get it, the honest truth is, regardless of the size, they all actually work the exact same way. They move forward and back, left and right. And in fact, we also can automate pretty much all of them. All of ours we can, and then a lot of domestics we can too. Here's something. I love my 21. I've been able to do bigger designs. And so again, those are things, but start where you're comfortable. And that's the nice thing, is the frames, you can always add a next size to it. That continuum one, when someone was bringing that up with the Juki, yeah, you can add a continuum. You can go up to the 21 later, and that Juki's a 9-inch domestic machine. So it's a lot to go. I want to go ahead and get into this, LJ. I'm going to go ahead and tell you it's nice seeing you, and we will see you here in a minute, and we will say bye to you as we leave. We're going to bring Leah Day on. So let me go ahead and get Leah Day queued up as we move into this, because she has a whole lot to tell us, and I'm excited to hear everything that she has that she's going to be telling us. So with that, let's go ahead and invite Leah Day in, and let's get her experience and see what she would like to share with us as we get started on this. And with that, we're going to come back. We'll do another drawing if we can here between Leah Day and the next video, because I feel like I left that. I wanted to do more giveaways, so I'm excited about that. But great, let's go ahead and let's hear from Leah and hear what she has to tell us today. So give me just a minute here as we pull this up.
Hello, my quilting friends. My name is Leah Day, and welcome back to Grace Company's Spring Fling Quilt Festival. In this video, we're going to learn how to quilt matrix with rulers. I'm going to be using the Super Slide ruler that I designed for Grace Company, and we are going to learn how to quilt this in narrow spaces like sashing. This is a beautiful wiggly grid design. It's perfect to quilt in sashing or borders. It's also a terrific design to stitch over entire blocks. So here I'm going to show you how to quilt this on a 1-inch scale, also on a 1/2-inch scale, and even shrink it down a little bit more to a 1/4-inch scale. You can do all of this with this ruler. So let's jump right in and get started. So the first thing to understand about ruler quilting is the math behind it. The first thing we use is a ruler foot. The needle should be in the center position, and this is a 1/2-inch round foot, so that you end up with exactly a 1/4-inch spacing from your needle to the edge of the foot. So if I was to line up the ruler here, right with the edge, and then stitch another line parallel to it, then they would end up with 1/4-inch spacing just going off the spacing on the foot itself. So I'm going to get started stitching matrix into this 8-inch square, and I want to quilt these lines 1 inch apart. I want a fairly big scale. This would be for a bed quilt, for a cuddly quilt, something soft, and it'd be a great choice for filling in blocks. So here we go. I'm going to count over from the edge, 1, 2, 3. So 3 etched lines from the edge is 3/4 of an inch. So that is 3/4 of an inch plus 1/4 inch on my foot. That is going to equal 1 inch. So the very first line, I don't have to worry about that. I can just set my line wherever it's going to go. But when I go to space my lines, meaning stitch the next one, that's when I really need to worry about that. All right, so first thing I'm going to do is stitch my curve. And this super slide ruler is special because I've designed it so that you've got the same curve on both sides. That's a special thing. I'll explain why in a bit, as far as why is that really necessary to have the same curve on both sides. It's also continuous, meaning that if you stop at this line, which is 1/4 inch from the end, and on this line, which is 1/4 inch from the end, well then the curve continues. So if I line this up here, or even better, I can flip it around, and as you can see, that curve, if I have this with the middle position right where my needle is, you can see how my line is spacing out exactly 1/4 inch away from that edge, and that looks just right. So in many ways, I've designed this so that you can stitch continuous curves, you can stitch continuous lines, and it's really easy because of the etched lines on the ruler. It allows you to line things up really easily and nicely. Okay. So now I'm going to travel stitch along the edge, and I am kind of mentally thinking about that full 1 inch. So I'm going to actually have to travel stitch over this way and travel stitch down a bit, because 1 inch spacing, you know, I basically need to visualize behind my foot here 3/4 of an inch. And until I get that spacing, I basically need to keep stitching away from that line, and I need to line this up so I have it roughly lined up with the lines before and running parallel. There we go. And it looks like I'm about there. Okay, so obviously we have curved lines for the first 2 etched lines, and then after that we have a straight line. So this is a little bit trickier to line up, but as you can see down here and right here, I can line up a straight line, that third, 1, 2, 3, third line from the edge, okay? And I'm also over here lining up my foot, making sure my foot is staying in good contact with that ruler. Ruler quilting depends on 2 things. Number 1, following the edge lines on your ruler. The other thing that it requires is for you to keep the ruler foot in contact with your ruler. And I had a little bit of a wobble over here. That's okay. Not the end of the world. All right, I'm going to flip my ruler because this is a pretty long block. And that allows me to keep my hand in the middle. You know, things can get a little tippy, but if you keep your hand roughly in the middle of the ruler, you're going to really minimize that kind of tippiness, that tending towards rocking the ruler up or down, which can also throw off your lines. All right, this looks good. I have just that little bit left. Keep the foot and the ruler in good connection all the way to the end. And there you see, we've got 2 parallel lines roughly 1 inch apart. And 1 inch, I always kind of, guesstimate it. I can put a 2 fingers width between inch spacing. All right, now I'm going to stitch along the edge. Now, if this was a block and this was a ditch, then I'd just be travel stitching in the ditch. No big deal. That's absolutely allowed. Helps us to minimize those pesky thread breaks, right? So yes, you can always travel stitch in the ditch. That's absolutely allowed. And then at any point in time, you want to take your time getting your ruler in position. This is the thing that can take a little bit of extra time. You want to just visually be looking at those lines, looking at the edge lines on the ruler, making sure everything's lined up nicely with what you stitched before. You might have to stitch back a little bit in order to make contact with the ruler, and then work to keep that foot in good connection with the ruler. You can see my little wobble right here. That was caused because I let the foot drift a little bit from the edge of the ruler, and of course then it didn't stitch a perfect line. It didn't stitch perfect spacing. Alrighty, so now I'm again I'm just visualizing. I gotta say, inch spacing is a little bit more tricky. If I was doing 3/4 inch spacing, that would be a little easier because I'd be lined up with a curve on my ruler. But when you want to do that inch spacing and get a really soft quilt, then I want to show you how to be able to do that. So this looks good. And here's another thing. It doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be absolutely exact, because as you see, the spacing of the lines is very forgiving. So it's not the end of the world if you have lines that, you know, kind of come together a little bit closer or spread apart a little further. Not the end of the world. Okay, so it looks like I need to stitch down just a few more stitches. There we go. Like I said, sometimes you want to just stitch down a little further than you think, because then it allows you more space to get your ruler in the right position here. And I'm lining up down here. I've got a little straight line that I can line up 3 from the edge right there, and then back here behind the foot I can line up 2. There we go. I need to stitch back a bit, connect with my ruler, maintain good spacing with the ruler, and then turn the ruler around so that way I can maintain that and also keep my hand in the middle of the ruler too. There we go. Really nice. Okay, so far we're just stitching curvy lines, right? And you could totally fill up blocks really nicely with evenly spaced curvy lines. That's absolutely allowed and a very pretty design in its own right. But I want to go ahead and get some matrix stitched here. And matrix is basically a wiggly grid. So we stitch curvy lines going in one direction, and then we stitch curvy lines going in the opposite direction. So I'm going to stitch one more line here, get to this corner, and then we're going to start that curvy line going across. And it's really easy. It's basically the exact same process what we've just done, but just working in the opposite direction. And the only thing that can be challenging is this, that you've already got some lines stitched, and it can get a little confusing. It can get a little bit where it's like, okay, what am I stitching now? You know, how am I stitching this? You know, what direction am I going in? But the biggest thing is think grid, meaning that I have lines going basically on the diagonal this way. Now I want lines basically going on the diagonal in the opposite direction. So there's no real right or wrong way of doing it. Just put your ruler down and stitch that first line. Now, a few things about ruler quilting that I haven't covered yet. Number one, you want to have your ruler in your non-dominant hand. So I am left-handed, so I have my ruler being held by my right hand. That way I can control the machine and have the handlebars set up for my left hand, and I'm steering the machine with my left hand. So steering the machine, I think, does need to have your dominant hand in control. The other thing I have is I have my stitch length set at 16 stitches per inch. I am on a Unique 21, so I have that wonderful stitch regulator, and I am using regulated crews. I have played around with Precise too. Both of them are great settings, but I have been really liking regulated crews, that mode, for ruler quilting. So here we go. All right, we've got our lines stitched. I stitched over to get my spacing going. And then now, hopefully you can see this a little bit better. I'm going with 1, 2, 3rd line from the edge, and it is a straight line. I've filled up the inside of the ruler with straight lines versus more curves, just because I thought that might make some other designs like flowing lines and some other fun things that you can do with this ruler really easy. So I'm lining up that edge line with that deepest part of the curve, and then down here I've also got a straight line I can line up with that deepest part of the curve too. So there we go. Keep the foot and the ruler in great connection as I stitch on down. Now at any point in time you're like, oh wow, you know, I'm putting all my pressure over here. It doesn't really feel like I've got a lot of, you know, stability. You know, it's getting out of control. I feel like I might tip. Take the ruler, turn it around, get it back in position. Don't just keep stitching when it feels uncomfortable. This goes for, you know, quilting on a home sewing machine too. Anytime you start stitching and feeling uncomfortable about something, that's going to probably end up making bad looking stitches. You got to be comfortable both moving your quilt on a home machine or moving your long arm on a frame. Either way, You gotta be comfortable with what you're doing. You gotta be able to see what you're doing and make that, make that smooth movement. That's what free motion quilting always requires, a smooth, free movement. There we go, I stitched up. And here again, you can see that straight line's lined up with the center of that curve. This looks good. And again, let's say your spacing was ever so slightly off, things just weren't working out all that well. You can see just how big and open this grid is. It's very forgiving. It's not the end of the world. In fact, actually, this is so open, I'm not gonna bother stitching another little curvy line in here because I just really don't think that we need it. Instead, I'm gonna stitch back here and start working my curves in the opposite direction. So this is how I would fill a block. I usually start on the diagonal and then I work in one direction until I get to a corner. Then I work the other direction until I get to the other corner, and then I come back to that first angle and go back to filling in that way. Looks like I need to stitch a few stitches that way in good position. This time I'm hooking my thumb on the edge of the ruler and I'm pressing with all my fingers, and I'm kind of pushing the ruler right up against that ruler foot. So it's adding a good bit of tension there, and that is definitely helping me control that movement and keep the ruler in good position. I rotated it around. This is one of those, many reasons why you have the same curve on both sides of the ruler, is that at any point in time, if it starts feeling funny, rotate it around, you have so much more control. There we go. All right, back to that side. Now I'm going to stitch up, and just visually, I'm just looking at the spacing and going, okay, there's the line, there's the edge of my foot. That kind of roughly looks like 3/4 of an inch. Let's check it. And then I line up that straight edge line, 3 from the edge, with the deepest part of that curve, and that looks good. Hold my hand in place and stitch across. As you can see, my ruler is kind of tipping up. You got to watch out for that. My ruler base ends about right here. And so the super slide ruler is a little bit on the long side. So watch out for tipping up. Again, if it starts to do something funky, rotate it around. Don't let it tip up on you. And you can always click off your machine. That is absolutely allowed. Don't ever feel like you've got to leave it running, or pedal to the metal, or just, keep flying through it. Ruler quilting is slower. I'll just be perfectly honest. We've already quilted a free motion filler design, basic spiral. That's a really quick design that, flows really fast. If you're wanting to go for speed, I would say, something like that, a filler design is probably going to be a better choice. A ruler quilting design is always going to be slower because you've got travel stitching involved, you've got ruler placement involved, you've got exact stitching involved. And all of those things, yes, slow you down a little bit. So if you've got 100 baby quilts to knock out this month, then I would say ruler quilting probably isn't going to be the best choice, although it's really, really fun and it's enjoyable to play with. It is slower. It's going to be for that special baby quilt, that quilt that's, you've just been waiting on that grandbaby for years and years and years, and you really want to stitch it up a notch and just make it extra special. That is what this design is for. Or show quilting, you could definitely do some fun things with show quilting with this design too. All right, so inevitably you're going to end up with a weird wonky angle that you've got to stitch in, and there's no getting around it. This just happens when you're ruler quilting. You're going to have to hold the ruler and, kind of here behind the machine. It's kind of awkward. I'm going to stitch basically to the middle, and then I'm going to reposition the ruler. And no, this doesn't feel all that great, but it is stable. It's not shifting. And this is the longest angle because, this is basically, the corner to corner diagonal. So it's not like it's going to last forever. Just understand that when ruler quilting, sometimes you're going to have to hold your hand or hold the ruler in kind of an awkward position. This just happens, and we just make the best of it. Remember to keep your machine, keep your ruler foot in great contact with the edge of that ruler. Mine's done a little bit of slippage with this line. That's not the end of the world, but try and keep the ruler and the foot in great connection. Here we go. Slide that back. It's not perfect, but it's definitely good enough. Okay, now I'm going to travel stitch down and over. And this is the reason why, you know, straight edges really makes travel stitching along edge of the block, edge of a design, edge, you know, stitch in the ditch, whatever you need to do, you can just quickly rotate it around and be able to stitch that. There we go. Now, what if this was just, you know, so awkward, just absolutely impossible for you? Well, you do have a few options. I mean, if you wanted to reload your quilt on the frame in a different angle, I mean, yes, you could. That would be a rather time-consuming solution on a continuum frame, but a little bit easier if you were using a hoop frame, obviously, because you just have to shift your quilt around and rehoop it. So that wouldn't be the end of the world. And, you know, it's definitely open to you. There's lots of different options here. One thing would be, you know, just to think through these angles before you get started. And this might be easier if I had stitched it the, you know, different way so that the lines were horizontal and vertical versus on the diagonal. But really, this isn't so bad. You know, as you can see, I'm managing to get them in here even with the awkward angle. And it's not, you know, it's not too wonky. So here we go. Couple more lines. Line this up. This time I'm going to try it this way. I'm only going to stitch a couple inches, then I'll shift my hand down. Obviously, we don't want to get too close. There we go. Rotate it around. This looks good. Although, I gotta say, I actually prefer, because I can put my whole arm on the quilt, and that kind of gives me a little bit more pressure and resistance. You know, I can add that little bit of pressure downward, and that helps me control the machine a little bit. So I really, you know, as awkward as it looks, I know, I actually prefer this over having my hand to the front. And you might be thinking, okay, well, why don't you just switch hands? You know, put your left hand on the ruler, right hand on the machine. Well, I would have to reverse my buttons, and I'm just not as good at it that way. I don't steer the machine with my right hand normally, and I don't hold the ruler in my left hand normally. So it would be the opposite of what I'm used to, and most likely I would stitch some pretty ugly stitches. So there we go. But as I said, you know, it's only been, what, 4 lines? And really, we're getting through that awkward space. And the thing about, I've definitely noticed with quilting is, you know, you might have an awkward area for a little bit, but it doesn't last. You know, you get through it pretty quick. Just keep on adding those lines, keep on stitching, and you'll knock it out. And then you won't have to you won't even think about it. You won't even think about that awkward angle, that, you know, how you had to hold the ruler upside down or sideways or whatever. It's just not going to even bug you anymore. All right, one more line and I think we're done. There we go. Okay, so you can see that, yes, Matrix is a little bit on the time-consuming side, but I really think that this texture is worth it. It is really, really pretty. It's a great choice for blocks. Now let's check it out and see what it looks like when we stitch it in narrow sashing or borders. So here is Matrix filled in a little bit in narrow sashing. This is about 2 inches wide. So I've already established a design, and I want to show you how I quilt it into a narrow area. And this is a little bit of back and forth. I do a little bit in one direction, and then I do a little bit in another direction. So the first thing I'm going to do is line up my ruler, and this is 1/2 inch Matrix. So I'm going to line up my ruler with the previous line of stitching on the first etched line. So here we go. I line that up, and I'm just setting the ruler where it fits the line before. I'm just making sure that that etched line that I quilted before is lining up with the previous, sorry, the stitched line that I quilted before is lined up with that edged line on the ruler. And so that is giving me a 1/4 inch, plus the ruler foot is giving me a 1/4 inch resulting in 1/2 inch space lines. So I stitch in one direction, and then I'm off the edge of the quilt so I can be a little sloppy with that stitching as I go across. And then I line up my ruler again and stitch down. So I usually will quilt 1 or 2 lines in one direction, and then that usually spaces me out in the perfect position to stitch in the opposite direction. So here I'm going to stitch back a bit. So I'm just using that straight edge of the ruler. The reason I had these ends straight is so that way you can quickly and easily stitch in the ditch or stitch along an edge of a block or something like that. There we go. And now I'm lining up with the other line. So this is a different curve. As you can see, I positioned the ruler a little bit differently in order to line up with that curve. Stitch over. And I hope you can see that, yeah, this is a little bit more time consuming. If you watch the other video on how to quilt this beautiful basic spiral design, then you see how this is just a little bit more time consuming, because of course we've got careful travel stitching always. Anytime that you have travel stitching in design, that's always going to take a little bit more time, because of course then you want that to be done carefully and for it to look good and not messy. I have to continue stitching over until I get the right angle. And I don't know if it's the right angle until I get my ruler on it, and then I can see, oh, okay, that lines up, okay. I just basically keep stitching over until the line on my ruler lines up with that previously stitched line. If it doesn't line up, then it's not ready. I haven't stitched over far enough, basically. And as you can see, it's kind of tilting as I go. I'm getting more and more of that curve, and that's extending more that way. I'm actually going to continue, and I'll show you that you can actually, if you want to, you could just continue stitching one part of the design, so just in one direction. And you could play with this as far as just maybe even quilt a border where only part of it has the doubled effect. Only part of it has, you know, lines going in both directions. More of the design, more of the border is stitched with only one set of lines. And I think that looks really cool. You know, you can really play around with this and come up with lots of different cool effects. You could even go inside of your matrix, inside of that grid, and fill in the spaces. So that's something that I have seen in quilt shows and stuff where, and it's, let's just put it this way, it's definitely a show quilting technique because it is time consuming to go inside and fill in those little spaces. Now this is a tricky spot. As you can see, my ruler is getting to a point where I'm running out of curve. So I'm right here, right on the tip of that ruler. Remember, the super slide ruler is double-sided. So the same curve on one side, you have the mirror curve on the other. So I flip this around, and what you'll find is now, instead of being right on that edge, I'm in the middle on the other side. So it's the exact same curve on both sides. I did that intentionally because if you have two different curves, well, that doesn't really do you much good when you're running out of ruler and you really need something more to grip and hang on to. So you can see how this effect starts to look. You just get that nice undulating line, and this is a neat effect. Let's say, you know, you just really wanted that denser effect in only one space. You didn't want it to be quite this dense through the entire quilt, the entire sashing, so you could just leave off and just go with nice curvy lines in one direction. Now I mentioned that kind of show quilting technique. You could go in and you could fill these with, like, here's just kind of like a wiggly spiral. You could do some dense stippling. It would, as I said, be time consuming and it would be filling every other one. Here's just kind of a wiggly wobbly fill, and then maybe I'll try a different direction for this one. Something kind of random. Yeah, as you can see, that could be a whole rabbit hole of fun things to play with. It's really just dependent upon the style of your quilt and how much quilting that you want to do, you know? There's no real right or wrong way of doing it, but you got to think about the purpose of your quilt. You know, what is it being quilted for? I would not fill a bed quilt ever this densely because this is really show quilting level. You know, this is going to be super dense. This is not going to be something cuddly or fun to curl up with on the couch, right? Let's say you wanted to get out of an area, you're just trying something out and you have a lot of travel stitching to do, definitely grab your ruler so that you have the most control as you stitch out of that space. That's always going to be your friend. All right, so let's talk about another show quilting technique if you really wanted to stitch it up a notch. What happens if you decide to really bring these lines closer together? Like you wanted this to be even denser, even tighter, really punch up that texture. Well, the simplest way to do that is to shrink your scale. So whereas before my lines were 1/2 inch apart, I was lining up this line that is 1 from the edge, so the edge line that is 1 from the edge of the ruler, and that was giving me a 1/2 inch spacing. So now, instead of doing that, I'm gonna line up the edge of the ruler with that line of stitching. So now I'm only getting that 1/4 inch. I'm getting a 1/4 inch just off the ruler foot running up against the edge of the ruler. Isn't that cute? Okay, now I stitch over. Careful travel stitching, and this is actually easier to eyeball, and if you're brand new to ruler quilting, then I think 1/4 inch spacing is kind of a good idea just to play with, because it's easier to visualize. All you do is you stitch over until the edge of your foot is lined up with the edge of your stitching, and then you line up your ruler with your stitching. So it's a lot easier to think about. You know, there's no math really, you just line up edge to edge. So edge of the ruler on the edge of the stitching, edge of the foot on the edge of the stitching, edge of the ruler on that stitching as well. Click on the machine and stitch on down. There we go. And then now, just because I'm way over here, I'm not going to bother stitching over. I want to show you how this looks when you start making it denser. So actually I'm going to stitch up one more. So I'm going to stitch over. I'm going to stitch up, and then I will start doing my stitching across in the opposite direction. There we go. Come over a bit, you know, and the point is a grid. You know, we really want it, you know, I'm making this kind of an X on the diagonal here. You could also do vertical if you wanted to, but I really like that angle that we get when it's kind of an X shape. So here we go. Remember, you can always just get started, just, you know, create that new line. It's really that simple. All right, now stitch over. Only need to go over that 1/4 inch. Shift my ruler back into position. There we go. And I got off a little bit, obviously. That's a little bit of a demented curve. It kind of winged out a little bit. I think that was because I wasn't pushing the foot right up against my ruler. That's very easy to do. So when I'm lining up the ruler this time, what I'm going to make sure I do is line up the edge line with the correct line. The correct line is here, right? So I want to make sure to line up the ruler with that line to make sure that this next one is not off too. And I think I also had the ruler kind of slightly, it might not have been in the perfect position. So there we go. Actually, no, it's still, I think I'm just not coming out far enough. This is the other thing about a curve. You've got to keep in mind that, you know, as this wings out and gets deeper this way, sometimes you really need to give yourself a little bit more space and stitch further down, get your ruler in the right position, and then come back. And this is easier to do when you're on the edge of the quilt. You can kind of make a mess on that edge of the quilt, and no one's going to know because, of course, you're going to cut that off and that's going to be covered up with binding. So, yeah, that was a total hash of it. Does not look good. But as you can see, yes, I make mistakes. Yes, I, you know, have errors in my quilting too. Don't worry about it. Keep on going. Of course, if this was a super, super special quilt that you're wanting to turn into an heirloom, then I might consider ripping that out, but you know, this is just a practice sandwich for me just to play, so I'm not gonna bother. I'm just gonna keep on quilting and show you this 1/4 inch spacing that's really cute. There we go. Shift that ruler over a bit. There we go. I might even be getting a little bit of ruler tilt. You see how much space I've, basically got a cover here. That much area at that angle. It might have been wiser to have have it be less angled. I might be having an easier job of it because it might actually be shifting as I stitch halfway through the second half. I'm kind of subtly shifting my hand. That might be the culprit there. But as you can see, as your lines come together, as they crisscross, minor issues, minor mistakes are not very noticeable. They really kind of come out in the wash, they blend together, and particularly if you use thread that wasn't quite as contrasting as I'm using. Now I don't advise matching perfectly because that's like quilting in the dark, but definitely a more subtle contrast like a bright pink thread or a light purple thread would probably not show this quite as boldly. It would be a little bit more subtle. Whew, I just totally invented a new line. So another big key is you've got to keep the ruler foot connected to the ruler. So I was focusing more on this hand, and I had my hand nice and firmly pressed down, and it was, behaving well, but I was not pushing with my other hand against the foot and making sure that it stayed in contact with the ruler. So of course then my line is wildly off. So big tip for ruler quilting is these two have got to stay in connection. They have got to stay together. Otherwise, you're going to end up with a totally random line. And this is another good point, is that you don't have to use a ruler for matrix. This can also be a freehand design. So here, I'm just going to freehand this. You can see how this speeds up, but it's also not as it's not as formulaic, obviously. It's going to be a lot more random, a lot more organic, and it just depends on you which style you like better. If you like more of a design that follows a repeating pattern, then you're going to like the ruler. If you like to flow, if you like speed, if you want to just be able to just get on your machine and just go, then maybe freehand quilting is more your thing. I would say if this was a ditch on a block, instead of just winging it, I would definitely be grabbing a ruler and using that to help me travel stitch either the end of this ruler or the ditcher ruler to help me keep that nice and neat. But I want you to see also that matrix is not just a ruler quilting design. I've been quilting this freehand on my quilts for years and years, so you can also stitch this with no marks, with no ruler. Just simply stitch a curvy line in one direction, stitch a curvy line in another direction. And again, I do about 2 lines, and then I'll change direction and stitch the other 2 lines. Just like so. Very, very fun. Matrix has so many possibilities. I can't wait to see how you stitch this pretty design in your quilts. So that's it for this video. I hope you learned a lot quilting matrix with me and seeing how you can stitch this both with rulers and freehand. I admit I like the look of ruler quilting with this design because it makes it formulaic. It makes all the lines the same, and as it lines up on your quilt, especially when it's stitched through the borders, it really has a nice formal look, and I love that. It is a little bit on the time-consuming side, as I explained in this video, but when you have that really special quilt, it's absolutely worth it. So that's it for this video. I hope that you enjoy more videos during Grace Company's Spring Fling Quilt Festival. Until next time, let's go quilt.
That was wonderful. I'm super glad to be able to have Leah Day spend the time. One of the things I love about her is she really is another quilter, another neighbor, another person out there that is going through the same experiences that you go through. And I just love, the experiences that she showed. And, you learn, you're going to have a couple things that you're going to, have a couple challenges, but you're going to get better and better and better. And I just love really a lot of the insight that she has. And again, I'd recommend if you have any other further questions, she has an amazing amount of content. You can always find her at leahday.com. She has tremendous things. And again, we've had a wonderful time partnering with her regarding her rulers and then all the education she's been able to put together with those. Right now, as we're going to move forward, we're excited to bring in Janet George to talk a little bit more here about automation and what that means regarding some beginning pieces with that. So let me go ahead and get her queued up, and I don't want to take too much time. When we're done with her, we'll come back and do some more giveaways. But with this, I want to make sure that we've got a lot of people visiting us, a lot of things happening so that we can stay as close to our schedule as we can. So with that, we're excited to go ahead and introduce Janet George with all that she has to bring together for us.
Hi, thank you for joining me in the Grace Company Spring Fling. My name is Janet George, and I am a Grace Ambassador, and I am thrilled to share with you about easy quilting with easy mode. We're going to do two different styles. I don't know if styles is the right word. We're going to do, the first thing I'll show is going edge to edge, where we go off the edge, and then I'll show staying within a border. So we're going to show those two different. To tap on that black sewing machine and get the center, but I've already got that marked. So I'm just going to say apply measurement, and now I need the total height. Because I'll be stitching off the edge, I'm going to go ahead and add a few inches. I know that the exact height is 44. I'm just going to go ahead and say 47 on this one, because I'm going to be able to cut off at the bottom wherever I want to. Okay, the next thing I want to do is select a pattern, and the first pattern I'm going to select, it comes with QCT and continuous line, is one that I would not recommend using, but I want to select it just so you see it being used and why I wouldn't recommend it. Okay, so I'm going to say open, and when you first open it, you get the one pattern on the screen. So then your next thing to do is to say pattern height. So for this pattern height, and I'm going to give you a pattern height that I wouldn't actually recommend, but I'm going to show you why. So I'm going to say 7, because I think this one would look good at 7. Okay, and you see how the edges are white. So what QCT has done right now, because that yellow lock is locked, it has maintained the height and width ratios. So I want it to stretch to the sides, so I need for that yellow lock to come unlocked. So I could either tap it and it would unlock it, or when I tap on center, which by tapping on it, it will toggle to stretch. And it says that that's an inactive button unless this yellow lock is unlocked. So I say yes, I want to unlock it. Okay, so now it's changed to stretch. Well, these need to be nested, and nested means that it looks better when the rows fit up into each other. So this one would look much better if it were nested. And this step size, I can change that to whatever I want it to be. It's just controlling how far something moves when I tap on these icons to change the size. So I'm going to grow them, because that's what you do when you nest. You grow the rows into each other. So I'm going to start tapping, and I'm just waiting till whenever I think it looks nice. Okay, right now I could say, well, I think that looks nice, but look at that pattern height. It's almost 11 inches. What if you have a unique 15? That's going to be a little rough trying to stitch that. So right off, 7 was a very bad choice. A better choice would have been 5. Because I know I'm going to grow it, so I know I should have picked a smaller height. Okay, so now I could do this, and too much. But you get the idea. Now it's grown to 7.5, and that looks nice. But there's still a problem with this pattern. Look up at the top. With easy mode, you can't have you can't design a partial row at the top, okay? So this means I have two choices. I can either let those hearts that are sticking up quilt up into the batting, so that's not very nice, or I could tweak around with the safe area. I won't even go there, but that is another option. But I could let those hearts stitch up into the batting, or if I have gold, I could use the eclipse feature to just eclipse that out, saying don't stitch that part. But I'm using QCT5 Pro, so I don't really have any choices other than if I were going to stitch up into the batting, which what if this were a lot more detailed pattern? So you really wouldn't want to do that. So that's why I wouldn't recommend a heavily nesting pattern such as this in easy mode. I just wouldn't. I would say stick to those patterns that either do not nest at all or barely nest, okay? So in order to show you some more of these features, I'm going to do some more of the patterns. So I'm going to tap on reset, and we're going to select a pattern, and I'm going to select the hearts here. I'm going to open them, and you get the one, and then you would pick what would be the height. So I'm going to go for 7 again, and then you see the white on the side, so I need to tap center, and yes, I need to unlock the lock. So I don't know, something about this doesn't look very nice. So these hearts right here, right now, they're balanced on the edges, okay? So I'm going to tap down to this second choice, and that lets the ends wrap. You can see this little purpley looking end point, that's the other side of that heart. So the row is wrapping from end to end, and that allows me to use my stagger buttons. So one of the really nice things about easy mode is that your odd rows are already selected for you, or your even rows when you go to stagger, or if you want to flip them horizontally or vertically. That's what those blue arrows are. You have some different flip choices. So I think I would like to see what happens when the even rows, that would be 2, 4, 6. So I'm going to tap on I'm just going to tap on that stagger, and I like that a little better. It just seems to look a little better. Now I could nest them, but I don't think I need to. So we can go into that little magnifying glass, and I can tap further down, and I think it looks fine. And a pattern that is not nested is one where the lowest stitch of the upper row and the highest stitch of the row beneath are pretty much on the same line. There's a few patterns where, like Aztec would be one. In fact, we'll just go ahead and pull that up. Oh wait, so one thing, it'll stay magnified unless you tap on fit and then the X. So now we're back. So we would be ready to quilt this, because I don't see any need to use the growing icons or flipping. So we would literally be ready. So this is a very fast option to use. Another pattern is Aztec, which now you have those rows on top of each other. So this would actually be one where if I were using it, I would actually decrease them. And I'll tap here just so you can see. And I would be wanting the distance between the rows to be pretty much equal to the distance within the pattern itself. So this is a pattern that doesn't nest. It's like nesting in reverse. So I made the rows smaller for it to look nice. Okay, so that one would work great. And another one I want to show you, I'm going to select pattern, it is in my creative stitches, and it's called Wayward Feathers. There it is. So Wayward Feathers. Okay, so when I bring this in, and then I need to set a pattern height, I'm going to say 5. A lot of times your default is that lowest heart there. A lot of times that's how it'll default. Okay, I'm going to tap on center, and yes, I want to unlock it and spread it. Okay, when I look at that, I don't like that at all. I don't like that. So what I need to do is stagger it. So I'm going to tap on the even row stagger, and now that looks very nice. So I would be happy with this. So this is a pattern that works really great with easy mode because, as you can see, there's no gaps along the top. I can use that. This would be one I could easily use within a border because look how clean it is. I would want this top one to, no, this is one, I take that back. I would want to, do you see how when I went to that top heart, the stagger went away? So the stagger is not an option with that top selection. Okay, so I would not want to use this one within a border because where you see this purple, you would have jump stitches. So it wouldn't give that clean finish at the inner edge of a border. Okay, so the next one I'm going to use, I'm going to X out of that, and we're going to go back to one that comes with QCT. I'm going to use the shamrocks because this is one that actually does need to nest a little bit. So we pick our pattern height. We're just leaving the total height and width and height the same. I'm gonna say 6. I may should have used a smaller amount because I am going to nest this a little bit. I'm going to tap on center, yes. Okay, so now I do need to grow it a little bit because those areas, some people call them gutters, so I don't really like that. And I'm going to change the medium to small just so it's not growing quite so big. And I'm going to tap on this just until my eyes are happy. So I like this. I'm going to stitch off the edges, so I wouldn't want that kind of gappy looking thing down the side. So I want to come down to that second row of that second selection of the hearts that allows the ends to wrap, and it looks a little fuller. Okay, so since I gave a total height of 47 and my quilt really is 44 inches, I'll be able to use the feature for cutting off the quilting at whatever point I want. So I'll be able to cut that off where I want. So I've got the 3 inches of buffer, and usually your quilting draws the quilt up a little bit anyway. Okay, up at the top, okay, in options you have a thing called show grid. So as long as that's checked and you say okay, that gives you these blue lines. And another thing I want to point out, the total height is 47. Well, that's an odd number. So whatever is over an even number, so 46, that's 1 inch, it halves that amount up. So this is a 1/2 inch at the bottom and a 1/2 inch at the top. So when I look up here, I'm looking at what is that gap up there. And probably it's in like looking between the other rows, probably a 1/2 inch. So I'm not going to worry about this. I can place this to stitch so that that's going to be under the binding. Maybe I'll let it stitch a tiny bit above the top edge, but this is enough of a slight nest that I'm going to be okay with. So at this point, I'm actually ready to quilt. Now I would want to save it, so I would tap on that blue disc. And when you have a really big quilt, it can take a few seconds before it's ready to save. And then you would tap and put it in whatever folder you created that you wanted to save it in. So I won't continue on there, but you would give it a name and save it. So we'll just X out of that. And at this point, I'm ready to say sew in zones. Let me just cover a few more things while I'm thinking about it. If I needed to undo something, I could tap on that blue arrow. Like right now, if I tap on max, that fits it back to the max height with the rows. So now we have the lower stitch and the upper stitch on the same line. But then I could say, oh, I didn't really mean to do that. So I could tap on that and it would take it back. And I could undo the redo with that. Reset takes you back to the one pattern. X takes away your pattern. And then you saw the magnifying glass for blowing it up and the options. And the AR reset there takes that back to center being selected. And then you saw using these shrink and grow icons based on the step size. This will require me to keep advancing the quilt in order to quilt it, so I don't want to place it as a single pattern because this wouldn't fit between the rails, so I must tap sew in zones. So when I tap sew in zones, what it's going to do is ask me if I want to save it. And I'm going to say yes. And that file will save up there. I'll be able to come back at a later date and say resume zone sewing session. And I would be able to select the file that I saved when I tap sew in zones. Now, this file that I saved when I tapped on the blue disc, that's one I can open back up and make more changes to if I want to. But this zone file, I can't make any more changes to it once I save it. So I'm going to tap sew in zones, and then it asks me what I like to save, which you would say yes, and then give it a file name and enter it and save it. Don't save it in the auto zone projects. Just leave that alone. Just go ahead and start typing and save it. But we're not going to save that now. Okay, so you see that there's blue dots, so that means there's jump stitches down the side, but we don't want to optimize yet because we want to go into Zone Manager, and it lets you know if you've placed your zone, you're going to have to replace it. We want to come in here and set our foundation here. Okay, so we'll start over on the left, and I'm going to tap up here so that Show Zones is selected, and you can see a red 1, and then there's a gray 2, 3, 4. So I know that there's 4 zones I'm going to have to quilt, and I can either tap the screen or I can arrow, and then when I say OK, that's the zone it's going to stitch. So if I had tapped on that resume zone sewing session, like if I had come back at a later time, it would bring me to this screen so that I could select the zone that I needed to begin with. And what I do if I have to stop quilting is I will write over in the batting off to the side the number of the zone I need to resume with. So that just makes it easy for me to start back. But we'll be starting with 1. And then the zone scale percent, we're able to quilt 100% of the width because it's a rolling rail frame. But the height has to be reduced because of buildup on the take-up rail. So the 42.33, that is your actual width of your safe area. So if you see that these choices get grayed out, the first thing you want to do is look at that zone size max in inches and go back to your Panto Stacker screen and compare what you have in total width over there, because this number must be larger. Your safe area must be larger. Okay, the height, I have 95 because it's 21. This is the toggle between whether you want a center placement or 4-point. We're going to select center because we're going to be stitching off the edges. So this is really nice for making sure I stay placed on the center of my quilt. The zone start position, that just alternates with each zone, whether it starts from the left or to the right. So zone 1 would begin on the left side, you advance your quilt. Zone 2 would begin on the right. And that's the alternate. So I'm going to leave it so that each zone starts from the left. Okay, now we're to sewing direction. Okay, this first one says start every row on the left. So if I were to select that one, then you see there's 2 rows. So if I were to say okay, you would see a blue line. So that's the cause of that blue line. It's literally a jump stitch from where this row ends to where this row starts. Well, I don't want that because we're quilting off the edges, and I don't want this back and forth. That would give me a jump stitch from the end of the first row down to the second one. We don't need a jump stitch because we're quilting off the edge. So continuous is what we want to get that nice straight line stitch. It'll stitch across, stitch down. So we're all set up now, and if I needed to blow it up, there's a magnifying glass here, so I could do that. And we are going to say okay. Now at this point, we'll do our settings, and that's where we'll show how fast the machine is going to sew and how many stitches per inch, that kind of thing. That's the tie off stitches nut right there. So and that's a toggle between back and forth to tie off or little micro stitches. So we're going to say, okay, we're good with that. Well, we need to do something about these blue dots. So we're going to say optimize because we don't want the jumping between the rows. So I'm going to say remove all. And no, I don't want to connect the last point with the first point where it begins and ends. There's no need for that. So now I'm going to say okay. So at this point, I would move my needle to the top there, and I would give myself because there was a little bit of nesting, I'd probably move my needle just a little bit, tap there, and then I would be good to go. And then if I got to the bottom, and we're just going to pretend that this was the bottom, then I can move my needle to wherever I want the lowest stitches to hit, and tap those partial diamonds. So now it's going to cut off with where I had moved my needle to, and it'll get a straight line stitch. So that's how you would finish. And you can trace, and once you place your zone, once the zone is placed, you can tap on repair pattern. In your rid toolbox, you have some nice choices there if you need to reset your safe area. If you just want your machine to move freely, you have release carriage. Release sewing machine gives you manual control back. So I'm not going to go through all of those. I want to spend more of my time in the easy screen. But that would be quilting it out. So we're going to go back now. And so this, like I said, this would be a nice one for quilting off the edges, okay? But what if you wanted to stitch in the borders? So there's patterns that are called B to B, and that means border to border, which they finish very clean and they look boxy. So we're going to get rid of that, and we're going to select an and bright pattern called Heart Blossoms. It's a B to B. So we're going to open that up. And now I need to change, I actually need to change the width and the height. So I know that from this little inner border to inner border, that width is 29.5. And I know that lengthwise, so the total height, it's 35.75. So I'm going to say, okay. And now I need to give the pattern a height. I'm going to say 8. I'll say okay. And I definitely want this top selection there, because I don't want any wrapping at all. So I like this. I don't need to do any flipping and no staggering when you're going to be stitching between borders. So I'm actually ready to quilt this. So I'm going to say sew in zones. And there's something else I do. I didn't show it with the first one, but and you would say yes, but for now I'm going to say no. There's something that I do when I start out, and that's called plug-ins. And I take the marking tool, and I literally create things, lines that I will leave for the entire duration of quilting. I want to create a center line. So I'm going to, you already have a 1 created. I'm going to tap add. It gives you a little brown dot. And now I'm going to very carefully just pull the machine straight toward me, okay? And I'm going to say add again. And if I see that my line is jagged, then I'll say remove last and I'll try again. I want a perfectly straight line, okay? And then I can add marking, and I can say left, okay? And enter, it looks like a 1. And then I could do the same over here. I could say add and go up to the top and say add. Now that gives me a left line. I could say add marking, and I can do a right, enter, and I can do the same over here. Add and add. And now these give me reference lines for how my quilt is loaded that I can always refer back to, because I'm going to leave these lines. I'm going to leave them like they are. So now I can say okay. And because I'm doing this one, you know what? I should probably go back in plugins, and I'm going to say add marking, and I'm going to do a number 2. Okay? And then I'm being very sloppy and quick, but I'm going to do this and this and there. Like I said, I'm being very sloppy. There, and I'm going to say okay. And I also want to choose 4-point. I don't want center placement. So I'm going to tap there, and now I have 4-point. Okay? And one reason for doing this 4-point, and something that makes easy mode really, really nice for this type of quilting when it's in between borders, is it figured out for me exactly the size. Like I entered 8, but it adjusted that. And I didn't have to do the math. It adjusted for me exactly what the size would be for each row, so that each row would be exactly the same from start to finish. So when I get to the bottom of my quilt, not only will I do the top left and right corners, I'll also do those bottom corners so that I finish exactly where I want to. So I'm going to say okay, and now I'm going to set A, and I could have my needle just slightly in a little bit, and probably I would, because I can tell this isn't perfectly straight. But you have control of where you place it, and I can tell by my marking tool lines that I'm really where I want to be. And I do not want this locked, okay? I don't want to see that green check mark there, okay? I'm going to come on over here and place this one right there. And I want to make sure that my placement line, that green line, I want it to be straight, because if I've wobbled or haven't been straight, I'll replace that one. Okay, so right now you see that green check mark has now showed up for C and D. Well, I don't need to place C and D yet. I'm just doing my first zone, and I've got the height is locked in, so I can stitch this. So when I go to pull bobbin and sew, then when it finishes, I get to mark both the A and the B spots, okay? And that's all I will mark. I won't do C and D yet. And I will wait until I get down to the bottom, okay? So I would quilt this, and then we're going to go ahead and say, we're going to go ahead and select 2 and say, okay. So we're going to pretend that I've advanced my quilt, okay? So I would have advanced my quilt, and now I need to mark again. So I would be going by the spots that I had marked, okay? I would do that. But before I actually sew, I would want to go back into plugins, okay? And marking tool, and I would add another marking, and I would call it test, okay? And then at this point, of course, I haven't really advanced it, so everything is still the same. But I would be checking to see, even though I'm really not using the center, and I'm going to not put it on the center on purpose, and I'm going to say add. Well, I can tell that right now, if that was really the actual center of my quilt, that I would need to be smoothing it over, that I don't have my quilt square on the rails like I did starting out. And then same with the sides. So if that were the case, probably, and I were doing this, and I were to, I'm going to say remove last, and I'm going to say add over here, then I could tell by that yes, my quilt, I've let it shift to the left, and I need to scoot it over. So that's what the test is. You want to keep moving your quilt around, and be careful about saying remove all over here. You could say remove selected and remove a number, but if you say remove all, you lose everything. So when you have points over here, be careful what is selected and what you're removing. So on my test one, you know, I can keep saying remove last, and I could also use it to just go across a horizontal. I could just go across and see, does that line stay straight? And that's a way to test, am I staying straight horizontally? So that's a nice feature. I'm just going to say remove all on that, and okay. Okay, so now we're going to go into Zone Manager, and we're going to pretend that we're down at the bottom, okay? And I'm going to pull this up just so you get the idea. And I have no idea how close I am at this point. But I would go ahead and do my A and B, that I would have gotten those points from when I finished Zone 3. Zone 3 would have given me these marks. Okay, so I'd have that. But now I want to uncheck that. I want to uncheck that for sure. And I want to come down here and do C, and then do D. And then, like I said, I'm being very sloppy. But this will give me a perfect finish at the bottom, and it may adjust it slightly, but I would doubt that the naked eye can really tell the slight adjustment that will be made. by placing the C and D. But now you're going to get a perfectly finished last zone that lines up perfectly with that lower border. Okay, so we're going to go back in here. Something I forgot to mention when we were doing the center placement with the shamrocks, I hadn't yet gone into plugins and used the marking tool to create the center line. So this is that center line I created where I had my center marked and everything. So this represents, this line represents the true center of my quilt when I first started out. So as I advance my quilt, this is a great way to make sure I'm keeping the center the center. As you can see right now, that line is right in the middle of that yellow dot. So if I were to say scoot it over, then you can see right there, it's no longer. And so if I had advanced my quilt and I was over the, say, zone 2 placement spot, and it's actually there, and then I tap there, then I know I haven't kept my quilt exactly center, and I need to smooth it a little bit to the left so that when with my needle over the zone placement spot that QCT gave me and I touch there, then that yellow dot is pretty much in the center of that line, because that's the center line that stays throughout the duration of my quilting and lets me know where exact center was starting out. So that's just a great tool by being able to see is that line in the middle of that yellow dot. I think we have covered everything. I think we have. Those are just to do a recap. When you first come in here, you want to set your total width, you want to set your total height, you want to select your pattern, you want to give that pattern a pattern height, and then you want to tap on center and unlock your lock so that it changes to stretch and stretches across. And then you can do whatever adjusting around you might need to do. But that's how easy that easy mode is to use. As far as the patterns and the rows, we'll go ahead and select any pattern here. We'll just pick one. But when you select your pattern, the next thing you're going to do, give it a pattern height and tap on center. Yes, unlock the lock. And it gives you your patterns across and your rows down. You don't have to figure that. These are not tappable. These are based totally on the height and widths that are entered. So that's another thing that makes easy mode very, very easy to use. So I hope that has taken any mystery out of easy mode. It's one of my favorite modes to use. I love using it, and I hope that you will too.
There I am. You don't need to be there. You're great. Cool. Welcome back. Thank you, Janet George. That was fantastic. There's a lot to learn. I know there's a lot more to learn. She's going to continue with this. We have a class here next week where she's going to do the second half of this. So it's been really, really wonderful to have her participate, you know, as an ambassador of Grace Company. She's done a lot of computer automation with so many people. So it's been wonderful to have her as part of it. I'm just going to briefly kind of tell you right now what we were looking to do is review some of the quilts, but because of the schedule, we're going to actually take part of that quilt review process and just do it here shortly after Carla. We had scheduled at 1:15 to do part of our product review. I should say a sneak peek. And so I want to kind of keep to that because we're going to come back and then following this quick sneak peek, we're going to look at some of the quilts that we have and go through and have some brief discussion. I have LJ here with me. We're going to talk through some of those. I'm hoping that you've already had a chance to look at a lot of those from your side, but we're going to spend just a little bit of time on that. I'm going to combine that with part of our giveaways. And so we'll come back, do some reviews of the quilts that we have and look at part of all the wonderful quilts that have been submitted. We're going to do some giveaways, and that's where we're also going to do our big giveaways. And then we're going to be able to move into Carla's free motion fundamentals as a part following that. So again, as we kind of do this, let me just kind of pop back in and show you what we're looking at here really briefly so that you can kind of know what this is like. Let me bring this up for everybody again here. So thanks for your patience as I'm showing you a couple things. And then I have, again, our next piece already ready to go, which is really exciting. So, and here we go with our events. So here we go. I want everybody to kind of see what this looks like. So again, this is where we're at. We're down right now. We just finished part of Janet George, and we were going to be doing the quilt contestant review again, which we'll come back to here just shortly following our sneak peek at 1:15. So we'll be able to catch back up with that quilt review during part of our contestant giveaway. And that's what we're going to move into next after we hear from Carla regarding a great new product that we're getting ready to introduce. I'm really excited. Alyssa, I believe, is going to be with her, who is on our education team. And so I want to say thanks to the two of them. As we're going through this again, I'm hoping we have everybody here. I'm seeing a lot of comments continue to come through. Thanks for being with us as we've done this. And we've just been really able to enjoy. Thanks for everybody's time and continuing to be patient. And it looks like we lost a little bit of Janet, so we got that back up. So again, thanks everybody for being with us as part of what that is. Again, I'm just going to do a quick reach out. If you have some time later on, go ahead and take a look at the vendors. We have some great vendors that have been able to and are participating with us. You know, there is, we love Sarah J. She's actually one of our ambassadors as well. And so that's a fun one. Go look at some of our ambassadors' works with Sarah J. We have several other people who have joined us as well. And so we have Leah Day, who's also an ambassador. So I'd encourage you to reach out to them and see what they have on their sites. You're going to see some additional content from Sarah here next week. And then we just had a chance to hear from Leah Day this morning. So that was really fun to see that as well. So I wanted to kind of quickly show you that here before we move into the next phase. Please, as just another, again, recap, if you have questions as time comes along, feel free to enter them into the comments. You can also log on to graceframe.com. That's www.graceframe.com. We do have some live chat now there as well that we have. Again, in your live streaming components are easy because we're trying to get to all those that we can possibly. So again, thanks for everybody participating and putting those in. And then, you know, later on on Monday, we'll be available at our 800 number, which is 1-800-264-0644. And again, that's a number that you can call. We're Mountain Standard Time here in Salt Lake City, Utah. So we're open from 8 to 5 p.m. So again, that would just kind of give you some insight on your ability to get a hold of us. With that, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to queue up and bring in Carla with part of her wonderful sneak peek that she has for everybody. And we'll watch through this. Then we're going to come back and look at some of our the quilts that we have from all the contestants with that. So let's go ahead and bring Carla up. And here we go. Thank you very much.
Hello, welcome everybody. It's Carla here and Alyssa. Alyssa's working with me in the education department and I'm excited to introduce her to you today. Today we have something really special to introduce to you. It's a sneak peek at one of our new products coming out. And it's near and dear to my heart because I've been working with my brother who is in China on this little project. And it's our Wonderfoot 360. And Alyssa here has been helping me test it. And we've got a lot of fun things to show you and how it works and all about it today. So we're going to jump right in and tell you a little bit about it. So Alyssa, kind of tell them a little bit about your feelings and how you've been testing it and what you like and why you're so excited.
Well, the Wonderfoot is really amazing because it brings a lot of special tools to help every quilter with so many different functions. The first time that I was introduced to the Wonderfoot and the 5 inserts that accompany it, I thought, oh, you know, it will help with these set things. But then the more I experimented with it, the more things that I am finding, and even now I'm learning can be used with this wonderful tool. So for example, you know, at first I thought that one of the inserts, it's called the Stitch in the Ditch insert, and we're going to be introduced to it in just a few minutes. I thought that it was only used for literally stitching in the ditch, but after some experimenting and learning and amazing things that Carla's teaching me, I'm realizing it can be used for precision placement with the automation, for more precision when you're tacking your quilt top down to your batting and the rest of your quilt. The list just goes on. And so I'm honestly super excited to share these things with you guys today because I know that just like me, as you all continue to use these and as they're released and you're able to learn more about them, you're going to find more and more and more things every day that you can do with them, and they are going to help you so much.
So let's jump right in and show you how great the Wonderfoot is. Now, it's a little it's different, but that's what makes it so special, because it has a bearing inside of it, and as I show you how it works, you're going to see that it turns. And so you can see that we have our stitch in the ditch insert, and it has the crosshairs. Just like as you were shooting at a target, it has its cross for the up and down and the crosshatch for the right and the left. So I'm just going to turn it on and show you how precision you can make. See how it turns and angles as you're moving across your quilt. So you can get right across the edge to tack it down, but know that your quilt top's nice and straight. And as I'm sewing along here, see how close to the edge I am? I'm just going to move right here to this corner. You'll notice that I have my angle, and then when it hits the side, I know that I'm ready to go down my quilt because it turns. So cool and so much fun. And it just keeps you engaged and focused because you're waiting for it to turn. So we're going to just pull it off right now and cut, and then we're going to show you how the insert works with the stitch in the ditch. All right. So the foot itself, let me show you how the foot. So the foot itself has a bearing inside it, so it turns as you're quilting. So you have your angles, and as this line hits the side seam, then you know you're ready to move down, or you can continue across your quilt. Then when the side seam hits, hits the crosshair right here, then you know you're ready to go back this direction. So let me just put it back on. And it has a little wheel that pushes it down. It's very inventive. All right. So, Alyssa,
Yes.
you want to try the stitch in the ditch? I have my angle, and then when it hits the side, I know that I'm ready to go down my quilt because it turns. So cool and so much fun. And it just keeps you engaged and focused because you're waiting for it to turn. So we're going to just pull it off right now and cut, and then we're going to show you how the insert works with the stitch in the ditch. All right. So the foot itself, let me show you how the foot. So the foot itself has a bearing inside it, so it turns as you're quilting. So you have your angles, and as this line hits the side seam, then you know you're ready to move down, or you can continue across your quilt. Then when the side seam hits, hits the crosshair right here, then you know you're ready to go back this direction. So let me just put it back on. And it has a little wheel that pushes it down. It's very inventive. All right. So, Alyssa,
Yes.
you want to try the stitch in the ditch?
I do.
Okay.
Let's give this a shot.
So I'm just going to bring the needle up, the thread up, and what she's going to do is she's going to use the 360, and she's going to ride right along the seam right here, and then she's going to move up once this line hits. So go for it.
Okay.
And it's going to do a whole 360 as you're moving across, but that's okay. Makes stitch in the ditch. It makes stitch in the ditch that much easier for you to glide along your seams and keep it nice and accurate. You see how quickly that was done? So no more shifting your fabric on your quilt, and no more moving your foot around. You don't have to with this Wonderfoot. Nice job. All right, so that is the stitch in the ditch feature. We have 4 others that we're excited to show you. And so I'm just going to come and show you how easy it is to take on and off. And let me just cut my threads here. All right, so we're just going to move our needle to the up position, and with our Unique 19 and our 21 Pro, it's and our 15 Pro, it's very easy to do. Oops, where's my needle jog? Sorry, you can cut that one out. Okay, so it's to the highest position. I'm just going to take my height gauge tool and just quickly pull this little insert out. And see how it has a little tag on the edge there? So that's the stitch in the ditch. Let's put in, we have an offset. So we have a 1/4 inch offset and a 3/8 inch offset. And see, they're a little different. So I'm just going to put in the 3/8 because it's a little wider, and I wanted to show you the difference. So they do the same thing. We're just going to show you one today. How it is a sneak peek. So we don't want to show you all our little secrets. There we go. Okay, so now you can see with the offset how far in it's going to sew. So it positions your line along the seam, but your needle is 3/8 of an inch inside. The 1/4 inch works the same way. So you'd line up your 1/4 inch along your seam, and it pushes your needle a 1/4 inch towards the inside of your block. So you can go around your block nice and seamlessly. And look how well it lines up your corners on your seam. Just want to show you. So when you're using the automation, making placements, that much nicer. All right. So I'm going to just position it so I know where I'm starting, a 1/4 inch in, so I have my corners matching up. And I know it's going to turn on me, but that's okay. And I'm just going to start moving down, but I'm going to just keep it going. And when that hits it, I'm just going to move across. And so when I hit that side, I'm just going to start moving up and come in. Now I'm just going to go across the top. Now you could keep going inside your block, around and around it, if you wanted to, and come back down. And just keep going around and around. But we won't keep going around and around. But that's just to show you a few little things about the offsets and how they work. So now, Alyssa hasn't really done much with the circles, so I'm going to allow her to try. Which one do you want to try, the loops or the circle?
Ooh, I want to do loops.
Okay, so we're going to skip down and we're going to try the loops with our tracing insert. We'll just take this out really quick. And I'll let you put that one in.
Okay.
There you go. We'll trade places.
Okay.
So we've kind of drawn our design on our quilt just to show you how it works, to give her a reference.
So this tracing insert is really cool. It just has one little dot on there. It's just a little black dot that's centered on the edge of this foot, and then you can chalk or draw a design on here, and then you just follow it along. So that's what we're going to do here.
Nice job. She's just getting into the free motion quilting. So this is really exciting to see her using this wonderful tool. Hey, and with practice and time, you're going to get better and better and better. Nice job. Doesn't it make it fun as you're watching the foot turn?
Yes, it's so much fun.
Nice job.
That was fun. You can kind of see where I lost the design for a minute. And that's okay. Like Carla said, practice makes perfect.
Yes. So it's exciting. We have one more insert to show you, and that's the circle one. I just wanted to show you what it looks like. So with one foot, you get these 5 amazing, super cool inserts, and boy, what it can do. There, okay, finally. So now it's in there. And I'm just going to come over here to where I've drawn my little spirals. They're not this special or anything like that, but just to help show you. And I'll bring my thread up. And I'm just going to start right here. Show you how much fun it is to do your little spirals all the way across your quilt. And it just helps me keep my spacing nice and even. So Alyssa, having tried the Wonderfoot, what do you think?
I think it's super exciting. I think it allows free motion quilting to be something that's more precise, but you have these tools, these measurements that allow you to get it more precise, even if, like me, you don't really know what you're doing. And so I think that so many quilters are going to find that these tools come in handy, because once you learn how to use them and you take some practice with it, you'll be free motion quilting like it's easy. And I think that's super exciting. One of my favorite ones is actually the offset ones. I really love Carla mentioned these. We have an offset, just a grid. There's a 3/8 inch and a 1/4 inch one. And I really love these because I think that the patterns that you can create with them are endless. And for me, they were the easiest to use. So if you're thinking, wow, all that moving, I don't know about that round and round, you just get used to it. It's okay. If it's not your thing, that's totally fine. But I think that you'll find that it'll make free motion quilting much easier. And these little grid patterns help you get the precision down to a science. So,
and even if they're a little wavy, that's organic quilting. That's what makes it you and your unique perspective on it. It's not totally perfect, but that perfection comes with getting to know the products and you using them, and also time and practice. And the more you practice, the better you become with everything.
Exactly. So yeah, I'm excited for these. I'm excited for all of you to get the hands-on experience that I'm sure you're all excited to have with these things when they're released. And yeah, I'm excited.
So yeah, let us just show you the foot and what it looks like. Okay, we took the foot off so that you could see how it works and what it does, okay? So I took, so I wanted to show you the back first. The back has a little wheel on it that rides along on your fabric or on your quilt to keep it nice and even tension. It's also spring loaded, so it's pushing down just like your regular presser foot on your regular sewing machines. So it works like that, kind of giving you the feed dog feel as you're quilting. So it helps to keep you nice and stable as you're moving along using those lines and grids. So notice how it swivels. The insert now is able to swivel because it has a bearing inside of it. And this allows you to, as you're moving along, to use the foot as a guide or a reference. It's kind of like a compass to move along your quilt and make it nice and straight. But it also keeps you engaged and excited to actually do something so monotonous and boring as stitching in the ditch. Because you have that added element of, oh, I'm to my seam, I'm ready to turn, so I'm going to move up or down. It is so much fun. That is the 360 Wonderfoot. It's so amazing. You know, this is your sneak peek. Can't wait to introduce it when it's finally here, but this is what is coming. It's new, it's special, and it's very engaging. Look for it coming soon. And from Carla and Alyssa, we'll see ya.
Wonderful. That's pretty awesome. That's all I'm going to say. Let me bring LJ here with us back. What do you think about that, Laura Jean? How was that?
I think it's super cool. Way neat. I love that.
That was, I'll tell you, that's been a product in the workings for quite some time. I'm seeing a lot of people bring back. When is it? I saw, when is it? I didn't see it on the site. It's not on the site. This is a sneak peek. That's part of what we were excited to bring to everybody, is that this is coming. It's in production now, so I don't want to give you an exact time, but I'm going to say within the next 3 months. We're hoping to have it here by midsummer, so that we'll have that available for all of you that have any Unique machine. That's all the 15s, the 19s, and the 21s. This foot is available. Carla has absolutely loved this to death as she's worked with this. And one of the things she kind of brought up is in conjunction with Jim, our owner, who is her older brother, the owner of the Grace Company. There's been a lot of good minds, and our engineers have been behind that. We've had several quilters. And it's kind of one of those things when you start to use it, I kind of go like, did it just move? What do you think about that, LJ?
Oh yeah, it's super neat. I've had the opportunity to use it just a little bit, and it is super neat. Same kind of thing. I started moving it, and I was like, wait, what? I almost had to go back and redo it to make sure it's really doing what I thought it was. So it's super neat.
Yeah, really fun to have. So again, that was great. We're gonna post this video here later for those that want to kind of dive back in and see that a little bit more again, and just think it's great. It's a lot of people saying it's very user friendly. The foot is great. It's awesome. I love this one. It does look like fun. In fact, it's the same thing when I was using it, trying to kind of using kind of the stitch in the ditch process. I think it will even help with those that are tracing any lines that you might have down on the paper. So I like this one. Just, thanks for showing us this. Again, thank you everybody for all your comments. We appreciate that. Janice, Melanie, Terry. Again, there's so many people commenting. It is very sturdy. Love this comment. It's been built to last, obviously, for the lifetime of the machine and all of your quilting. So we really appreciate that. What I wanted to do now is we continue to move through part of this, and I love this question, the pre-order. Carolyn, keep your eye open. We will probably bring a pre-order open when we know that it's we have an exact delivery date. Right now, we're in the production process, and so once I know I have a ship date that I can deliver that to you, we will put a pre-order up. And again, if you're part of our newsletter, if not, I'm going to encourage you to. We'll do an announcement with that. And in fact, you're lucky to be on part of this event platform. We're going to use this event platform as we continue to move forward to keep you posted with a few other things as well. So you're going to be one of the foremost people to get on that list. We know we're going to sell quite a few of them, so we're producing a bunch. But we know when we're ready, hopefully we can get you to be first on the list for that. With this, what I wanted to do is we're going to be doing some quilt reviews. And so I thought what I'd like to do is bring these up, and then between LJ, yourself, and myself. I want to read a couple comments. So I'm going to go ahead and bring this back up on our screen for us so that we all can have a chance to look at so many of the wonderful quilts that are out there. And then I'm looking to get everybody's insights out there as well. I'd like to hear some of the comments that we're going to be getting from you also as we look at some of these quilts. So I think it's going to be a fun process. I don't want to do too much because I think we have just about a half hour to get through this, and we're going to do our giveaways. And so I want to get back to some live giveaways with the Plinko. We have, and we're giving away the Q-Zone Hoop Frame Pro. So that's just under a $1,900 frame value. Then again, that works with your domestic machines as well. So this will work for everybody. And heck, it might be the best base starting of your system. And we can look at putting a mid-arm or a long arm on top of that as well. So that's kind of where that goes. But I'm going to go ahead and bring this up next to us. And one of the areas that we had a chance to look at yesterday or in the last couples, I love the word modern mayhem. I thought that was fun. Let's take a look and come over here to this color pop category. And again, just as a quick recap, when you're in here, if you see something you like, you're like, oh, that really stands out to me, feel free to click that upper right corner. Now, LJ, I know that you said you were on with a couple customers. Tell me, you kind of started telling me a story. Walk through that story with us on what happened and what you were doing with the customers as you were looking through the quilt site.
Yeah, so just a little bit of
I think they're saying they lost it. So there we go. Sorry. You're good. Go back in there again. Do that again. Go ahead. Sorry. Share your story one more time. That was me because I think I pulled me out, and that's some of the sounds. So sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. So just a little bit of what it was is I was just helping a customer be able to pull up the quilt so she could go in and vote herself. And so while I was waiting, for her computer to kind of just reboot and upload, I was scrolling through, on my own screen, and I just started liking them. I was like, you know what? I really like that one. I just kept going through and going through. I was like, you know what? I think I want to go to a new category now. So I moved over to a new category, and it's kind of addicting. I just kept going through and liking things. So it's super fun. So if you haven't had a chance to look, definitely take a look because it's super neat to see what everyone has done.
It has been quite fun to do that. Hopefully you're going to find the experience is quite nice. We've tried to make it like other applications that makes it so you can continue to kind of just move through those. And if you want to get into one, you can swipe around and then kind of quickly go back. So it makes it very easy. I'm going to kind of just move through this here. And I just looked over here. I haven't really seen this. This is one that stands out to me. I just glanced at it. Let me bring this one up on the screen for everybody. This one says Rainy Night on Capitol Street. And so that's a really interesting one. And I'm not sure, LJ, if you can read that. That's really small over there for now. I'm not sure if you can, let's see if we can help you make your screen a little bit larger there. I'm not sure, but let me bring this up full screen so that everybody can kind of see this a little bit better. Let's open this up here really quick. Yeah, go ahead and read that description for us.
Yeah, okay, so it says, inspired by the Impressionist painting, this 24 by 36 wall hanging was designed from the original photo of our main street in downtown Charleston, West Virginia, taken in the rain. Husband Bill designed and executed the fabric choices and placement. I then completed the stitching and embellishment.
So that's just absolutely beautiful. One of the things I like again with this is if you'll see that there's just different pictures, you can get different close-ups, and I think it's really great to see part of the story. I love that. Think about this. This is somebody in the local area, and the husband helped pull some of the fabrics out and put them together. Absolutely wonderful, fun, wonderful quilt to be looking at. I always, and I kind of got into the story a little bit back when I was telling you about the quilt here that I got from my mother-in-law. Back 15 years ago, I would tell you, honestly, I did not have the appreciation for all of you quilters out there, all the time it takes, the initiatives. I have finished 8 quilts. I'll tell you, I'm not a piecer, but I have finished several. And I've done some fairly advanced things as well. I had a chance to do a fashion component for the New York Fashion Show. One time I was asked to do something like this. So I've had some experience, but I've not done the piecing. And I'm not sure. I don't feel like I'm a puzzler. So I really admire everybody's efforts. And I know that there's some cost to that. In fact, today, LJ, the quilt behind you, what was your comment about that quilt that you were mentioning since it was hand quilted?
Yeah, so this one is hand quilted. And so it's just really interesting to be able to see the individual stitches. And I was just thinking, I can't imagine how long it must take. You can't even see it fully, but it goes well above my head and well below what you can see here. So it's just huge. So I can't imagine the time that it must have taken to hand stitch all those stitches. So it's super neat.
And so again, I've come to admire quite a bit more of the time. And I like to say, you know, everybody would probably understand this. You know, it does take time. There's this love, and I would say there's this art to it. And again, I think it's great. It's an amazing community to be in as well. So it's really fun to see everybody's works. And I'm going to kind of continue to move down. Let's go ahead and pull this one up. This is a pretty bright one. Obviously, this is in the color area. Maybe this is called Barnyard Queen by Lori Lang. And LG, maybe you can go ahead and read that one for us as well.
Yeah, so they said, I made this quilt in class with Ann Shaw. The pattern is called the Barnyard Queen. The queen is pieced from freezer paper pattern, and I machine quilted with my walking foot.
Wonderful. That's a pretty fun one to be looking at as well, right?
It is.
All right. So here we are.
Super neat.
Take a look here as we go down. Obviously, that one looks like a stained glass. There's a fun one that's a flower. This one's an interesting one too. A lot of people, wonderful colors. A lot of these. I love the fact that I like it. This one, I love it. It's somewhere. I don't know how many quilts get used all the time. Ours are very, very lightly used, is what I would say. This one just this one simple says wanted to use Valentine blocks, so that's literally what this one is. And you can see there's several different pictures showing different angles. That whole one on the quilt and on the block looks wonderful, simple and yet nice. And that one, obviously, me not doing a lot of piecing, just still has to admire all of the piecing that's included in that. Wonderful. So I'm going to keep on going down. Let's go ahead and pull up another one here. Let's see what this one has. Maybe just read briefly this one for us, LJ. This one's Rainbow Quilt by Sue Mango.
Yeah, it says all scrap fabrics in graduated colors from warm to cool.
And again, if you feel like you can, there's a lot of opportunity. You can put comments in here down on the right as well. So feel free to add your comments as you're viewing and writing and voting on some of these. I'm going to take a quick look at this one too. This one looks like a peacock. It does. Maybe read this one for us too, LJ.
Okay. It says, this quilt was made for the 2011 Joanne Quilt Your Colors Challenge. It was a finalist in the contest. All material in this quilt is from Joanne Fabrics. The design came from my imagination. Later I found folk designs of peacocks, which reminded me of my design. It was fun creating and playing with the colors of the fabrics. I used EQ program to aid in designing my quilt. It has a faced edging.
Pretty interesting. Look at all the talents. And again, everybody who submitted something, it's just wonderful to see all of the different categories, all the different quilts and all the time that has gone into some of these, whether they're small or whether they're large. I think they're all of great value to have. Let's go look at this one. This one's a little bit of an interesting one as well. Looks like there's some birds there. Maybe LJ. So let's read it. We have the intersection here by Terry Laguerre, and maybe LJ, if you can go ahead and read that one for us as well. Thanks.
Says this pattern is by Jamie Burke. I used colorful batiks quilted on Cunique 21 with the bubblegum pattern. The backing is bright yellow.
Batiks. It's a type of type of kind of dyed fabric in a style that you have out there. And I'm wondering, does she have a picture of the back? I'm not sure. She says bright yellow. There we are. It's a pretty one. A lot of stitching. This is a fun type of a quilt. Carla yesterday talked about doing a couple different kind of strip quiltings, and we had several customers talk about, or quilters talk about, oh, that might be a great way to do kind of a scrap quilt. This isn't one of those, but I'm looking at the quilting. The quilting was not meant to be the focus. It was all the different piecing, and then you can see there's a lot of different elements on how they've quilted over the top. And I like to bring that back because Grace Company is in the business of finishing quilts. So that's really what we're about is, hey, how can we help more quilters out there finish quilts? And so I think that's a real important thing to be able to try to help everybody do in a way. And so I think that any way you can get started, I hear that with everything. You have to get into it. I would tell you, this is a good rule of thumb. This is my key tip. And I say this because over the years, I have had customers who said, I've had my frame up, but I don't know. I'm not confident if I use it. And the thought that I have on that is, don't put a quilt on there. First off, don't go put the quilt that you're going to love, that you're excited to give away. Don't do that. That sounds weird. Go get a piece of test fabric, something that's just a whole cloth, a sheet. Heck, go buy some bed sheets from the store that are inexpensive. Do something to try to start to play with it. It doesn't have to be fancy, but if you can try something to understand the motion, again, you've signed your name. And it doesn't have to be pretty, but if you can start looking through, and there's a whole lot of easy ways to begin quilting, that's the place to begin. Give it to your dog, give it to the cat, give it to somebody else when you're done with that. Simple. It doesn't have to be very big. Then put the quilt that you're ready to do on there. And again, there's a lot of tools. You have rulers, like Leah Day was talking about the rulers. She was doing a little bit more advanced work with that, but you can do very simple works, lasers and tracing and pantographs. And if you're getting in all the way into it, hey, you can do automation as well, but there are several ways in being able to finish your quilts. And so I wanted to do that. Let's do this really quick while we're going along. Let's give away some prizes. I am going to kind of bring in we're going to bring in our Plinko board here in just a minute, but let's come up with a question for everybody out there. Now, the one that I was thinking is, we listened to Janet George here just a bit ago with automation, and this is could be a little tricky, although it's in the name of her class. So what function? So she's using the Quilter's Creative Touch, which is Grace Company's automated software, but she was talking about, as she was going through this beginning, and she laid out her patterns, it was a particular mode. Can you remember what that mode was that she's using? And it's 2 letters. And it's not too bad, but also it's in the title of her class. So that's what I'm looking. Oh, there we go. I'm seeing a bunch come through here.
There you go.
That is what it is. It is the easy mode. We even have a new mode on the current stitch rate in our current automation that we call, what do we call it? The not panel stacker. We have easy. I got to come up with it. I need to remember this, but it actually does all the things because she was bringing out multiple layers. It actually lays the entire thing out for you, which is really, really awesome. I can't believe I can't remember the name. I'm going to have to go back to that. I use it all the time. I love it. But the software does have some very easy functions and pieces. So let's go ahead and select some people. You're great. It is the easy mode. We love it. Let's go ahead and pull. Here's a name that we have. Boom. We're going to pull this one. Belinda. Brian, thank you.
Woo!
Congratulations for being with us, Belinda. We're going to go ahead and drop a Plinko chip down. LJ, we're going to talk briefly about what you're winning and then what we're going to do really quick, just as a rule of thumb. Belinda, and those winners, as we go throughout this section right now, we're going to have you reach out, and we're wanting you to contact Jana, that's Janna, at graceframe.com. So again, Jana, Janna, at graceframe.com in order to get that. But let's go ahead and drop a Plinko chip in there. Let's bring on the Plinko board. Here's the Plinko board.
Right. Our 360 cutter.
360 cutter.
Congrats, Belinda.
So,
just a little bit brief on that. I know we touched on this a little bit earlier today, but just briefly what it is, it's just a circle cutter that we have. But one thing that's really nice about it is that it actually has an adjuster, so you can adjust at which size you're going to cut out your circle. So it can be a smaller circle, you can go out bigger. So it is a very, very nice and helpful tool to help you cut out circles.
Good. With that, we're going to go ahead and move down. We're going to do a Leah Dedeker is what that looks like.
Leah Dedeker.
There you go.
Yes, congrats, Leah.
Congrats. There we go. Sounds like there might be some understanding.
Yeah,
okay.
I actually talked to her a little bit the other day. So congrats.
Well, congrats. Congratulations. LJ, let's go ahead now. Remember really quick before we do this drop, because I want to be able to see this go all the way down. Leah, what we want you to do is email Jana. Again, those of you that are with us and we're streaming live, write this down, just Janna at graceframe.com. No, she's not your solution for all your questions. That is our customer service team. She won't be able to handle that, but in order to redeem these prizes, she is your go-to. So I just want to bring that out. So again, Leela, let's go ahead. LJ, let's drop a Plinko check.
Okay, woo! Here we go.
Oh, it's going to be.
Ooh, my comfort cutter. This is a great one. I love this. I've had the opportunity to use it a little bit, and part of it, you can't quite see the picture very well, but we have designed it. So it is an ergonomic cutter. And now part of this, I think Mark touched on it just the other day, that some cutters out there say, they're ergonomic and they're not quite, but we have taken the time to design it so it really will help you. So you don't have to put your shoulder into it or your hand, you have to grip it. It's a very easy motion that just can glide. So congrats.
Yeah, congratulations. One of the things as well is we're also going to be giving away here in just a minute. What we're going to be giving away, it's going to be the My Comfort Cutter combo or Quilters combo, and it has that ergonomic cutter, the 6.5 by 24.5 ruler, non-slip pads, and our rotary blade sharpener. I'll tell you, that is an incredibly common and it's a very popular package So again, this cutter, very specific, is ergonomics, and you can use it with all of your existing rulers. And then the handle, you can customize the handle inserts in that, which are really, really fun. So there's a lot of things that this is going to do to make cutting easier, simpler, and what we like to talk about is more accurate with that. Yes. So let's look at another one here. Let's go ask another question and choose a couple more winners here as we're continuing down. Ella, do you have another thought of a question we can ask?
Well, I don't know. I don't know if I have one.
It's going to be, I have a simple one for you.
Better throw it out then.
And this just has to do with most recently, because a lot of people joined. I talked about the quilt behind you. How is it finished? That was easy. How is it finished? How is the quilt behind LJ finished? There's only really one of two answers to that one. But what's it going to be? I would be curious to hear your answer to that, everybody. So here we go. It is. It's hand quilted. So plenty of people. Wonderful. Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and choose another winner here, and we're going to let those kind of come through so everybody can get their comments in. We have heard in the previous, you're too quick. We didn't get a chance to get our comments, because we're really just going to choose from everybody who's putting this in there randomly. So we want to make sure as many people as possible can get this in here. Here we go. Let me go ahead and pull up Jerry Weathers. Jerry Weathers, congratulations. That is correct. It was hand quilted. That is how that quilt was finished. Done by my mother-in-law. Thank you, Laurel, for Laurel. So that's been wonderful. So thank you. Let's go ahead, and I'm going to move to another one here on our next one. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Lynn Simon. It was hand quilted. So Lynn Simon. And then let's go drop it for the first person.
For Jerry.
So Jerry, here we go. We're going to do first Jerry. Jerry, here we go. What's for Jerry?
Here we go. The Quilter's Creative Design.
Quilter's Creative Design. This comes on a thumb drive. It's a software that lets you print any size pattern. You can design, and then you can also use them as a pantograph. That way you can use them for tracing with lasers, or behind, if you ever get a quilting system, you can also poke it with a pen and use it for pouncing and whatnot. So that's about a $350 value. So congratulations on that one.
Yes,
Jerry. And then let's go ahead and move down to Lynn. This is a drop for Lynn.
Here we go, Lynn.
Lynn, here we go.
All right, Lynn. Ooh, our 4-pack of finesse thread.
Nice. I am going to just bring this up because I love this thread. Let me bring this up here for a minute. It's finesse. And this thread, very specifically, we've designed it for quilters. Now, what I want to do on this one, by the way, as a giveaway, this particular one, as we have it, here we go. This is the finesse thread. It comes in, it's kind of what I want to call like mini cones. They're not large cones, but they actually hold 1,500 yards of thread, which is awesome. And then there's 30 solids and 30 variegated. So it gives you quite a bit of options to look through all those. We're going to not just give you the 4-pack. I'm going to give you an 8-pack. So what that is 4 solids and 4 variegateds. That's one of our most popular options that we have. In fact, if you go into part of the shop when you're looking at this, this is a great thread for those moving into wanting to quilt full quilts instead of having to buy 3 or 4 bundles of your 500 500 yards. You can come and buy one of these, and then the color selection process is really fun. You can kind of come and look at any color you choose. We actually show you the colors that are wrapped inside of there, which is really, really nice. And if I just go back to finesse thread as the category, we also have, and this is what we're going to give you. We're going to hook you up with this 8-pack here. So these are the ones that we're going to send out to you for winning that one. So congratulations on that.
Congrats.
That's a fun one to have there. Let's do one more question. I want to do another one. Let's give away some more stuff. Let's keep on giving it away. That's what I want to do. Good question. I am going to bring up that has to do with the color of poppy seed. No, I'm just kidding. We're saying congratulations.
Well, maybe let's just do another simple one. I mean, it's really, it's if you've been watching, it's a really easy one. But what's the name of the new foot that we're in the process of coming out with?
That's a good one. We just did a demonstration, a sneak peek on a new foot. And what is the name of that new foot? And it's a fun foot. It's going to be great. It's going to help a lot of people that are out there. And I'm going to, well, there we go. Here we go. We got a lot of winners coming in, several coming in. It is the Wonderfoot 360.
Yes.
Now, anybody, LJ, why is it called the Wonderfoot, not necessarily the Wonderfoot, but the 360? What's the 360 part of it?
Yeah, the 360, and I don't know if you're able to have a chance to watch the video, but if not, I would recommend going back. But you'll see that it actually can rotate 360 degrees, so in a circle, so it can move any way you move. So it's super neat to see.
So again, that foot can rotate. It has a bearing. It is the Wonder 360. Here we go. First one, we're going to be bringing in Amber Witt. We're going to go ahead and drop a Plinko chip in for you, the Wonderfoot 360. Give me a minute. Let me bring Plinko back up. Here's our Plinko. Let's make it our big go-to here. Give me a minute. There we are. And again, really quick, Amber, what we're going to do, and those who are looking at winning these live, make sure to email Janna@graceframe.com. Again, JANNA@graceframe.com. I just want to put that out there. All right, LJ, go ahead and drop a Plinko chip for us. Here we go. What's going to be?
Ooh, My Comfort Cutter.
My Comfort Cutter. So again, that's an ergonomic cutter that does eliminate the pressure on your wrist, in your hands, in your elbows, in your shoulders. I haven't told this story today. One, I'll bring it up. I am the inventor of that, by the way. That was brought up yesterday. It was one of the questions. It was fun. But we've had quilters tell us that they have not been able to cut because they have so much pain in their hands. And because of the design of this and its ergonomics, they've been able to get back to what they love most, which is quilting. So it's a fantastic one. We're going to go ahead and choose another Wonderfoot 360. Wonderfoot 360. And some people are very close. We have like Wonderful. It is wonderful.
It is wonderful.
The name is Wonderfoot 360. So here we go. Here we go. We're going to do Eileen Berg. Congratulations again. Remember to email Janna, JANNA@graceframe.com. So LJ, go ahead and drop a Plinko chip for Eileen. Let's see what she's going to be winning.
Oh, I'll drop another one.
Oh, we're doubling up. This is a double win.
Oh! All right, so that is the Quilter's Creative Design and the 4-pack of Finesse Thread.
All right, we'll do that. There you go.
Congrats. I better write it down.
LJ is double dipping on that one, so congratulations, Eileen. You're winning big with that one. So that's a fun one to have there. So that Quilter's Creative Design again allows you to on your computer, you can print out pattern designs, which are more like your quilting, just the continuous lines. You can choose how long you want those, how big or how small. So if you're using a domestic machine, you can scale those down. If you think about, if you've ever heard, if you don't know what a pantograph is, it's a paper roll that can be rolled out. And on those paper rolls, as you're doing those paper rolls, you can put them back on the back of your tip. But well, if you get a book, you have to try to scale them and size them, and then you're going to try to use the copy machine. Where are you going to find a copy machine? I don't have one at home that I'm going to use. But if that's the case, this actually, you can just size it exactly how tall you want. And when you output it on your paper, it actually can be tape that has crop marks that allow that to be put evenly together. So you can actually size it. And it's a great software worth $350. So congratulations on that one. Let's get into doing some of our big giveaways, and then maybe what we can do is move into some quilts. But thanks everybody for joining us. Let me just do a reach out. And before I do that, let me kind of show you a couple other things that we have on the site for us. And again, this is just kind of coming back right now. I wanted to talk about briefly our vendors here just really quick. We have several vendors. I'm going to ask and encourage you to go see what these vendors have, see what they have as far as promotions and what they're offering you as special coupons. We have asked all of them to do something exclusive for Spring Fling for you. So they have coupons and special things that are available for you exclusively. The other thing that we haven't really talked about at all is what are the sales? We do have a lot of sales going on. Reach out to your local dealer. We're going to ask you, contact a dealer, find out they're going to have, if they carry the Grace products, they can get you any one of the Grace products. If they carry the Unique machines, several of them also carry the Finesse Thread and they carry True Cut. Reach out to your local dealer to find that out. There are a lot of amazing sales right now. This Cutie tabletop, we do have a section later today on this one. We're going to be talking in detail about some of the details. On sale for $689. That's an amazing price. Works with what you can start with your domestic machine. By the way, you can get it in a combo with the 15. You can get it in a combo with the 19-inch machine. Does not require you having to have a fixed place for it. It can be easily stowed. So we're also at this point with all the machines. So the 15s, the 19s, the 21s, 21 Pros. We're including this special free accessory kit with all those machines. So we're including the ruler foot kit. There's a 3-foot kit that has a ruler foot, what we call a micro stippling foot, and an open toe foot. We're also including the ruler base. We're including a set of bobbins, a pack of bobbins, needles, an extra pack of needles, and then 3 Leah Day rulers. In fact, she went through and she did a demonstration today with one of these rulers. So we're including those 3 with any purchase of the machine. Again, that's the same thing. You can talk to any of your dealers. This will be honored with all of the dealers out there as well. So reach out to your dealers. The 21 machine is on sale. So all of our machines are on sale. This is our professional series machine. So we have 2 at the top end here. They do work on the Continuum 2 frame. You'll see we've got those at with the machines at $73.99. You can add a frame of choice to them. Then you would have your frame, your 19 machine on sale. Again, this is the price for the machine, and then you can add a frame to those, and they come with that free accessory pack. The 15s are on sale. I love this price. I'm going to just show you down here at the bottom. I'm going to kind of highlight this piece. $31.99. You can get into a 15-inch mid-arm machine for $3,200. Again, you'd have to choose your frame with that, but that's just a great thing. So I just wanted to quickly walk through that with you as well. Outside of that, again, with your own board, know that when you're in your board, that we're putting out several different announcements. So you can see on me, I haven't gone through all these. I'm just saying that I have 10 new announcements. That's for the event here. We got a couple from today, a couple from yesterday, but we are trying to use this to help keep you better informed. And then the other question that has come up, and I'm going to bring this up, is, well, where do I find the coupons? We have also exclusive coupons for this event for a few things. Some of those fall into the Grace category. Feet, ruler bases on their own. So like if you already have a machine, now's a great time to get an accessory to add to that. And down below it, we also have a lot of the True Cut on sale. So yesterday, Mark did a presentation on the Master Cutting Collection, and he talked about several of the different tools. And for, so that what you're going to find is you can go to that place and you can see that there are specials and promotions on the True Cut as well. So let's go back. What I'm going to look at now is I wanted to bring this up. This is the first gift I want to give away, LJ.
Okay.
Now this isn't on the board. This is kind of a combo. This is the 45mm comfort cutter. This is our 6.5 by 24.5 ruler. We're good. We already have all this. So
taking notes.
She needs to take notes. I already have all this. In fact, I'm going to bring the winners up on screen. So again, thanks for everybody who's joining us. We appreciate your willingness to be with us here on this Saturday. I'm hoping that you're finding your Saturdays nice and well, and I'm hoping you're in a good position and that you're doing well also. So thanks for being with us. This one includes non-slip pads for the ruler, so that keeps that ruler from slipping. We're also including our True Cut 2, our True Sharp 2, which is our electric rotary blade sharper. So this is just under $150 value. We're going to go ahead and give this one. We do have the winner, so we're going to be reaching out to the lucky winner on this one, and we'll get a way to get this delivered to you. But this is the first one. So without ado, I'm going to go ahead and bring up, who is it? Who is the winner? Oh, and the winner is, there we go, Alyssa Pace.
Woo!
So congratulations,
Congrats.
Alyssa, on this. So this is a fantastic win. Again, 2 of our most populars. This quilters combo is the ruler, the 45 My Comfort Cutter, and the True Grips. We sell oodles of those. When people decide that they're really looking to solve their bigger challenges with issues in their wrist and the pain in their arm, they get this combo. It helps create straighter cuts, so they're more accurate. It makes it cutting easier because the way it rests in the palm of your hand, it takes less effort, and it means because you've got this accuracy and this ease, it also presents safety. So it's an increase in the safety that you're going to have. Yesterday I was talking, what happens when your blade starts to get dull and then you don't change it and your blade gets duller and you don't change it, right? And your blade gets duller and you don't change it, and that's dangerous. And we had some stories come up online. Yeah, that's where you end up cutting yourself. You damage your products, you damage your mats. This also comes with that electric sharpener. So it does sharpen the 28, the 45, and the 60mm. Most all those blades and those brands out there. You no longer have to cut with the dull blade. You could always cut with a sharp blade. So that's a fun thing. So congratulations, Alyssa Pace, on this one. All right, next what we have up is we have the 5-foot light bar. So this is our next one that we have is our 5-foot light bar we're going to give away. This has low wattage, low heat LED true light bulbs in them. So LED true light bulbs. And that means that the color correctness is like the sun. So when you're looking at your fabrics and you have it over your workstation, it's bringing some of the outside light into your home. And so they work fantastic. This is a $450 value. It does come on casters, so it can be moved around. A lot of our customers, a lot of people that buy this also like to use it over your cutting station. They might wheel it over your sewing station. If you have a bigger frame, great. We have a coupon. You can buy up to a 12-foot version of this too to go around your quilting frame. In fact, I think Jan George, I was watching, and she had this over her frame in her room as well. So again, this is what we're going to be giving away next. And the lucky winner of this luminous light bar is going to be, there we go, Molly Dickinson. Congratulations, Molly, on the 5-foot luminous bar. Again, I'll throw this out for all those that decide, hey, I'm looking at picking up a machine or a frame combo or a frame. The luminous is a great accessory. I'm here in our room that we're in now, and there's always a light in the middle, right, LJ?
Yep.
And if the light's in the middle and you put your sewing table against the wall, then you got a shadow. So this means you don't have to have lighting in the middle. You can bring it out over your work surface. And I was teasing here the other day when I was talking to a couple of those. I'm like, well, yeah, I've got my sewing system's by my window. I'm like, oh, okay, that's nice. I said, oh, so what do you do at night? Like it's the sun goes down, and do you have so well, no, not really. So that's a great place to get this luminous light bar. So congratulations again, Molly Dickinson, on this. All right, our last one that we're going to be giving away, I'm going to talk about this one just briefly, is our Q-Zone hoop frame. So yesterday and the day before, we gave away our Cutie frame. This is kind of the big brother or the big sister. This is 2 steps up. So this is a permanent frame. It has legs. It is 4.5 feet wide. This one comes with a few extra accessories that the other frames don't come with. So it's normally $1,889.95. This one includes what we call the table inserts. So this one has a white surface that you can use for pantographs and tracing in the back. Usually that's an additional accessory. This frame also comes with our special hooping leader cloth. And so we have a custom set of leader cloth for the hoop frames. This frame, it is included with the system. It also has what we call our dual track system. The dual track system is what we have and what we brought down from our professional Continuum 2 frame. So this one actually has the track and the carriage system of our higher end professional long arm frame in the hoop form. And then it comes with a leader cloth. It also comes with those table inserts. And it's great because you're going to be able to put this in that 4.5 foot of space. I'm just going to kind of scroll back up here. Don't get too dizzy here. I'm going to show you a little bit. So there's the adjustable depth. So you can change different size machines. So if you start domestic, great, but this will hold up to the 19-inch machine as well. So this is really a fantastic. In fact, when we have people call in, we have so many people that call in and they're interested in learning a little bit more about the Cutie frame. And if you're ready for a permanent frame, the move to either what we call the Q-Zone hoop frame or the Q-Zone Hoop Frame Pro, which is this version. So we have seen in the last year that there's been several people when they've called in, they're kind of moving to this frame if they really have the dedicated space, because it's bringing some of that professional system back into this one. It also comes with those accessories, so there's not a secondary purchase required. And so it really helps build out a very, very strong beginning system. So this is what we are giving away. So I'm really excited to give this one away, LJ, and this is a special one.
All right.
I'm getting ready for this. It's pretty exciting.
So it is exciting.
Who's going to be? Woo! There we go. Dolores.
Woo! Congratulations, Dolores.
Yes. So you are the lucky winner of our Q-Zone Hoop Frame Pro. And we'll be reaching out to you again to get some additional details. But we wanted to say congratulations and thank you for submitting and becoming part of this process. As we continue to move forward, I want to encourage everybody out there again to know that continue to look and participate in the quilts, continue to look and participate with the education. Today we have several things still going on. I was going to go ahead and kind of come back quickly to the quilt event so that I can talk to you briefly about what we have. We just are finishing part of the live giveaway section right now. And then what we're going to be doing is we're just about ready to start with Carla, and she's going to talk about some free motion fundamentals. When Carla's done, I'm going to come back and I'm going to talk about some details. I have the carriage and I have a couple other parts of the Cutie frame and I have part of a video. We're going to watch LJ. Carla's going to walk through a process and talk and teach LJ several things about how to engage with this frame. And then I'm going to open up the floor to some additional questions with that. So again, thank you everybody for coming back and being with us and enjoying part of what we've had as part of the giveaway. I am going to go ahead and we're going to say, well, what other questions, LJ? Tell me a little bit about what you thought about with some of the things that we've just given away and what that might mean for some of those quilters out there.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying congrats to everybody because it's super fun. Even we have the opportunity, to see these get given away and see what, people have the opportunity to potentially win. And we're on our team, we're like, can I enter? Do you think I can enter? Can I win that? And so do enter, again, go vote for those quilts. We're still doing that. So again, go take a look, have some awesome prizes. So definitely keep looking at them.
And again, any questions that you might have as we move through part of this, please make sure to post those. We're trying to get to most of those, and I know there's a lot of comments that are going through, but we're wanting to be able to do so and answer your questions. And then we're also live at graceframe.com. So if you want to visit www.graceframe.com, with this, you're going to be able to find that we have live chat there, which is different really than the streaming pieces. And then I'm going to encourage you to reach back out and look at your coupons. We sent through a text message for those that have been with us from the text messaging standpoint, so that's easy access to some of those. But again, I just want to kind of keep your mind attached in contact with those options that you're also going to have. But graceframe.com. When it comes Monday, feel free to call us. LJ might be a person.
Yes.
LJ might be a person that picks up the phone. So LJ, thanks for being with us again today. But that would be 1-800-264-0644 would be what we're looking to do on that one. So feel free to call, give us a chat. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to queue up Carla. I'm excited to see what she has to teach us today about a couple key things. And while we're doing that, maybe LJ, why don't you tell me one of your customer stories that's happened this last week regarding the event when they've called in. I don't know what that is, but why don't you go ahead and share it with us?
Yeah, so I'll just share one. It was just somebody who was, I guess it was actually last week. So it was when we were still trying to, register before we actually started this event. But it was just a little bit about, it was actually really interesting because I was able to have the opportunity to talk with them. And I actually got a little bit of a background on some of their quilts. So we do have the space in there for you guys to go put a description of the quilts. But it was really neat to kind of hear how they came up with the design of their quilts. And it was a pretty long story, but it was super neat to hear. And like Nathan said earlier, I don't think I understood what went into a quilt until more recently. So I love being able to hear your guys' stories of what inspired you to come up with your designs, or why you decided to do a quilt this way. So I love being able to hear it. And so it was super neat to hear this one person's story in particular with how they came up with their quilt design.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate that. So we're ready to go. We're going to go ahead and move in to Carla and having a chance to have her share some key things with us here as we move forward. Give me just a minute as we locate that here. Thanks everybody for being patient as we've done this. And we're going to go ahead.
Hello everybody and welcome.
Just tell us.
Today I get to talk to you about something that I really enjoyed as a quilter, and that's free motion quilting. And I've done a lot of research and I've been able to learn free motion quilting really on my own. Yes, there's some great quilters out there and they have a lot of good advice, but a lot of new beginners don't know where to start or why it's important to do certain steps as you're free motion quilting. And they just bypass it because it becomes a little difficult and they think that they're not artistic enough to do their own thing with the free motion quilting and drawing out designs. And so I just want to help you become more confident so that you are taking tips and techniques that I'm teaching to be able to go and give you the confidence and do your free motion quilting. So, doing my research, I had to think back of where I started, and I started quite a while ago. And so I have gotten better with my free motion quilting, and a lot of it comes from experience and the way that you're able to sew across your quilt. Now, think back of when you first started sewing or first started writing or first started walking. You take baby steps, okay? And that's what we're going to talk about today, is the baby steps leading up to it. Now, when you start quilting, a lot of quilters think they want to be this fabulous quilter right out of the bat, and you're not, okay? Because the machine's a little smooth and it's easy to make little wobbles in your designs. And even today, All the professional quilters are not perfect quilters. So allow yourself the learning curve. Just say, you know what? I've got to learn this, and know that it can be learned. I mean, we all have to start somewhere in the quilting process. And so the first place I want you to start is practicing. And I want you to think about getting a doodle notebook. This notebook will help you come as a resource. It helps you practice drawing your designs, and that practicing as you're doodling is so important because it helps your memory retention as you come to the quilting frame. It allows you to remember which directions you need to move or how you want to draw the design. This doodling part of quilting is extremely important, and something that if you're not doing, it's so much fun. You know, if you're sitting in front of the TV or you're just sitting there talking on the phone, put your phone on speaker and start doodling and just practice your designs while you're talking, because then you're doing two things at once, and that even helps you even more because it helps you remember the direction that you're supposed to draw, but you're doing another exercise talking at the same time, so you're trying to focus on two different items, so it helps you to multitask. So those are great tips and tools. So if you have any free time, just sit down and doodle. No matter where you are, even if you're in the car just riding along, listening to the radio. If you're the passenger, don't do it while you're driving, okay? But if you're the passenger, just doodle away. And a lot of our phones have pens that we can doodle as well. So start a doodle notebook. And start with easy designs. When we first started our penmanship and writing, we started out with easy, simple little things. And with a lined notebook, it helps you work on your proportions as well. So I have my little doodle notebook that has the lined papers in it. And as I started doodling, some of the first easy designs are just little waves and loops. And just start using the alphabet, the cursive alphabet, not regular letters, but the cursive alphabet is a great resource for designs in quilting. So this is a small case L and a little E. And I've just did 2 lines to show how I did the L, but I did the single distance between the 2 lines as the E, and I just, mastered that. So, and then another one is like a U. So it's a curve and an up, down, up, down, up, down. And like I said, the proportions on the lines really help you make it nice and even all the way across. So just to show you, and then as you're quilting, you can just do L's all the way across. Then you can add L and then an E, and then you can do the U's. You can make them a little smaller, but then you can start adding elements to it. So you can do a U with a circle underneath, and then you curve over the top, do a circle again, and then you move around and you do your circle again. Then you'll add a circle at the bottom of your U, and then at the top of the U coming across the top, so that valley and hills. Let's call them valley and hills. So you'll add a circle on the valley, and then another circle on the hill. And so you'll just move across. And then, as you're working on your designs, what you'll do now is that we're just making the distance a little longer using my lines. So at the bottom of your U, and then at the top of the U coming across the top, so that valley and hills. Let's call them valley and hills. So you'll add a circle on the valley, and then another circle on the hill. And so you'll just move across. And then, as you're working on your designs, what you'll do now is that we're just making the distance a little longer using my lines. So instead of just 1, I'm using 4 so I'm doing my little circle on the hill. And this will help you work with your meandering and learn how to stipple. So if you'll practice, and then practice changing the direction of how you quilt. That also helps your memory. And also change the top, so that valley and hills. Let's call them valley and hills. So you'll add a circle on the valley and then another circle on the hill. And so you'll just move across. And then as you're working on your designs, what you'll do now is that we're just making the distance a little longer using my lines. So instead of just 1, I'm using 4 so I'm doing my little circle on the hill. And this will help you work with your meandering and learn how to stipple. So if you'll practice, and then practice changing the direction of how you quilt, that also helps your memory. And also change the position of the design on your quilt. So this is just upside down E's, and then I started doing upside down L's as well. So you can see that this would make a fun little element in a border or a sashing, doing the different directions. Now this is a capital L. It's just a nice loop coming back, and again, these lines help me keep my proportion of my design so that I have it proportionally correct. Now, it doesn't help with the distance, so if you're concerned about the distance in between, you could just measure going across like this and add little lines so that you can keep the distance correct and the circles correct. So there's lots of ways that you can practice your doodling. Now, this is a fun design as well. So this is just kind of a zigzag. It's so simple, but you wouldn't realize it. This is my start point right here, and I moved up at a diagonal to this line here, okay, on my sheet of paper. So I went diagonal, then I went towards, if I was in front of it, it would have been the left, okay? So it's the right on me. So move to the left as you're sitting in front of it. And then you'll come back down to the diagonal and you'll move to the left again, and then you'll go back up, and you'll just keep doing that all the way across. So you have this little fun design. That's a fun one to practice. And so challenge you to practice something new and a little different. Then as you're doodling, another fun thing in your doodle notebook to also help you learn how to fill in different shapes. So I'm just using simple squares for my shape, but you could use a hexagon or a triangle and try different things. So just draw them in your notebook and practice with little filler designs. So this isn't even complicated at all. It's just a design that I did in the valley and the hills. It's a little longer, but I just went across, making them vertical, and then I came across and made them horizontal. So it just changes direction. And on a quilt, it's very pleasing to the eye to have the different directions because it draws your eyes different areas. So practice on that. Then notice that now I started in the corner with my valley and hills, and I went this direction. So now I probably leave these two blanks. So try different ways of quilting. You don't have to fill in every area, and sometimes that can become a little messy. And sometimes you need that little space that has nothing in it whatsoever, and that makes it more pleasing as you're looking at it. So sometimes when a quilt has too much on it, it's hard to notice and recognize all that beautiful quilting, and sometimes less is more. So just decide how you like to quilt and what you like. Doesn't matter what anybody else likes. If you like it, that's great. Okay, now let's stippling. A lot of quilters think, wow, let me start with the stipple. Stippling is actually a little harder than you would think. So practice in your notebook and practice in little squares so you can get the puzzle movements down. And stippling is just curves like a puzzle piece, and going in different directions to kind of make it look a little meandering across your page. So start in one corner, don't lift your pencil, keep going. And you'll notice that where you get hung up in a corner, just make it a little smaller and then come out. all the puzzle pieces are not exactly the same little size. They have small ones and large ones. So it doesn't matter if you get caught in a little corner. Notice that I kind of did a little erasing, that some of them are a little smaller because I was getting closer to my corner right here. So I kind of got caught there, so I had to just make this a little smaller. So practice that. And you can even practice it with points or spirals. Now, this is a fun little spiral design. It teaches you the basic beginnings of a spiral, because spirals are not that easy to start with. So what you'll do is you'll come in and bring it to a point and then come back out. And I just kind of made a little popcorn flower. And then you'll just come out and make it to a point. Just practice, practice, practice. And practice this all over your page. You know what? The more you do it, the better you'll become. So another simple design, I just wanted to show you about the spirals since we did the little popcorn, is that this is a closed loop spiral. You can notice that as I come into it, I got it really close to the same loop and I echoed around it. This is an open spiral because they're not touching. This is a closed and this is open because this one here, I closed it because each of the spirals are touching the next one. And this is open because they're not even touching each other. So it's going to cover more area more quickly as you're quilting. This is going to take a little bit more time because it's a little denser and closer together. So just look at the proportions and what you like and how you want to quilt. Okay, and a couple other little tools that I think are valuable for you. As I was working on processes and ideas, start again. I want to remind you, if you're not confident with free motion quilting, start simple. You can make a beautiful quilt with simple, easy designs. This quilt right here, I wanted to show you, doesn't have any complicated designs. It's a fun quilt. It has the houses and the stars. But I just wanted to show you the simple, easy designs that I used on it. So right here in the tree, I used the spiral. And notice that it's open spirals, but it kind of gives you that movement. So as we were looking at it, it looks more like tree. And also we added names in this because it made it fun. It's like when kids were smaller, I put their names in things so that they would look for it, and it keeps them engaged and excited about what we're quilting. So I added Charlie's name here, okay? Now, right here, for the background, I did some stippling. And then for my flag, notice that I did the waves back and forth. And how much fun that is. Simple design. And then I did my stars. We all know how to draw stars. You just add stars and little loops to keep them going. And that's really it. Those are really, and then on the house here, we just kind of did some U's. But nothing complicated, but look how much fun the quilt is. And just from those simple, easy designs, boy, you can create beautiful quilts. And that's how we started out. Was just something simple. This is a really old quilt that I did a long, long, long time ago. Now, the quilt on the back wall is a little more complicated because I had more experience as I was quilting. Notice that in the sashing, I just did the loops. Simple, easy, but it's eye-catching. And in the center, I did the little X with some, it's a little feather X, if you want to call it. It's not really a wreath. But the back of the quilt is just as fun as the front of the quilt. So, and then I kind of took the feather design with the little circle that I used in the sashing and the square and added it to the border to keep it going. And the border was so easy to do. It's just a little paisley, a couple of them, and then a spiral. Nothing complicated, but I took some time and practiced before I started quilting. And I also positioned things off. My border, I sectioned it off to get my proportions correct. And your doodle notebook, as you're doodling and coming up with new ideas and new designs, is a great resource for you to look back on for your quilting. So the next thing I want you to do is get a piece of clear template plastic, okay? And you have a rougher side and a smoother side and a dry erase. And then this allows you to draw your designs on it, to see what designs you like. So for this area, I'm just going to bring it over here, right here. I'm going to position this along my block here that I want to fill in. What I'm going to do is kind of section it off here. All right, that looks pretty good. So now I could start here in the corner, go like this. That kind of looks fun, a little different, and then you could just keep going. And then just keep going this way. So that's kind of fun and a little different. So you could do something like that. And then we could come down here to this bigger square, the smaller square right here, and then see what the loops look like. And you know what? Sometimes those mistakes are happy mistakes. See, I'm talking, doing what I'm telling you, and not. So just take this template plastic. It's a fun way to see what your design will look like and if it's what you want on your quilt. Then once you've done that, then I would suggest drawing it on a piece of paper. Okay? Like this. And then unthreading your needle. So I'm just going to position it off like this. And then I'll just draw my design. So my needle is not going to be threaded. And this just helps your muscle memory from your tracing. So without being threaded at all, you're going to kind of see if you have a feel for it. All right, so I'm going to start up here in this corner. And you're not sewing the paper to it or anything. You're just seeing what it looks like. And you could pin your paper to it, but just make sure that you have the movements down. It kind of looks cool on the paper too. There you go. That's kind of fun. So try that and pin it down and practice your tracing on the paper. And then if you wanted to, you could use pounce to pounce it on your quilt, or you even have the lines on the quilt right now. You can see where I've sewn. And so now I have a way of going back over. So there's a couple different ways that you can use this, but you know, try these techniques and use them and practice your free motion quilting before you jump in and actually start quilting. It will help you become more confident in your abilities, and it'll allow you to remember how your designs work and which position you need to move your sewing machine to get to the next design. Really important. So let's thread our machine, and I'm just going to come down here and do my little loops right now. And you can see that I've just drawn on my fabric the design. And using the pencil or the chalk or whatever method you like to use. Now, I have, there are some really good markers out there that are water soluble that you can draw on your quilt, but I haven't found the best one yet. Once I do, I will let you know. But for right now, just use the chalk because I do know that it comes out. And don't use too dark of a chalk, just very lightly. Use a pencil as well. Very fine lines are really nice as well. So, and now I'm just going to start showing you that the simple little designs are the best way to start. I'm going all the way to the top. And just start moving across. And have fun while you're doing it. You know, learning can be a fun process. Because you could be excited about what you're learning and that it's new and different. I don't want you to be the type of quilter that feels like you have to stitch in the ditch all the time because that's what you're good at. I want you to try new things and new elements and add new ways of quilting. Try new things, be different. Okay, one other thing I wanted to show you. It's kind of pleasing to the eye if you're changing from a large to a small, to start with a large and end with a large. And it just makes it more pleasing to the eye because then you think, oh, they ran out of room or something like that. So just make sure that you start with a large and end with a large, or if you're starting with a small, end with a small. It works a little nicer and it's more pleasing to the eye. Just a couple more things as you're quilting. Just a few thoughts that I want to bring to your attention is as you're quilting, even free motion quilting, getting your quilt on nice and straight really does help it turn out more even and beautiful. If you put your quilt on uneven, it's going to look a little uneven and a little sloppy. So as you're putting your quilt, use your cloth leaders or make sure that your edges are nice and straight. It just makes a lot of difference as you're quilting. And it keeps it from moving up your quilt at an angle or down. So make sure that you have a straight line going across your quilt and that your edges of your top and your bottom are nice and straight. Now as you roll it, you're going to get some shifting, so that's why you're going to make your backing wider and longer. So make sure that you have enough. Now on the sides, you don't need quite as much, but from the top to the bottom, you're going to need a little bit more. So make sure that it's wider from side to side and longer top to bottom than your top. And if it's a piece top, make sure that you're positioning your top where you want that strip or wherever you want that block to be. So if you want to spray baste as you're positioning it, you can. I do not like to baste. It's something that I just don't want to do. So I'm very aware because my backings are always piece of where I want that center, if I want it centered or if I want it off to the side. So just make sure that you're aware of where you want your top to be in regards to the back piece of your block, of your backing. Then the other thing is as you're quilting, just recognize that there are different size throats of machine. I'm using a 19-inch machine, so I have quite a distance I can travel, and I could make a larger design, one big, huge design. So the throat size of your machine is extremely important. If you have a smaller throat, then the size of your design is going to have to be smaller and in proportion that you can quilt it without hitting the back of the machine. So as you're quilting along, if you have a smaller throat, then you're going to hit the back of the machine and it can mess up your design. So make sure that you know how far you can quilt without hitting the back of your machine. So I like to, with my chalk, just mark. So I'm not going to mark it down here past the foot. You're going to want to mark it up here before it hits. So I know that that's how far I can travel without hitting the back of my machine. And then if I hit the back of my machine, it's going to mess up my design and cause me to have a straight line because I'm hitting the back of it. So make sure that you do your markings as you're quilting along. And that you're tacking down the edges of your quilt. That's really important as well. If you happen to sew off the edge of your quilt as you're coming back onto it, I'm just going to show you right down here. It can fold over the edge of it, but also it can get caught between the needle and the foot, and you can sew sew your quilt block down in your foot, and then you're just going to have to cut it out. Or be really careful as you're unpicking it right there. So notice that this is extremely important, and a lot of one that I learned the hard way. So learn from me, okay? I do not like to unpick, but yet I made a big mess by not tacking down the edges of my quilt. And so ever since then, I've been very religious about tacking down the edges, even with free motion quilting, and even if you're quilting inside this area, it's a good rule of thumb to always tack down your quilt edges because you never know if you're accidentally going to sew off the edge. So those are just a few rules and techniques, and I look forward to you joining me for part 2 of this, where I'm going to show you some accessories for free motion fundamentals that you can use to help ease you into that process. So join me next time, and please look at the Spring Fling, look at all the beautiful quilts that are there. If you have quilts, enter them, and join me again for our next free motion fundamentals part 2.
Wonderful. That was so great to have Carla share that with us. It's great to hear all of her insights and everything that she's been able to put together. Carla's mind works overtime. Let's go ahead and invite LJ in here with us as well. Welcome. Congratulations. And oh, wait, not congratulations. That's what's coming. Some giveaways. Welcome, LJ, back to joining us. So no congratulations for you. So, but we're really excited to be able to watch that. Carla has and does an amazing job. In fact, I looked at several comments. I've taken some notes on what we can do later. Some people are saying, hey, would it be possible to post a couple of her pages of her doodles? Yes, and one of the other fun things, we're not wanting to talk too much about this. This isn't a sneak peek we have, but we're working on another type of a project that will give you a chance to engage with Carla through education and some cloth, some printed cloth for you, and on video and written written content that helps you learn some of those exact same techniques. And we think there's a big need for that out there with a lot of you quilters. I saw a lot of people talk about, that sure makes it look easy. It can be that easy. One thing I was thinking of maybe as an additional tip, if you wanted to start with a piece of paper to do something on, you can take that painter's tape, and I thought you might put a pin farther out on the edge if you were to take some blue painter's tape out. I'm a two-handed driver, so I don't know about you, LJ, when you quilt, but I usually kind of need my two hands. Every now and then I'll take a hand down for a minute, but I'm feeling like I need the two hands. So do what you need to do. But again, go back to the idea I had before. Don't put a quilt that you're excited about quilting if you haven't done it first. That's one of the scariest things. You're just worried about messing it up. And if you do, you're going to have to unpick it. And so do something that you just really, it doesn't matter. And then you can kind of even go back over that several times and you can start to watch your improvements. So that would be one of my recommendations that I would take on top of that as well. I love it. Thanks, everybody. We appreciate it. Carla does an amazing job. They're saying it's been a great, wonderful workshop. There's been a lot of things that she did as some tips in there that I think you can take now. And if you have a frame and a system, you can look to implement. So that's a fun thing to do. So with that, I think we're really good to go. LJ, give me we're going to ask a question that we have, right?
Right.
What do you think that question would be?
Do some giveaways. So just maybe a question that touches just a little bit on kind of what Carla just went over, and maybe Nathan will word it a little better, but just what is one suggestion that Carla had to do before you start quilting? What's a good tool or method to try to help you get comfortable with quilting?
Okay, so what is that, right? What's one method? She gave you several things. So what would be a great way to begin to start to feel comfortable, to add a little confidence to you? What would that be? What is that? That's an easy one. I see. Oh yeah. There I'll come. By the way, that is right. A lot of what those are saying doodle. That is one of the first and beginning ways that just gets you comfortable. I did see a comment. I wish I would have grabbed who it was, that just talked about when they doodle, they actually they hold their pen straight up and down. So it's not like you're drawing, because that up and down, or if you were to lift your hand off of the paper a little bit, that process off of the table or off of the paper is actually what you're doing when you're moving the machine, literally by holding. You can hold the top of the handle, you can even hold the bottom, but if you were to lift that arm again off of the surface and have to hold it, that is the same motion you get. So that's a great one, but it is doodling. We're going to go ahead and bring up a winner, and here we go. We're going to go ahead and select. This is one of our first ones, Pat Pim.
Pat.
And it was doodling, so it is doodling. So Pat Pim.
Okay.
So what we're going to do, let's get 2 names, and then we'll come back and do the drawings for them. Let's do Pat. Pat's going to be one of our first ones. Here's another one. I love this one. I'm going to bring this one up as well, that I thought was really good. And a lot of people, it's a little bit more specific, but they talk about doing this on like the sheet of the glass. I mean, the plastic, right? So I like what that was. So, and this is another one too, unthread the machine and stitch on paper. So let's go ahead and do this one. Let's do Michelle Lewis would be our other one.
Congrats, Michelle.
So congrats, Michelle. And the first name again, give me the
Pat.
Pat. We're going to go ahead, Pat, and we're going to drop the Plinko chip in for you. Give me a minute before we do that. If you don't have Jana's email, please make sure to write this down, JANNA@graceframe.com. She's the one that you'll need to contact to redeem your prize. So the 2 winners that we're going to do, again, it was Pat and Michelle. Make sure to write down Jana, her email here, JANNA@graceframe.com. And we're going to go ahead and bring in some Plinko.
Okay, this is for Pat.
This is,
all right.
This is
You
for
ready?
Pat.
Okay, this
Not
is for
quite.
Pat.
We're going to bring it out here. There we go. So here we go, Pat. Here we go.
Okay, here we go, Pat.
It's going to be
My Comfort
the
Cutter.
My Comfort Cutter. This is the 45 My Comfort Cutter. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but it's ergonomics. It helps make cutting easier, requires less effort, will help you create more accuracy, and it's a safer cutter to use with that process. It's a $32 value. We're going to go ahead and get that to Pat. Let's go ahead and who do we have next?
Michelle.
Then? Michelle. Let's go ahead and drop a Plinko check for Michelle.
Woo! Oh.
Oh, doubling down on the Plinkos. Doubling down. There we
Woo!
go.
Okay. So that is the Quilters combo as well as the 360 cutter.
Quilters combo and the 360 cutter. That's awesome. The 360 cutter is part of the True Cut line. You can cut 2 up to 12 from between 2 and 12-inch circles. It's wonderful. You can cut up to, actually, I want to say 4 layers of fabric or 2 layers of denim at a time. It makes it super, super easy. And then you get the My Comfort Cutter. So congratulations.
Congrats.
Let's do another question. A question that I will have, and this is going to be a little bit of an interesting one. Not too bad. It was probably about 35 minutes ago, 40 minutes ago. We gave away the big prize today. The question that I have is, what is the name on the big prize we gave away today? It is one of the frames. I'll give you that, but I am looking for the name. It needs to have the key tagline at the end is one of the things I'm looking for, because we have 3 different frames that fall into this category. And so I want to make sure that we're able to give this correct. So here we go. We're looking for what that might be. There we go. There we go. We got a lot of people. Now the Q hoop is close, but I need to, it's what kind of one of those. We have one, someone saying the Q zone hoop frame. That's closer, but it's the Q zone hoop frame. What is that? We're going to go ahead and pull this one. This is right as the Q zone hoop frame. It is the Pro, and that's what I want you to look at. We gave away the Pro version of that frame today. So Kathy Smith Oliver, congratulations. We're going to drop a Plinko here for you in just a minute. So we have Kathy down.
I got Kathy.
All right, Kathy. Again, remember, we're going to have you contact Jana. And here's the other one. We're going to pull this one. So we got this one from Wendy Austin Helmerich. Q-Zone Pro. That is the Q-Zone Hoop Frame Pro. So it is the Pro version of that hoop frame. Congratulations. Thanks everybody for comments as we're going through this.
Yes.
We're going to get into our next version. We're going to watch LJ do a demonstration as Carla starts talking about our Cutie frame, but it's a zoning frame as well. So let's go ahead and drop 2 Plinko chips.
Let's do it.
Let's see what this
All right,
means here.
so this is for Kathy. Quilter's Creative Design.
So Quilter's Creative Design. Now that's software again that's used to you can design, but really to print and size patterns that you can use for panographs. It's a great $350 design. Let's go ahead and do another one.
So this is for Wendy.
Wendy, what's going to happen? Here we go.
Oh, I went all the way. The 4-pack of Finesse.
4-pack of Finesse. Again, I want to up the ante on this 4-pack. Those that had seen this earlier, we talked about our Finesse thread. That Finesse thread comes with 1,500 yards per cone, which is awesome. It's wonderful. And I'm going to give you our 4-pack of solids, which are our 4 most popular solids. And I'm going to go ahead and give you and that's our last Plinko for now, right? Plinko? Yeah. I'm just going to make sure. So, and I'm going to give you a 4-pack of our variegated threads so that you can have 8 cones of thread at 1,500 yards each, and 4 of our most popular solids and our variegated colors. So that's a wonderful one to be able to get. Again, make sure to reach out, and you need to email Janna, Janna @graceframe.com. With that, what I thought I would do is look at answering a couple questions. As we've gone through this event, I'm curious to know what questions you might have had regarding either we did some of the frames. I can't really answer on behalf of a couple of the other classes that were done, but anything that has to do with any of the Grace Frame products and some of the education and the training that might have been done by Carla or any of our staff members, I would love to answer a couple of those questions here. We just have a short bit of time before we move into part of what we're going to be talking about, the Cutie. And LJ, you were laughing, right, earlier because of the name of what this was that we're going to be getting into?
It's cute. It's our cutest new frame, the Cutie. So I just thought it was a funny play on words, cutest, cutie. So, and it is cute.
It is. So we're excited about what that is as we're getting into it, but I'm curious. So here's a question we're going to look at. Will there be more education on QCT? The answer is yes. We actually have more education coming up next week. We have 2 more live streaming sessions, so a lot more stuff to give away, and our grand prize will be giving away next Friday. So come back and join us as we do that throughout next week. We're going to be reposting a lot of this, but we do have another QCT class. And then the other update, if you are a QCT owner and you have one of those, there was an update that came out here about a month ago. And if you're not familiar with what that is, it actually has provided a significant increase in direct to your computer help files and videos. And if you go into your help, now you'll actually see that there's a list of not only the PDFs that are printed, and there's on-screen wizards, but now we've also been able to link the videos and other content to that as well. And there's a bunch of new content that Carla just finished up that's also published there. So there's been a lot more that we're now pushing out to you on your QCT system to help engage you, and to help engage you and give you some ways to begin. With this, we're creating a lot more. To tell you a quick bit about Grace Company, what we're going to be doing with Grace Company is we're really going to be continuously having a high focus on the educational area. And so what we're going to do with the educational group is we're going to be building Carla's team. And so we currently have 2 people. We have 2 more that will be joining us in May. We'll have another 2 that will be joining us in late July and August, and we're going to continue to build that all out. And so that's exciting. Sorry, Laura Jen, I didn't mean to throw you out. She's like, where did I go? Sorry. I'm doing a lot of talking. You're standing over there, so sorry about that. But thanks for coming back. So, but we're going to do a lot more with education. One here was a quick question about the frames. Did you talk about idler bars? We did not talk about idler bars. The only frame that we have an idler available on is the Continuum 2. So that is an availability. So that's something you can look at regarding that one. There's this question now coming in. This is going to be some compatibility. How much room says how much quilt room would a Janome S9 have with a Cutie? I'm trying to think of the S9. I'm not sure what the S9 is. I'm not sure if that has like a 9-inch throat. One thing to let you know regarding this, and we'll get into this here briefly, but your machine and the throat that you have on your machine, your quilt usually starts to fill up this space. And one of the things that we've done with hoop frames is instead of sitting in it, the fabric actually sits on top of a rail, and that way it allows this to move out of the way so that you can actually have a little bit more finished quilting space with that being able to move out of the way. And again, I would recommend starting with what you have. If you've got something out there, if you've got a budget, hey, get into a 15 or a 19 because it's going to give you more functionality with what those are. But that machine you will add a little more finished quiltable space than you are today by using your fabric and pushing it through the throat of the machine, because the fabric gets held onto the rails and out of the way of where that needle moves. And so it will actually increase your total finished space because you're no longer struggling and trying to roll that fabric, and it will be moved in a way that can continue to move it out of the way of the machine. So I would want to give you that quick one. Another quick question. Let's see if there's another quick question I can help answer here. How do we get the update to the QCT5 Pro? Good question. We're not going to go into details, but if you actually go to your help button, there is an option underneath there that would be check for updates. So you can find about and settings things and check about updates. But an easy way too is give us a call. Give Grace Frame a call at 1-800-264-0644. Our techs can help walk through that. And simply, it will just tell you to check online if there's an update. If so, it downloads it. So that's a really, really easy piece that you're going to have that you can do with that. Another question, does the heavy machine like Bernina 830 work on the Cutie? It does. In fact, we can run up to our 19-inch machine. And we actually have done testing with the same weight of a lot of these heavier machines and all those machines. The track is actually the same track we run on our professional system. So it's a special material that's very dense and so that it can hold the weight. And then the body, and I'll show you some of these pictures, but we have aluminum extrusions and it is meant to be robust. And so it's not because the frame's smaller means it's weaker. We've actually designed it to keep its robustness. It just needed to be portable and easy to adjust so they didn't have to have tools. And so that's kind of a quick question. The Bernina 830, if you have your BSR foot, awesome. You actually can use, and it will be stitch regulated. Yeah, that's great. So you will have a stitch regulated machine on the Cutie frame. Another quick question here. Let's see. Let's see if there's anything else that we've got. Looks like we have a lot of them being answered. There is the Altair. The Altair will work with any of the frames. In fact, the Altair will work on any one of them with the foot pedal or the speed control or the stitch regulation on those baby locks. If you're going to use one of the bigger frames, you do need to get a speed control or stitch regulation. The hoop frames, you can use that with the foot pedal that you have there. With that, I'm going to go ahead and I want to bring up I'm going to bring up a couple things to move into Laura Jean. So I want to bring in the Cutie frame really quick, and I want to bring up a screenshot of this so that everybody can see this here just briefly. There we go. I wanted to be able to show everybody a little bit about what this looks like before we kind of get into some more details. And again, some of you might have heard or you might have seen this. I really want to encourage everybody at this time that if we're going, as we go through this product and as we watch demonstrations on this product, there's no better time right now than to start asking some of the key questions, because that's really what this next segment's going to be, is specific. And I will say it's great and it's specific to not only the Cutie frame, but all of the hoop frames will work in a similar manner as far as your domestic machines on how they fit and how they work with that. So I'm going to go ahead and bring this up. Everybody should be able to see my screen here in just a minute. There we go. This is the Cutie page. And this is what we're going to be spending the next half hour or so talking about. And I wanted to start off with a video. And this is we're not going to have some audio on this, but I want us to watch this because I think this does a really, really great job showing us how this frame kind of interacts and how it works. So this is the little bit that we do as a quick demo that just kind of shows you. Obviously, it sits on any kind of a table surface. It's light, easy to sit down. It has rubber on the base that helps actually keep it in place. And you can see what Courtney's doing right now is it doesn't require tools to put that rail through the throat of the machine. Comes down, it can be stowed. I actually have the two carriage parts right now today that I'm going to show you. I love this part because it shows you can start with different machines, 15s or up to 19s, and ultimately you can begin with what you have in your home, which is the domestic machines out there. There we go. So I love kind of talking a little bit about what that is. LJ, maybe before we get into this, I know you had a chance to work with Carla quite a bit regarding the experience and how to learn how to use this. why don't you just tell me, how did you feel before you went in there? Were you a little nervous? Were you excited? Tell me about what your thoughts were.
Yeah, so to be completely honest, I've never really done quilting before in my entire life. So I was a little bit nervous because they came in there like, oh, we're gonna have you quilt on this, and I was like, okay, all right, let's give it a shot. So I definitely was a little bit nervous going into it. But as Carla kind of started to show me what to do, I kind of began to realize that it's actually a really easy process to just get started. And I think one thing that Nathan mentioned as well is that you just need to kind of find a starting point and then kind of go for it. And in the video, I think that he'll show here, it does show you a little bit of how to get started, and that it is just a piece of fabric, that you can put on the frame. And let me just tell you again, it is super easy. May seem a little nerve-wracking. Believe me, I was a little bit nervous when I did it, but I think it is something you can easily pick up on.
With that, LJ, another question that I have for you is, tell me the after experience, because that's kind of partly as you were going into it. I think some of that's coming through is like, oh, it was a little bit easier. But when you finished with it, tell me some of the thoughts when you were done. What was coming to your mind as you had experienced that?
Yeah, so just a little bit about it is when I had finished it, because I had the opportunity to actually, stitch out some on it and quilt, I wanted to keep going. They're like, okay, we're done with the video. I was like, are you sure? Like, we can keep going, we can keep recording, because it's addicting. I just wanted to keep going. And even now, sometimes when I'm sitting at my desk and I get a question about a cutie, I'm like, you know what? I want to go back there and do it again. So it is super fun, and I loved it.
I know this very specifically. One of the first times you saw it, you had all these questions for me. Like, so now tell me, and what about this? I'm like, well, maybe we need to bring one of those home.
Yeah.
So it is pretty fun. And the thing I would like to talk to all the quilters out there, I want you to think about this. Now, it's not just quilting either. we have a lot of other ideas. Like, one of the things that Carla has done with this strip quilting is you can kind of do these pieces you go quilts where you can put a piece of fabric on top of your batting with your backing and quilt that down and add another piece and quilt it down. The other thing is with thread, there's a lot of things. You might have heard of thread art and thread painting. I have a project where I actually took and I blew up a picture of a coloring book page and I poked holes through it. I pounced it onto a sheet of fabric and then I went and put that on the Cutie, and I chose different color threads and I started kind of painting and filling in areas. And I think there's a whole lot of things that you can do that don't restrict you to saying I just have to complete a quilt. And you might think, do I have a daughter? Do I have a granddaughter? This is one of those tools that is bridging and starting to break the barriers, because it doesn't only have to be for what I consider finishing all these pieced quilts. There's a lot of people that in that piecing process, they're not people that want to piece, but they love the experience of finishing the quilts. And there's a lot of other ways that you can do that as well. So I want you to think about that. Think about the loved ones. Think about, there might be somebody else in your family that has a thought or a need. And it's the most affordable way to get into quilting. And I say this, it's the best accessory for your machine. If you have quilts, yeah, it's going to remove the struggle with fabric and all of that as well. But I wanted to kind of bring that up before we get into it. With that, LJ, maybe one other thing I'll have you share with us here quickly is, as you've done this, have you by chance heard of any stories from a quilter who's had one for a period of time? Now, there haven't been a lot because we get them in and then we sell out. And right now they're on back order. But have you heard or do you know of any experiences? I don't know if you know that within the team at all. Or...
Yeah, I actually have heard of just a couple different stories, but one of them in particular is this older lady, and she had, I think some of the comments earlier said they had surgery on their shoulder. So this lady had the same kind of thing where she really couldn't do a whole lot, but she loved quilting. She's been doing quilting for pretty much her entire life. Her grandma showed her, so it's just kind of led from there. But she couldn't really, and so she was trying to move her fabric through her machine, but she couldn't because she wasn't able to actually move her shoulder. And so she was able to get the Cutie frame, and I love talking to her. She was absolutely adorable, and she just almost like starstruck that she was able to do quilting now, and that it's not going to hurt her shoulder, and that she can do so many things with it. So it was a very cute story.
That is wonderful. We're continuing to hear more and more of those. With that, let's go ahead and get into this, LJ. I'm going to bring up the video, and we're going to listen to you and watch Carla walk you through some of the aspects of this frame. When we're done, keep the on the side, keep the comments going. I want to come back and really, when we're done, we're going to answer some questions. Some of those we'll do with you, LJ, on how would you answer these for a quilter, and then I'll share some of them, and then we'll talk about a couple other technical components. Again, I was going to scoot back here just a little bit. Here with me in the studio, I have the carriage and a couple things. So I want to talk about some of that when it comes to the machine and the positioning, and I want to show some of the close-up elements of that. So that's what I'm looking to be able to do. So let's go ahead and listen and watch LJ and Oliver learning. So this is going to be exciting.
Welcome everyone, I'm Carla Jerome. This is Laurel, and I get to show Laurel how to use this fabulous little cutie frame. First of all, it's very easy to put together. It is a solid little frame. It's not going to go anywhere. It's not going to vibrate off the table. So no need to worry about what surface you're really doing it on. You just want the table to be nice and level. You could even use it on your countertop, in your RV. It's just such a nice portable frame. Now, Laurel, that you've put it together, just make sure that you can move the carriage side to side, front to back freely. After you've set your machine on the frame, the height of this pole here is called a take-up pole because it takes up all your quilt after you've quilted. A good rule of thumb is to put your hand underneath with it laying flat, and you can tell it just barely hits, and so it's the perfect height right underneath here. So then, just coming and looking at this, you want to make sure that this pole, see how it kind of angles down just a little bit? Just make sure that it's even right underneath here. So to put your hand right across here and kind of tell.
Oh, okay.
Let's talk about the sewing machine. These right here, these are called feed dogs. They grab the fabric and kind of push it along as you're piecing or sewing. Okay. These need to be down so you have a smooth surface. Gotcha. To move your quilt through. The other thing is the foot that you use. You need an embroidery foot or a quilting foot, something that makes it easy for you to glide across. You just want a smooth foot that you can easily see. Then the other thing is bobbins. I like to wind several bobbins before I start so that I don't have to stop in the middle of it. So look at your project and decide how much quilting you want on it and kind of guesstimate how many bobbins. Let's talk about preparing our pieced quilt for quilting. If you're going to piece your back, just make sure that you've ironed it and pieced it correctly. So we're going to lay our piece backing, and I have gone and found my center of my backing, the top, and I've marked it with the pen, and the center with the bottom. So this will help me line up my batting. And I found the center of my batting as well, top and bottom, and I pinned it to my backing, and then I just pinned the sides. So now all I have to do is line up my pins, and I can just move it over and line it up. And that's all we have to do. Let's talk about leaders. I have a few inches on the top and a few inches on the bottom. The leaders are an extension of your fabric. If you don't have them, you will need to make your backing that much wider and that much longer. One leader's got cording in it to help you start rolling it up. You'll find the center of your leader. I'm going to just take my pencil here, or my pen, and just mark it. And I write a C for center. I'm just going to take my leader, and I'm going to line my backing up all of my pins, and I can take one pin and just pin straight across. And I'm just going to do that all the way across my top. And so we'll quickly do that. And the same thing that I do at the top, I'll do with the bottom. You'll just pin it straight across. And you'll always pin from the center out. And the reason is if you get a wrinkle or anything like that, you're pulling it from the center out so that you can adjust. Now this leader is quite a bit longer, and that's for your larger size quilts. So don't cut it down. It's not going to inhibit you in any way. It's just going to help you. You do the same thing with the bottom one. And the bottom one's even wider. So as you get to the end of your quilt, the leaders allow you to quilt all the way to the edge of your beautiful quilt that you've created. If you didn't have them, you'd have to cut a portion of it off because you couldn't sew because it'd be wrapped up over the pole. And I have a couple of sets because I get bored with my quilts, and so I like to jump from one project to another. So sometimes it's nice to have two sets. And with these frames, you can take them on and off and start on something new. We're going to slide our leader through the arm of our machine and adjust it to start quilting. We want to make sure we're putting our backing and our batting and everything under the foot. One thing I want you to notice, your carriage and your machine will only go so far before it hits the sides. So if you move your machine all the way to the side, you can notice that eventually your machine and your carriage will hit the side of the frame. And we don't want that to disrupt our quilting, okay? So I'm going to adjust my starting side out of way so that as I'm starting, I'm not going to hit. I'm going to move it all the way down. But I want to make sure that I can quilt this edge, okay, without it hitting.
Okay.
And now we can start putting our clamps on. And you want to adjust it also so that you can start right on this edge. So you can pull the batting up just a little bit. And so bring your machine out where it's going to start. See, we have that much area. So let's pull it up just a tad more. And there we go.
Okay.
And sometimes I'll put my needle in the down position. So what I like to do now is make sure my back has no wrinkles in it.
Okay.
And so I like to just pull it. And then sometimes I'll baste across the top edge to hold my quilt in place as well. So we'll have you do that in just a minute. So what we're going to do is we're going to now put on our 2 bottom clamps. Okay, and they go on a specific way. So you look at the name right here. This name has to be showing correctly, and we want to take these up off.
So facing you.
Yeah, facing you.
Cutie, like I said.
Yeah, so the cutie needs to be facing so you can read it, not upside down, okay? And as you clamp it on, and clamp it down. And it comes with 2 side clips, so you can put them on. And it comes with 2 side leaders also, so you could clamp that on and pin it, so you get extra tension. And helps keep it nice and straight. So what we're going to do is we're going to pull our quilt out, and we're going to start rolling it up. And you can look at your wrinkles on the back as you're rolling. I've got one right here. Just pull it out from the center out, just like you would on a rolling frame. And just keep rolling. Now we're just going to clamp it. Let's start rolling this on, and we can clamp this as well. And make sure you're counting all your little clamps, because if you leave one undone, you'll notice it and feel it. Okay. With this frame, you can sit or stand. If you're using a machine that requires a foot pedal, you will want to sit. So I'm going to have you sit down. You want to make sure that your machine is threaded correctly. And so make sure that you have the thread pulled through your tension knob and through the spring so that you get that tension. But right now, you can tell that as I pull this, how easy it is to pull.
Oh,
That's because your presser foot, which is this foot right here, and this is the presser foot lever, isn't down. Once I put the presser foot down, you can feel that tension. And so you need to remember to put the presser foot down. Otherwise, you're going to have really loose tension, and your thread's going to look like shag carpet underneath, and you don't want that. Once you have the presser foot down, you want to make sure that you bring your bottom thread up. So find the needle up, needle down button on your machine, and it'll go down, and then push it one more time, and it brings the needle back up. Now, if you'll just barely move your machine away, see how it's going to pull up that bottom thread?
Okay. Yeah, the loop.
So that you don't have any of those thread tails underneath, okay?
Okay.
So you just pull that up. One other thing I want to point out is we want to tack down the edges of our quilt, just in case we sew off the edge. Notice that my foot is underneath my quilt, so if I sew off the edge and I start coming back, it's going to grab that quilt and make a wrinkle in it, and it can even tear your quilt. So what we're going to do is move the machine down as far as we can. I'm going to lift up the presser foot just a little bit, put it on that wide area right there, because it doesn't matter how straight it is. I'm going to cover this with my binding. So when you're pushing down on the foot pedal, if you push too slowly, the machine's just going to barely start revving up and start moving, just like with a car. And so you want to make sure that you give it enough acceleration so that as you're pushing it, your stitches look decent. And you're going to go up to this corner and go across as far as you can reach. Okay. Okay, now start going across. See how easy that is? There we go. Now you hit the back. So now you can hit that thread cutter if you want. There you go. So now we've tacked down our quilt. Laura, do you feel comfortable just jumping in? I've drawn the design on for you and start to quilt, or do you want to practice first?
I've never really done this before, so let me practice.
So practicing to get the motor skills and the thought process is really important to free motion quilting. So just take some time. We got our paper here.
Okay.
And Laurel has her pencil. You could maybe kind of draw the design through the paper, and it doesn't have to be exact. It's just to learn the motion so that you understand it before you start quilting. Take a piece of paper, lay it over the fabric, and just trace an outline of them so that you can understand the proportion and how far up and how far down to move.
We'll start with just that.
Yeah. Okay. So just move it off to the side here and just see what I've done. So you're just going to start up there, and you just start with this one right here.
So just done the...
And just go up, down, up, down. It's really easy. I chose really simple, easy designs to start out with. But even the simple, basic designs like up, down movements make your quilt that much prettier.
Yeah, well, this is good for me because like I said, I've never really done this before, so
all you do.
Simple's good.
And then when you feel comfortable, then we'll just start. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I think I got a good idea.
All right, I've taken a chalk pencil, and in the star area, I thought it'd just be fun to just do a nice little long loop. One other thing I want to point out, with the hoop frame, because you have covered up most of your area, you don't know when you're going to be coming close to the end to hit it. Yeah. So we'll take a little piece of tape, move my machine down here, and we're going to mark it just inside this area. This block right here is as far as we can move. Now the front. You know that you're not going to have enough area to quilt this block here or a part of this block, okay? So we're going to have to just focus on this area up here, and then we'll shift it so you can do this whole block all at once. So you're just going to focus on this top row, and you remember how to pull your thread up?
Yes.
Take a deep breath. And start out slow, and you'll get very comfortable, and then just enjoy.
Okay, well, let's go for it.
There you go. Good job. And you don't have to stay right on the lines. It's just nice and smooth. Yeah. It's fun, isn't it?
Yes.
There's your first one.
Boom. Okay. I got this.
Yes, she did. She has it.
Okay, let's try just a little bit of this one.
Okay.
I'm just going to start right here.
There you go. Nice. See, she's getting more confident, so she's going a little faster, just like your learner's permit.
Yes.
There you go.
Awesome. Look at that. I can totally do this.
Yes, you can. We knew that all along. So now while we've got Laurel quilting, I'm going to talk to you about the different machines that this Cutie frame can accommodate. Up to a 19-inch machine. So you can put the 15M, the 15R, the 15 Pro, or the 19-inch machine on this frame. And what's nice about it is this piece right here extends out, so it can give you more quilting surface for you to quilt. Another nice feature is you can add automation to it. You are not limited to the way you want to quilt. If you are not comfortable with the free motion quilting, you can add automation and have it do the quilting for you. It's just a fabulous frame. It is for anybody and everybody. If you need a second frame and you like to quilt on the go, this is the frame for you because you can fold it up, put it away, and store it and get it back out. If you're a seasonal quilter and you have a second home and you need a quilting frame, hey, this is good for you. Somebody who's in assisted living who wants to keep doing what they love, this is the frame for you. And you saw with Laurel, man, she's going for it. She is a quilter now, and are you liking it, Laurel?
Yeah. I just want to keep going.
Laurel has finished up everything that she could quilt and as far out as she could quilt. And so now she gets to shift the quilt to finish up the next section. So that's what we're going to do right now. When you're rolling or when you're shifting, you don't want to roll it up all the way past so that you have a space in between as you're quilting. So you want to leave a little bit of what you quilted showing. So maybe about a ½ an inch.
Okay.
We'll just shift it down this way. And we'll just lock it into place and you can finish up and then we'll roll it up.
Okay.
Let's lock all these in place first.
Okay.
I always like to lock these in place so I can get the wrinkles out. All right, and let's just pull this up. Kind of pull it out like that.
Oh, yeah.
And put it on. And then we'll just lock it into place. She's going to just finish this next section, and then we're going to shift it and start rolling so that she can finish this. And then I'm just going to come around here. And with your leader claws, you get a little leader to hold right here, but I'm just going to hold it.
Okay, I think I'll tuck it down really quick.
There you go. There you go. Nice. Right there. There you go.
Okay. Come in and do these sections.
All right, she's just got a few more to do. And see how quickly she's mastered using her domestic machine and the design. It really does help to draw your design in your blocks. And she's mastered the foot pedal, thread cutter really well. Now you feel like you're kind of in your groove. You've got your rhythm.
Yeah,
you
just
know
keep
what you're
going.
doing.
Yes.
It's comfortable now.
Yes.
All right. What we're going to do is unclamp and we're going to adjust it so it's up just a little bit. Okay? Take these off. And this cording on this leader cloth just helps to make it a little easier for you to start rolling your quilt. Let's move the machine over here and make sure that we have enough room that we can quilt this.
Okay.
And so that's what we want to do. And because when we put our clamps on, let's put this clamp on first, then let's see where it lands. Okay, that's pretty close, and we're going to hit the back there. So we don't want to, and we can't even quilt the whole design.
Okay.
So we know we've done it too far, but that's what I'll do, is I'll sit there and I'll adjust one end.
Okay.
That way it's easier to line up all the way down the quilt.
Gotcha.
Okay, there we go.
So then you can see.
But can we? Yeah, we can. Close.
Okay.
All right.
I was going to say, even just doing this little bit of section, I really like the domestic machine because I think it's a good starting point. But I find myself wishing I had a bigger throat space just because already I could have stitched maybe this whole section.
Right. We'll just put this on and pull it as we'll. So I'll just pull this section right here. And we'll let you put this one on. Quickly roll it up.
Let's pull up the chair.
Remember, we need to mark so that you don't hit the edges, okay?
Okay.
So you can take your existing piece, then let's move it down this direction. Let's figure out how far we can do it. Oh, right there, that's almost perfect. So you're just going to stop right there, okay?
Okay.
Nice job.
Awesome.
Laurel has mastered quilting.
Yes.
So Laurel, this is your very first time machine quilting using the little Cutie tabletop fabric frame.
Yes.
So, was it easy?
Yes. Oh, yes. It was way easier than I thought it was going to be. It was super easy to get the hang of, to be able to just hook it on.
Could you go home and do it by yourself?
Oh, yeah.
If I wasn't there to coax you along
Yes.
and help you. And did you enjoy it?
Yes, I already want to keep going. I just want to keep doing the whole thing.
She's going to keep going. So thank you for joining us, and we hope you've learned a few things and purchase your Cutie tabletop fabric frame today. You've learned a few things and purchase your Cutie tabletop fabric frame today.
Wonderful, wonderful. That was great. Fun. LJ, looks like you did it.
Yeah, I did.
Now, one of the things I was thinking about again, and I didn't realize this, but that was the first time you'd quilted.
Ever in my entire life.
Yeah.
Ever.
So with that, and I just saw it, and I was laughing at some of your comments. Oh, I could do this. Tell us a little bit about that. This is the Cutie frame, but I want to expand because just so you know, LJ, this is not only the experience on the Cutie frame. If you take a machine, and even if you get into a mid-arm, that process and that motion works literally on any size machine. So kind of keep that in mind. I know this Cutie tends to make it a little bit easier for you to wrap your mind around when it's in front of you and it's a small space. But again, tell me a little bit about your experience. Again, we kind of went into this. You said there were some exciting things. How did you feel from before you started and then as you ended? So tell us a little about that.
Yeah, so a little bit earlier, I did mention that I was a little bit nervous. And you could probably see right when I got started, I was going a little bit slower because I wasn't quite sure what to do. But I think pretty quickly they're able to see that I definitely sped up as I started going. And I think that's at the point where I was like, oh, I got this. And I totally did. And I loved it. And you really can. And I know it's like, oh yeah, people just say that. Like, no, like that really was the first time I've ever quilted in my entire life, and it really is something you can pick up on, whether it's with the Cutie or a bigger frame and machine. It really is something that's easy to do.
I think that was great. I love Carla. She was asking the questions at the end, the same thing, like, how are you feeling? That was legitimate, right? That was legitimate.
Yeah.
We were talking kind of behind the scenes here, like, oh, I keep on thinking like, I want to go do more of what that is. So I think one of the things that'll be great for you is to think about what your future is. In fact, this brings me, and I want to bring up some screens, talk about a couple things with this. There are several questions. I wrote down a few of those that I thought maybe we could answer. And we're going to get into what your mind goes to once you start to get more confident about this, what kind of you want next, right? I want to get to that, man. One quick thing I wanted to quickly clarify. One of the big questions that's been coming up is, now this video showed briefly about loading some of the fabric with some hints and tips. We have at Grace Frame, if you were to go to Grace Frame's YouTube website, and let me go ahead and I want to pull this up here really quick. There are several different videos that Carla has done on being able to do and use this with leader cloths and without leader cloths. And so that's one of the things too to think about is you can do it either way. And I have people asking about the leader cloth sides. You can buy the leader cloth, and when you buy the leader cloth, what you're going to find when you buy the leader cloth is it does come with those sides. So it has the front and the back. The front actually has what we call a soft rail. And that soft rail is a way to start rolling your fabrics. And so that's a great thing to be able to see and use. Give me just one more minute here.
Yeah, and then just really quick while Nathan is pulling this up, just something to make sure that we specify is that the hoop leader cloths are the ones that come with the sides. And that's one that also comes with that soft rail that has that rope in it, is the hoop leader cloth specifically.
So with that, this is the YouTube page. And we actually have several videos that are very specific, and you can think the Cutie and the hoop frames are similar on the way you prep fabric. There are a couple things with the Cutie on handling that front fabric a little bit different with those handles, but if you can see, we have a whole bunch. One is, the same things with how easy is it to assemble. How do you actually quilt? This is the one we watched LJ on. We did several different processes and projects with those hoop frames, and so there's a great bit of education and information on both written, so we give you the instructions, and on a video side that's are specific to the Cutie and specific to the hoop frames. So I wanted to kind of bring that up to everybody as we were kind of looking at some of that, LJ, just so we can kind of see what that is. With that, really quick, one other thing maybe is we can go to another quick question came. The Cutie frame itself, so the frame that we're talking about and that we're looking at, let me bring this back up between the two of us here. This particularly, it has some accessories that are optional with it. The leader cloths are optional, so they do not come with the Cutie, but you can get them. One person said, well, can I make my own? Sure, go get some muslin, soap, whatever you want. Start with what you have. Again, you'll find that it'll work and it'll give you that space off of the rail. Our leader cloths have been designed for those. They're a great accessory. A lot of people buy them. Don't need to, and you can make your own. Another thing I thought about is along with that, on the leader cloth, only one frame comes with those, and that's the Q-Zone Hoop Frame Pro. So I did see that there was a question surrounding leader cloths and the frame. So the Cutie, it's an accessory. The Cutie also, you could buy the side bungee clamps, and that's a way to pull and add tension to the side of the frames. Those are optional. And the other thing would be, if you want to buy a set of legs, you can actually buy a permanent set of legs, because you might take this home. And this is usually what happens. You can think about if you fit in this category. Hey, I love this product. I'm using it now. Now I'm quilting. I got another quilt on. I got another quilt on it. Well, now you really need to find a permanent space because you were using the dining room. You were using a folding table. Yeah, you can buy height adjustable legs for the Cutie frame. It comes with the table insert as well. And it actually has over a foot of adjustment. So it goes nice and low. It actually goes lower than standard tables at home, which drops the frame a little bit lower in front of you, which is really, really nice for sitting. And it's meant for standing. So it goes clear to standing, clear to sitting. So that's another accessory I thought I would share with you. One other thing is, on this screen, this is what LJ experienced. It's welcome to free motion. So the ability to draw and to move the machine smoothly and seamlessly across the fabric of your across the surface of your fabric. And it's one of the things that's pretty freeing. And the other thing I wanted to scoot down to, this is the other key thing that everybody that LJ was learning. We call this the zoning process. Again, this works with all hoop frames. But again, you start at one side, up at the corner, you then release it, you'll move to your next section, clamp it back on, and you continue down the entire quilt with this zoning process. So these are a couple things I wanted to talk and share with you. LJ, so going back and kind of taking a thought process on this one, thinking about this a little bit. If you were going to get into quilting, where do you think your first step might be? And it doesn't have to be here, but when you're thinking of simplicity and ease, what comes to your mind?
Yeah, so getting started, I think that's one thing that I've found a little bit difficult, because I haven't quite been sure where to start, because there's so many things out there. But I actually was thinking, because, you know, I have my own sewing machine, so I was like, oh, well, if I don't know and I don't have, you know, like my budget isn't as big as some people's, so I was like, the Cutie would probably be a much more realistic option for me and where I'm at right now. And so I was thinking, I was like, oh, maybe I need to go see if my own machine, you know, will fit on that Cutie frame. So for me, that would probably be my first step in moving towards quilting.
That's great. A little less intimidating, right? And it's a great place to begin. I would tell you, if I'm going to put a quilting frame somewhere in the home, where would it go? I'm not quite sure. So to be able to put something out on the table and put it away would be great. Coming back, think about your struggles as a quilter. I went through a presentation earlier today, pushing and shoving fabric. Are you tired of that? Are you tired? Are you tired with the frustration? If the answer is yeah, let's get you into a frame. Now is the perfect time. It's at a wonderful price. It's on sale specifically for this event. And if it's not a Cutie, get into a system. If you feel like you have a budget, get the 15. Get the 15 with the Q-Zone Hoop Frame or the Pro. Or if you're all in, you can move to the 19 on any of these, or even to the 21. But now's a great time to do so with all the promotions that we have. So not only the struggle, then one of the things, LJ, you brought up as well, is one of the things you started to do, and I want to prep you. Yes, this is kind of a gateway product. That's okay. What we find is there's two types of quilters. One of those quilters will come and they don't do a lot of quilting. They have one unfinished top. They'll work through that. Several months will go by. They'll do another finished top. They're not going to feel like they're going to continue to want to move to the next tool or a next layer tool. However, once you start getting into this, you finished a quilt, you are most likely going to say, I feel like I'm going to want a little bit more space on my machine. That's not a good or a bad thing. It's just the next level of convenience is what I call it. Well, of course, like that's why does somebody buy a 21? You don't need to buy a 21. But you buy them out of convenience because it gives you more workspace. So that's likely to happen. One of the great things is the 15s and the 19s, there's nothing else required. They sit on the frames the way you buy them. And so that's great. There's no additional costs in trying to create a conversion or add them. I liked how Carla showed how easy it was to pull that rail out when she was doing it. She pulled that rail out, just adjust right up, and there's no tools required. So let me show you the carriage really quick. I'm going to go ahead and make this a little bit bigger. So this is the Cutie carriage. I'm going to push these handles in so you can see how this works. This is the handlebars. So this is the plate, and I'm going to scoot back here just a little bit to be able to show everybody. So this carriage here, And a lot of people aren't quite sure, but what's really nice is the machine literally sits across this entire area. And what's nice is if your machine is longer, either way, it doesn't matter. This is why you can actually use, there's a couple machines out there that are 12 inches and 13 inches and 16 inches. You know, what's nice, as long as they can sit here on this plate, they can go past it. These are machine base clamps. They're not needed for all the machines. Usually the front of the machines are narrow enough. On a lot of machines on the back, if they get really wide, I actually just take these off. The machines don't require actually these to help. It just kind of helps the machine from potentially moving a little bit with a little vibration. I was going to show you this. This is, somebody wanted to know about our dual track. And so the materials that we built this out of, these are aluminum, and we have high grade bearings, and then it's all welded steel. So it's incredibly robust to hold the weight of your machine. And the thing that we showed yesterday in demonstration, these handles, they come out, you can loosen the handles here. One is they're adjustable, and what this does is allows you to twist and adjust the angle of the handles. And one of the fun things is they actually can come out, so you can adjust them in and out. They can be fully removed, and they can be placed into the back. So you can use them from both the front and the back of the carriage system. So I like really pointing some of those, because a lot of people, this is kind of one of the mysteries is, does my machine fit? Yeah, long as your machine, I like to say, as long as it has a throat space, and you can use a 5-inch, that's going to be a little tight with your fabrics. A 7-inch and a 7.5 is a great place to start. 9 inches is common. That's the one LJ was using, was a Juki with a 9-inch machine. Tons of those out there in the market. In fact, there's several from several brands that are at a very affordable rate. That's a great place to start with if you don't have something that you're already thinking to do.
Yeah, and then actually just really quick, something I was thinking about is what we're referring to when we say the throat space, because sometimes if you're newer to quilting, you're not quite sure what that is. So if I have my machine in front of me, this is the body of it, you know, it comes out this way. This is where my needle sits. So when we say throat space, we're talking about the back of the needle to the main body of the machine, the inside body of the machine. So that's where you could actually stick your hand through if you wanted to. That's what we're referring to when we say the throat space of a machine.
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad to have that clarification. In fact, maybe let's take a look and see what other questions are in there too that we might be able to answer. I'll put this here like this, and then I'm going to show you also this is the bottom carriage. Now, again, this comes completely pre-assembled and preset in the box. We talked about that this whole frame comes in a box shipped to your home. It's a fairly small box. It comes with everything needed to get started. So again, not a better time to get started. Get it. It comes with everything. You don't need a professional to come install it. You can install it on your own. And I was going to show you, this has our dual track or our professional track system. So this has really been built out, you know, kind of brought back in from the premium version of our frames. And we decided, how do we implement that down at the bottom, at the base, with people getting started? So we have a quality product to begin with, and it's going to build with you. And at some point, you might say, I'm ready to get one of these big frames, and I'm going to put 10 feet out there. This particular segment is not that solution. This is the one that's a 4-foot frame. It can be stowed. It can be permanently set somewhere if you want to get those legs as well. And then you can start with your domestic or go to the 19. And yes, you can computer automate on this frame as well. So the frame does not require any other components. When you buy the automation, it comes with the additional parts that will work with the machine. And we have a huge list of compatibility with the domestic machines out there. Yeah, you can. The Juki machine that LJ was using, we can computer automate that, and it will automatically quilt out. And our automation is smart enough that it knows how big the space is. It actually divides the pattern automatically. It marks your quilt. It shows you how and where to move your quilt. And then once it's there, you can go to the identifiers, and it realigns the pattern. So there is not a limitation. And let's say you bought that. If later you buy the 19, all the automation works with the other machines down the road. So you don't have to buy it. You can buy into this at a level that works best for you. So I kind of wanted to put all that out there too. With it, let's see. Do you have to roll your fabric in the back and the throat, or can you use the quilt trapeze? I don't know what the quilt trapeze is. If there's something else so that you can float or hold it up, sure. Right now, it just sits on top of that, and we have bungees. If you have another way to suspend it, I don't know what that is, but long as it doesn't fall underneath the machine in the throat of the machine, you just don't want to sew it, as long as it stays above it. Again, parts come with the system that hold that, but if you have something else out there, sure, you can go ahead and take a look at that. So I'm not quite too sure about that. This is a great one. Does Bernina work with, does automation work with Bernina? I would say which Bernina models. yes, if your machine had stitch regulation and there were the 5 series, the 7 series, the 8 series, I think they might have a 9 now. And there are several back that we do have computer automation with it. So yes to that one. Yes, and the question is the QCT, it is the automation. Yeah, computer automation or the Quilter's Creative Touch, which then automatically moves the machines across it. If there aren't any questions, we'll stay on for just a minute. That's kind of what we have. Let's go ahead and do a last couple of Plinko drawings if you're okay. I want to do that to kind of finish. We didn't do that the other day, but I kind of feel like, hey, let's give more away if we can give away more. So let's do that. And we're going to bring our Plinko board here. And the question that I would ask on this one, and this is going to be a tough one. There was Carla in this last video. What was the name of the other person in this last video?
I
don't know. That's a tough one. Who was it? By the way, hint, she's on the screen with me right now. What is her name? You might
either
not know.
name. You can do either.
So I'm going to come back. The thought was on that, Bernita. Yes, the 790 is. We can add computer automation to that one. So that is a yes to that. So what is it? Oh, there we go. Tons there. That's what LJ. Yes, LJ or Laura would be correct. So with that, here we go. We're going to pull this one, LJ. This is going to be one that we're going to put down. Kathy Aldrich. We're going to take a name really quick, Kathy, and then we're going to drop Plinkos down. So we're going to do Kathy, and we're going to bring this one in. This is the other one. Let's go ahead and do Karen Touchstone Sap. So Karen and Kathy, congratulations. What that means is we're going to do and drop some chips in the Plinko. What I'm going to ask for you to do in order to redeem yours is please make sure to email Janna, Janna, at graceframe.com. She'll be your contact in order to redeem your prize. The question I have is, what is the prize? So LJ, let's go ahead and drop the Plinko chip in there.
This is for Kathy. All
Kathy.
right,
Okay,
here we go,
Kathy. Where's it going? Where's it going? All right.
4-pack of finesse.
4-pack of finesse, and we're going to up that. Right?
So the 8-pack.
So we're going to do an 8-pack. That's awesome. That's just somewhere in the $70 range of threads. That is, what is the total? I'm going to look at that because that's some thread. This will sound a little bit more impressive when you hear what that is. So that is 15 times 1,500 times 8. So you're at 12. That's 12,000 yards of thread. Way to go.
Way to go, Kathy.
All right. Let's go next. Who do we have next?
So this is for Karen. All right, Karen. Here we go. Our True Sharp 2, our electric sharpener.
True Sharp 2. Way to go. Congratulations on that. Last couple things again as we look at moving into what is coming up next week. I want to go ahead and have you take a look at the schedules. Feel free. Look at these on your phone if you want to. You can log in. There's a dashboard on that. There are several options. One, you can just look at your schedule and you can go look at the events and you can say, I want to add them to my calendar. We also are sending out reminders for you. So we have 2 more days next week, Thursday and Friday. So I want to reach out to you. The last thing I want to talk to you about is, hey, there are a lot of amazing promotions going on. There are coupons. We did have another person ask about the coupons. Well, where do I find my coupon codes? If you've registered with graceframe.com, if not, come and register at the graceframe.com website. At the top, you'll be able to register for this event. It will then create your own dashboard. And the very second thing on your dashboard on the left will be the coupons. And those coupons will take you to this page, which give you all those special promotions that we are running for this event. And on top of that, just know that we've got a lot of sale things. So like there's been no better time to come and buy a system, to get a machine and a frame combo. And then what we're going to say is reach out to the Grace Frame team with what that is. We're going to be available on Monday if you want to contact us at our 800 number. Today we're available on chat for just a little bit more, and then we're going to finish answering a couple questions. But Monday, 1-800-264-0644. And we encourage you to watch some of the videos from the last couple days. There's been a lot of great other presentations, great education, great product reviews. And I just kind of want to say thanks everybody for being with us. It's been a wonderful time. It's been a fantastic day. I hope you end your evenings well. And LJ, anything else you'd like to say as we kind of finish off today?
No, I just want to say thank you again. I love seeing the comments. I love hearing some of your guys' stories about things. I know a couple of you, especially talked about the Cutie, like, oh, I love my Cutie, or you're looking forward to getting yours. So I love to see your guys' comments. So thank you for commenting, and I hope that we'll see you guys next week.
Wonderful. Thanks, everybody. Have a great weekend. We appreciate your time and your dedication and all that you do out there as quilters. So thank you, and we look forward to speaking with you next week and seeing you next week.